Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 171 to 190. Madam Who didn't say anything at this time. She was somewhat interested in the idea until she heard that a cart of watermelons cost over 50 taels. If they couldn't sell them, how many years would it take for them to repay the debt? Second maternal uncle, don't worry about the cart. We're going to buy a horse carriage, so you can borrow our donkey cart. It just depends on whether you guys have the courage to do this. Yu Xiaosao also wanted to help her maternal grandmother's family. She had already made herself very clear. If her maternal uncles couldn't make up their minds, then there's nothing that she could do. While Lu Han was still hesitating, Madame Hu's eyes shifted around and she whispered, "Husband, should we work together with eldest brother-in-law? In this way, they could share the risk with someone. If they needed to repay the money, there would be less pressure with two branches of the family." Lu Han, who couldn't make a decision, also felt that he should ask for his eldest brother's opinion. It just so happens that eldest brother took Jiwei to work at the docks today. I can discuss this matter with him when I see him later. Miss Yu, I brought you the horse carriage. Qian Xiaoduo drove a horse carriage over with an unfamiliar worker. Seeing that everyone was busy in the watermelon fields, he didn't treat himself as an outsider and helped them load the watermelons onto the carriage. They had already signed a supply contract with Junsho restaurant. Madame Lu saw that Qian Xiaoduo and other staff had come over on two carriages. The brand new one was for their family, while the other one was for buying watermelons. Little brother Qian, how many watermelons do you guys want? Madame Lu took the scale and asked Qian Xiaoduo with a kind smile. Qian Xiaoduo said sweetly, "Auntie, just leave it. How can I bother you to weigh such heavy watermelons? Little Housie, you go help Auntie carry the scale." Little Housie. Yu Xiaosao looked at the thin and small teenager and had a hard time suppressing her laughter. Little Housie's face flushed and muttered, "My name is Niu Hao." It's the Hao from the word vast, not the Hao from the word mouse. Qian Xiaoduo snickered and said, "Haha. Stop explaining and get to work. After weighing the watermelons, we still need to gather the vegetables." It was the first day of Junsho restaurant's free fruit tray event. They weren't sure if the reactions would be good, so they only bought 200 caddies of watermelons. They still purchased the usual amount of vegetables, filling the carriage to the brim. Yu Hai picked out all the ripe watermelons in the fields and filled a horse carriage and donkey cart with them. Xiaosao drove the donkey cart, while he steered the horse carriage. The father-daughter pair followed Junsho restaurant's carriage and headed to town unhurriedly. Fang Zizhen was currently in the store in town and preparing for the grand opening tomorrow. In fact, Yu Xiaosao didn't plan to operate this store for a long time. Thus, it was furnished very simply. The signboard of Tangbu Watermelon Shop had already been hung above the entrance of the store, but it was covered by a red cloth at this time. Inside the shop, there were custom-made wooden shelves with wooden planks nailed all around the racks to ensure that the watermelons wouldn't fall off the shelves. The storefront next door had already been rented out. Splendid Brocades Manor was a store that sold high-quality fabrics such as silks and satins. At this time, the owner of Splendid Brocades Manor and several noble customers looked at the shop next door from time to time. "Shopkeeper Feng, do you know who rented the shop next door? What kind of business are they doing? The interior looks so shabby. It won't be a general store, right? If they put a bunch of sundries at the entrance, it will affect your business." The eldest young miss of the town's Zhuang family pursed her lips in disdain and shook her handkerchief as she spoke. Shopkeeper Feng was a woman under the age of 30, with a fair complexion and a slightly plump figure. She beamed with joy and said, "No, I don't think so. How much money can a general store make? The rent here isn't cheap. Do you guys see? That man, who is busily working, is a government official. He was dressed in an official's robe last time he came here." Eldest young Miss Swang's bosom friend, Miss Wang, revealed a curious expression and looked at the layers of shelves next door again. She asked, "Weren't they going to start business tomorrow? Why isn't there any goods in the store today? How weird." Shopkeeper Feng was about to say something when she saw a carriage packed with watermelons in front of her store. She was stunned for a moment. Watermelons weren't popularized at this time. She was born and raised in the little town of Tanggu, so she had never seen a watermelon before. "Iya, it's here, it's here." Miss Wang put down the cloth in her hands and took 2 steps towards the door. Sure enough, the carriage stopped in front of the shop next door. Eldest young Miss Zhuang was holding a brocade embroidered with lotus flowers against her body and examining it. When she heard her words, she said, "What's coming? Can you stop making a fuss? So embarrassing." Regardless of their foundations in Tanggu town or family background, the Zhuang family was stronger than the Wang family. As a result, eldest young Miss Zhuang would always unconsciously display a sense of superiority. Miss Wang didn't take it to heart and said, "The goods for next door has arrived." "Hey, it looks like the watermelon that I ate at your house." "Watermelon? How can there be people selling watermelons in our Tanggu town?" "The watermelon from last time was brought back by my older brother, who went on a study trip to the capital." With a face of disbelief, eldest young Miss Zhuang continued to look at the fabrics. Miss Wang looked at the big and round watermelons being moved into the store next door and said with slight uncertainty, "Maybe it's not. The watermelon that I ate last time at your house wasn't as big and fresh." Eldest young Miss Zhuang threw the cloth in her hands, glared at her, and said, "You're complaining that the watermelon at my house is small and not fresh. Then why don't your family take out a bigger and fresher one? I didn't hear you complain that it's not fresh when you were eating it. I didn't even eat as much as you." Miss Wang's face flushed bright red upon hearing her words, and she murmured, "May, don't be angry. That wasn't what I meant." Eldest young Miss Zhuang wasn't in the mood to shop for fabric anymore. She went out the door of Splendid Brocade's manor with heavy footsteps and was about to enter the shop next door. "This young miss, please stop. Our shop hasn't opened yet, so it's really messy right now. It's better not to dirty your embroidered shoes." Yu Xiaoxiao was ordered by her godfather to stand on the sidelines and watch them move the watermelons. She, who was bored stiff, said to eldest young Miss Zhuang, who was about to enter the door. When eldest young Miss Zhuang heard her words, she really stopped in her tracks. She looked at Xiaoxiao's clothes with a scrutinizing gaze, and then revealed a look of contempt. She asked in a haughty manner, "Little girl, what exactly are you guys selling in this shop?" Yu Xiaoxiao was someone with a keen sight. Eldest young Miss Zhuang was dressed in exquisite clothing and fine jewelry. It was obvious that she was a young miss from a noble family, who could be one of her potential customers. Customers were top priority, customers were supreme. Xiaoxiao politely said, "We are a watermelon shop. Not to boast, but our watermelons are sweet and juicy. Absolutely high quality and inexpensive." Eldest young Miss Zhuang watched as Wu Yun passed by with a large watermelon in his hands, enter the shop and put it on the shelf. She asked in disbelief, "What? You're really selling watermelons? Where did you guys get these watermelons? It looks really fresh." With a slightly proud tone, Yu Xiaoxiao replied, "We planted them ourselves. We just picked them from our fields this morning, so of course, they're fresh." Eldest young Miss Zhuang exclaimed unbelievably, "Someone in Tanggu town is growing watermelons. Why didn't I hear about this before?" "Little girl, you aren't lying, are you? What's the point in lying to you? It's also my family's first time growing watermelons. We asked the young boss of Junshou restaurant to help us find the seeds, but we didn't expect that it would really grow. Godfather, Uncle Li, Uncle Wu, thanks for the hard work. Come sit down, wash your hands, and rest for a while. I'll go cut a watermelon for you guys to quench your thirst." Seeing that her godfather and his 2 subordinates were almost done unloading the watermelons, Yu Xiaoxiao hastily called out to them. Her godfather and his 2 subordinates were such good workers. A portion of the unloaded watermelons were organized on the shelves according to their size, while the rest were stacked inside a room in the rear courtyard. Fang Zizhen chortled as he looked at his goddaughter busily looking for a knife and washing the watermelon, like she was a little squirrel storing autumn food. He felt a sense of, everything was well with a daughter, within his heart. Eldest young Miss Zhuang should have left, but her eyes were glued to the shelves after shelves of watermelons. Just like what Miss Wang said, the watermelons were big and round. But, was it possible to grow watermelons in Tanggu town? Were these watermelons edible? She couldn't move her feet at all. She quietly stared at the little girl, who was dressed in ordinary clothing, pick out a big watermelon, wash the skin, and cut it on top of a table in the shop. With a cutting tool that looked like a long knife, she neatly cut the watermelon in half. The red pulp and black seeds appeared before her eyes, and she could smell a refreshingly sweet fragrance from afar. The watermelon was cut up into small pieces. Fang Zizhen had already picked up a piece in haste and ate it with big mouthfuls. The red juice had dripped down his beard, but he didn't bother to wipe it. For the sake of his daughter's store, Fang Zizhen had made an all-out effort, and he had been busy from morning till now. He didn't even have time to rest and drink a sip of water. The sweet and juicy watermelon moisturized his dry and thirsty throat. The cool feeling penetrated into the bottom of his heart. Seeing their master eating with relish, Lili and Wu Yun couldn't help but pick up a piece each and lightly take a small bite. Their eyes suddenly lit up, and before they had even swallowed their first bite, they already took another bite impatiently. They didn't even want to spit the seeds out. Eldest young Miss Zhuang used her handkerchief to cover her mouth in disgust when she saw the three men eating in a boorish manner. But she couldn't help swallowing the excessive saliva within her mouth. Gulp. Miss Zhuang was shocked and thought that she was the one who made a loud swallowing sound. How could she allow herself to make a fool out of herself? She was about to turn around and leave, but she noticed Miss Wang was swallowing her saliva incessantly beside her. She breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. I knew it. That embarrassing sound just now, how could it have possibly come from me? Stop embarrassing yourself here. If you want to eat it, just wait until they open for business tomorrow and buy it. Eldest young Miss Zhuang covered her face with her handkerchief and returned next door to splendid Brocade's manner. Miss Wang walked away unwillingly and looked back repeatedly at every step. Three older sisters. This is the watermelon that we're selling in our shop. Please try it. If you like the taste, you are welcome to visit us tomorrow. Yu Xiaoxiao placed the small pieces of watermelon neatly on a plate. She carried the plate on a tray and walked into the fabric shop with a smile. Miss Wang widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "You're letting us eat it for free?" Eldest young Miss Zhuang scornfully rolled her eyes at her close friend. If she could choose again, she would rather not know this person. She was seriously too disgraceful. Even her own class had been dragged down by her. However, she really didn't want to admit it, but she also slightly coveted the watermelon in her heart. Shopkeeper Feng had been doing business for many years, so she could more or less guess what her customers were thinking. Based on her observation, Miss Zhuang was slightly reserved, but she couldn't help peeping at the plate of fruit. Miss Wang, on the other hand, didn't hide her interest in the watermelon. She looked like she wanted to eat it but was too embarrassed to accept it. She took the tray very understandingly, smiled at the delicate and smart little girl in front of her, and said, "Thank you very much. May I ask for your surname?" "My surname is Yu." "Older sisters, if you guys like the taste, remember to come support us tomorrow." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly at the boss lady, waved her hands, and returned to tidy up her shop. They were going to open early in the morning tomorrow, so today, she had asked for her father's permission to stay overnight in the store. Most of the stores on this street of Tanggu Town had a two-entrance courtyard with wing rooms behind the shop. Shopkeeper Feng watched as the little girl went back next door, touched her own face, and said with a smile, "This little fellow, I'm almost old enough to be her mother, yet she called me older sister. Do I really look that young?" Miss Wang asked eagerly. "Shopkeeper Feng, she's letting us try this watermelon, right? What a generous little girl. It's something homegrown and won't cost much money for her, so what's so generous about that? But, how can a peasant family afford to rent such an expensive shop? When did farmers become so rich?" Eldest young Miss Zhuang looked at the watermelon, which was cut into small pieces and had a toothpick stuck into them, and spoke in a slightly mean manner. Miss Wang knew her temperament, so she automatically filtered the unpleasant parts of her words and said with a smile, "Maybe the watermelons were grown on their own plantation. But, I have never heard of a family surnamed Yu among the wealthy households in Tanggu Town." Shopkeeper Feng furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and then said, "Surnamed Yu. I think the landlord of this shop that I rented is surnamed Yu. But, the person who signed the contract with me was the official that I mentioned earlier. This might be her family's store. Just now, I heard the little girl call that bearded man, Godfather. Let me try the taste of the watermelon produced in our Tanggu Town." Miss Wang picked up a toothpick impatiently and stuffed the red melon pulp into her mouth. The expression on her face immediately relaxed. She choked on the sweet juice and wanted to cough but was unwilling to spit out the juice in the mouth. Thus, her face turned bright red from suppressing her cough. Just look at you. Don't tell others that you know me when you go out. Eldest young Miss Zhuang moved to the side for fear that the girl would spray her saliva on herself. Miss Wang finally swallowed the watermelon in her mouth and coughed a few times. She couldn't hold herself back and picked up another piece. She stuffed it into her mouth and mumbled, "So sweet. It's really sweet. It's even sweeter than the watermelon that I ate at your house. If you don't believe, then try it." Eldest young Miss Zhuang finally stopped putting up a front and picked up a toothpick delicately with her fingers arranged in the shape of an orchid one. She used the handkerchief in her other hand to cover the side of her mouth, and then gently delivered the piece of watermelon into her mouth. A sweet and cool taste instantly burst inside her mouth and the watermelon juice almost flowed out along the side of her mouth. As she wiped the corner of her mouth with her handkerchief, she savored the taste of the watermelon in her mouth. It was a kind of sweetness that was different from all other types of sweetness. Generally, something this sweet had a cloying taste. However, there was a refreshing feeling in the sweetness of this watermelon. No matter how much she ate, she wouldn't feel sick of it. This type of sweetness was exactly what eldest young Miss Zhuang liked. After savoring the sweetness in her mouth, she looked up and saw Miss Wang eating without stopping, nearly finishing the whole plate of watermelon. Eldest young Miss Zhuang's heart exploded with anger, but she suppressed herself. She took the fruit tray away from Miss Wang somewhat unyieldingly, glared at her fiercely, and said, like a cow chewing on peony, "You're just wasting this plate of watermelon." Seeing the fruit tray gradually move away from her, Miss Wang stretched out her hands and pitifully said, "Don't. I haven't had enough yet. How much would you have to eat until it's enough for you? Can you even taste anything when you're eating so fast?" Eldest young Miss Zhuang slowly picked up a piece of watermelon from the plate and savored it carefully. Beside her, Miss Wang was drooling as she looked on with eager eyes. There originally wasn't many pieces of watermelon on the plate and Miss Wang had just eaten more than half of the plate, so the rest was quickly eaten by Miss Zhuang. She wiped her mouth with her handkerchief and still wanted more. She lifted her feet and walked next door unhurriedly. "Older sister Ame, where are you going?" The tag-along, Miss Wang, followed closely behind her. Eldest young Miss Zhuang ignored her and arrived at the shop next door. She saw the little girl, who sent the fruit tray over earlier, directing 3 grown men to organize the shelves. She cleared her throat and when saw the little girl look over, she said, "Thank you for the watermelon. It tastes really good. I came to return the tray. Older sister is being too courteous. You could have just left it next door and I would have retrieved it later." Seeing that her eyes seemed stuck on the watermelons on the shelves, Xiaoxiao knew that she was very satisfied with her family's watermelons. Eldest young Miss Zhuang walked into the shop like a willow tree blown by a light breeze and looked at the price on the shelves. "What are 5 taels, 4 taels, and 3 taels? 5 taels per caddy." Even the watermelons in the capital weren't so expensive. But, her watermelon did seem much better than the watermelon from the capital. "Help me weigh several of the biggest watermelons. I'll send someone to retrieve them tomorrow when you guys open for business. This is the deposit." Eldest young Miss Zhuang took out a golden ingot that was worth 5 taels of gold too and handed it to Yu Xiaoxiao. Gold ingot. Yu Xiaoxiao had dealt with silver and bank notes, but she had never seen this golden thing. Based on the size, it should be at least 5 taels, which meant that it was 50 taels of silver. To be so generous, she was definitely the young miss of a noble family. "This older sister, the watermelons in our shop are sold on a per unit basis. All the watermelons on this shelf are around 20 caddies, and they cost 5 taels of silver each. With the amount of your deposit, you can buy 10 watermelons of this size. If there aren't that many people in your family, you can just buy 2 of them back to eat. In the future, we will transport fresh watermelons here every day. It's better to buy fresh ones to eat each day, and the taste will also be better." Yu Xiaoxiao adhered to the true meaning of customers first, and sincerely advised eldest young Miss Zhuang. Although eldest young Miss Zhuang had a proud temperament, she wasn't someone who couldn't tell good from bad. She felt slightly better about the little girl after she heard her words. She smiled faintly and said, "So it's 5 taels for one ah. The price is much cheaper than the ones in the capital. It really is tasty and inexpensive. Then I'll order 10 first. They're not only for my family to eat. Since it won't be considered unsightly to send them as gifts, I can also send them to friends and relatives." All right, she was rich and imposing, and Yu Xiaoxiao naturally didn't mind earning more money. So, she took the little golden ingot with a radiant smile on her face and said, "This older sister, I'll give you a receipt for you. No need, it's not that much money. Tomorrow, you can just give the watermelons to the servant sent from the Zhuang family." Eldest young Miss Zhuang didn't really care about a mere 50 taels of silver, so it didn't matter whether there was a receipt or not. Miss Wang wandered around the shop a few times and was overjoyed after she heard the price. She originally thought that such a delicious watermelon would surely be expensive. She had heard from eldest young Miss Zhuang that the watermelon that her older brother bought from the capital cost 2 taels per catty. A small watermelon cost several dozens taels. She was the daughter of a merchant, but even with her entire year of allowance, she still wouldn't be able to buy a watermelon. She hadn't expected that she could buy a watermelon for 5 taels of silver at this watermelon shop. In this way, she could buy a watermelon every month with her monthly allowance. "I want to order one too. I'll come to get it tomorrow myself." Miss Wang took out a 5-tael silver ingot from her embroidered purse and smiled like a little hamster who received peanuts. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly wrote 2 receipts and handed them to the 2 flower-like girls. She smiled and explained to Miss Zhuang, "When we open for business tomorrow, there will be a lot of people and we'll be very busy. I'm afraid that we'll make a mistake at that time, so it's better to retrieve the watermelons with a receipt." Eldest young Miss Zhuang hesitated for a moment before she took the receipt with ugly handwriting, and then looked at Xiaoxiao with dismay. But, when she considered her age and attire, she felt that she was being too demanding. Most of girls from ordinary families in town didn't know how to read and write. It was already pretty good that this little girl could write a few words. Miss Wang had already picked out the biggest watermelon in the shop and giggled, "Little girl, I want this one. Help me put it away first. I'll come get it tomorrow." Eldest young Miss Zhuang was displeased with Miss Wang's haggling. Again, but Yu Xiaoxiao continued to smile and said, "No problem. Uncle Li, remove the watermelon that this young lady selected from the shelf and put it in the corner of the shop alone. This older sister, look carefully. I'll mark it for you, so remember to check tomorrow." Miss Wang looked at her watermelon with satisfaction. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao tie it with a straw rope and stuff a sheet of paper with a strange symbol, author's note, Arabic numerals between the rope, she nodded unceasingly. Eldest young Miss Zhuang was already rendered speechless by Miss Wang. Disregarding her, she walked out of the shop first and headed to her own carriage. The next day, with the crackling of firecrackers, Yu Xiaoxiao's watermelon shop had finally opened. Originally, she had wanted to set off a string of firecrackers in a low-key manner, unveil the plaque, and officially start business. But she hadn't expected to see so many familiar faces despite not notifying anybody. County Magistrate Wu, who was dressed in regular clothes, came with his precious son and servants carrying gifts behind them. With his hands clasped together, he bobbed a greeting towards Yu Xiaoxiao's godfather and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. Official Fang, why didn't you notify this subordinate official of your shop's grand opening?" Fang Zizhen guffawed, "It's my daughter's shop. She wanted to keep a low profile, so we didn't notify anyone." Zhou Zixu had also come with gifts. He snorted in dissatisfaction, "It's fine for others. But Xiaoxiao, how can you treat me like this? What's our relationship? Even if you don't invite others, can you not invite me to come celebrate the opening of your shop?" The patriarch of the Yao family had also personally come with a present, and behind him was the newly promoted head steward, an old acquaintance of Xiaoxiao. Had he not gained merit by purchasing vegetables from the Yu family and gotten into his master's good graces, there was no way he would have gotten the position of the head steward. "Miss Yu, if it weren't for Junshou Restaurant's little brother Qian, we wouldn't have known about the opening of your store. When our old master heard about it, he insisted on coming to congratulate you in person." Official Fang, "Miss Yu, congratulations ah." Steward Yao cupped his hands together and grinned from ear to ear. People who didn't know might think that he was the one who was opening a store. Second sister, second sister. A crisp and familiar voice passed through the crowd and entered Xiao Xiao's ears. A moment later, a small figure, who was dressed in a sea blue colored student's robe and had a scholar ribbon tied in his hair, pushed through the crowd and plunged into Yu Xiaoxiao's embrace like a cannonball. Shito, I thought it wasn't a break today. What are you doing here? Did you skip class? Yu Xiaoxiao hugged the little guy's shoulders and asked in surprise. Little Shito pouted his mouth and got out of her embrace. With a wronged expression, he said, second sister is falsely accusing me. Our headmaster heard about the opening of our shop, so he brought me and senior brother Yunshi over to congratulate the happy occasion. Then again, I'm also considered a partial owner of the shop, so why can't I come? Yu Xiaoxiao looked in the direction that her younger brother came from. Sure enough, she saw Headmaster Yuan's dashing and scholarly figure. Behind him was Yuan Yunshi, an elegant and handsome young man. The corner of Xiaoxiao's eyes twitched. This old man was a classic example of two-faced person. He looked normal in front of people, but he was actually a complete foodie. Teacher Yuan, you're here. Please come in. Although Yu Xiaoxiao grumbled in her heart, she still warmly welcomed Headmaster Yuan. Yuan Xinian stroked his beautiful beard and leisurely strolled inside. He said with a slight smile, Xiaoxiao, I heard that the free fruit trays given out at Junshou restaurant uses your family's watermelons. It's sweet and juicy, and tastes very good. It's a pity that little brat Joe is too stingy. Each table only gets one plate. Yu Xiaoxiao almost couldn't suppress the smile on her face. There was free watermelon to eat, but he was still dissatisfied that there wasn't enough to eat. Surely, this was something that only Headmaster Yuan would do. Teacher Yuan, I guarantee that there will be more than enough watermelons for you to eat today. Yu Xiaoxiao told her godfather to accompany Headmaster Yuan to the inner courtyard for a little rest. She was unprepared for the arrival of these important guests. Fortunately, she had bought some good tea for her godfather yesterday. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing if she couldn't even provide some drinks for the guests. Oh right, when people come to congratulate the start of a business, it's necessary to treat them to a meal. Yu Xiaoxiao greeted the guests with a smile as she moved closer to Zhou Zixu, who was helping to entertain the guests, and whispered, Are there any private rooms available at your restaurant? I didn't know that there would be so many guests today, so I didn't prepare anything. Zhou Zixu also moved closer to her ear and whispered, Rest assured. What's our relationship? Your business is my business. I have already reserved it for you, and there would be enough room no matter how many guests come. Fortunately, the Yu family didn't know many people in the town. Apart from a table for the people from the Yamen, who came to give official Fang face, there was only Headmaster Yuan and several households who bought vegetables from their family. Most of those households just sent a steward over, and Patriarch Yao was the only one who personally came. 2 private rooms were enough. Headmaster Yuan and Patriarch Yao were arranged to sit at the same table as County Magistrate Wu, and Fang Zizhen would be responsible for entertaining them. As for those stewards, Li Li and Wu Yun personally entertained them. For the opening of a small watermelon shop, they actually invited the parental official, Country Magistrate Wu, Headmaster Yuan of the renowned Rongshuan Academy, and several well-known figures in Tanggu town. It instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. When the noble and prestigious Headmaster Yuan personally uncovered the red silk on the plaque, the gilded lettering on top, Tanggu Watermelon Shop, caused the corner of his lips to twitch. It was such a straightforward and easy to understand name. There were a lot of people in the shop, and the rear courtyard was relatively simple. So Fang Zizhen took the guests, who came to congratulate them, to Junshou restaurant, which was located diagonally across from the store. The crowd of onlookers entered the shop out of curiosity. Yu Xiaoxiao, Li Li, and Wu Yun were so busy in the shop that they wished that they had 3 heads, 6 arms, and 10 mouths. Not many of the townspeople of the little town of Tanggu had seen watermelon before. At this time, there were a lot of people looking and asking questions, but there weren't many people actually buying the watermelons. Yu Xiaoxiao had already foreseen this situation. She took out several trays full of small pieces of watermelon and put them at the entrance of the shop. She shouted loudly, Special event for the opening of Tanggu Watermelon Shop. All the customers who enter the shop can try a piece of watermelon free of charge. Everyone, please stand in line to avoid crowding. If you think it tastes good, you're welcome to make a purchase. The bigger ones cost 5 taels, while the smaller ones are only 3 taels. Such a good thing like free food tasting had never happened in Tangu Town before. Everyone in the shop just looked at one another and no one dared to be the first person to try. Wow, there's such a good thing like free tasting. Me, I'll do it. Miss Wang's voice was still so energetic. Disregarding the hindrance of the embarrassed young man behind her, she took the lead and arrived in front of the free watermelon samples. She carefully picked up a piece and savored it in small mouthfuls with her eyes closed. Wang Chenyang seriously wished that there was a crack in the ground that he could hide in. He shouldn't have listened to his mother and accompanied his quirky younger sister here. He had never imagined that his younger sister would take advantage of a free tasting opportunity in the eyes of the public. What made him unable to lift his head was that the little girl, Wang Yanren, was still unsatisfied after finishing the piece of watermelon and asked, "Can each person only taste one piece? How many pieces do you want to try? Is the whole tray enough for you?" Wang Chenyang seriously wanted to immediately block his younger sister's mouth and take the disgraceful fellow out of the watermelon shop. After Xiaoxiao told her that each person could only try a piece, little Miss Wang Yanren pouted with a disappointed expression. Suddenly, she turned to look at her older brother, who was covering his face. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Can my older brother also try one?" "Eldest brother, if you're too embarrassed, then I can try it for you." With that, she picked up the second piece with a smile. Wang Chenyang endured all the probing gazes around him, pulled his younger sister, and almost gnashed his teeth as he said, "Didn't you come to pick up the watermelon that you ordered yesterday? I still have something else to do, so let's hurry back after retrieving it." Yu Xiaoxiao took the watermelon that she tied up yesterday and carried it over with difficulty. She handed it to young Master Wang and said with a smile, "Miss Wang, this is the watermelon that you ordered yesterday. Please take out the receipt that I gave you yesterday. Give me the receipt in exchange for the watermelon." Wang Yanren looked at the paper on the watermelon and saw the marking that she secretly made with her nails yesterday. With a smile, she took the receipt out of her embroidered purse and loudly said, "Miss Yu, your shop's watermelons are the best watermelons that I have ever eaten. Even the watermelons from the capital aren't as good as yours. When I get my monthly allowance in a few days, I will come back to buy another one." Wang Chenyang came out of the watermelon shop with a heavy watermelon in one hand and his younger sister in his other hand. After getting on the horse carriage, he harshly scolded the young girl Wang Yanren. However, when the little girl thought about being able to eat the sweet watermelon at home, she wasn't annoyed even after getting scolded. Wang Chenyang felt really helpless upon seeing the happy smile on her face. But, when he had his first bite of the watermelon, he could understand why his gluttonous younger sister was so fond of the Yu family's watermelons. He had followed his father to do business all over the country since he was a young child. He had also eaten watermelons before, but this was the first time he had eaten such a fresh, sweet, and juicy watermelon. Moreover, it was very cheap. In the capital, even 20 taels might not be enough to buy such a large watermelon, let alone 5 taels. The Wang family consisted of a dozen or so people, which included the head of the household, his wife and concubines, and his children. The children of the legitimate wife received 2 slices each, while the concubines and their children only got to try 1 slice. No one would dislike the sweet and juicy watermelon, so everyone still wanted more after eating. The little lady Wang Yanren, in particular, was pouting so much that she could almost hang an oil bottle on her lips. If she had known that her mother would use the watermelon that she bought to please her father, then she wouldn't have told her mother about it. She would have secretly picked it up and ate it alone, which would have definitely satisfied her cravings. 2 slices of watermelons weren't even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Luckily, her father reimbursed her for the cost of the watermelon. "Humph, I'm going to secretly buy one tomorrow and eat it alone." As for Yu Xiaoxiao's watermelon shop, after Wang Yanren took the lead and tried the free sample, other people began to taste it one after another. The enjoyment on their faces and their endless praises led even more people to join in on the free tasting. The first group of people who came in were mostly shopkeepers and owners of neighboring businesses. The people who could afford to rent a shop on the street naturally had some money. After tasting the watermelon, Most of these people were satisfied and willing to buy some for their families to try. The second group were people shopping nearby. This commercial street in Tanggu town was equivalent to the streets that sold luxury goods in the future, which was seldom visited by ordinary people. Even if they went, they wouldn't be able to afford the products. Furthermore, they also had to endure the contemptuous look of certain merchants. Who would be so thick-faced to go back again? It should also be mentioned that Yu Xiaoxiao had certainly selected a good location. There were very few people who left the shop empty-handed. However, there weren't many who would buy 10 watermelons at once like eldest young Miss Zhuang. Thus, when the steward of the Zhuang family, with several servants, handed in the receipt and moved a bunch of watermelons out of the store one by one, they helped attract more consumers for Xiaoxiao's watermelon shop. Yu Xiaoxiao had finally experienced the painful and happy feelings of counting money until your hands cramp up. Her watermelon shop was similar to the modern-day supermarkets. The consumers would personally select the goods and pay at the door. Yu Xiaoxiao, who sat on the tall chair at the entrance, kept receiving money and giving out change. She also had to maintain a smile on her face while sweetly saying, "Looking forward to your next visit." The patrons felt that the little girl, who collected the money, had a sweet smile, crisp voice, and good arithmetic skills. No matter how many watermelons they bought and the different prices of the watermelons, she could quickly calculate the total with one look, and she was never wrong. In fact, this kind of first or second grade level math skills might be slightly difficult for the people in ancient times. However, it was absolutely a piece of cake for Xiaoxiao, who had learned the multiplication table. The 2 carts of watermelons that they hauled to the store yesterday were completely sold out before noon. Later, people who came to the store, after hearing about the delicious and cheap watermelons at Tanggu Watermelon Shop, only ended up seeing empty shelves. The busy Xiaoxiao could finally sit down and drink some water to soothe her throat. When she encountered disappointed customers, who didn't manage to buy a watermelon, she would persuade them to make an order in advance and leave a deposit. By leaving a deposit, the patrons would have their watermelons reserved for them. In this way, they wouldn't encounter the situation of not being able to purchase a watermelon due to arriving late. Many customers left a deposit for their advanced orders, so she wrote receipts for them with her slightly immature-looking simplified Chinese characters and Arabic numbers. Her handwriting and writing style could also be used to fend off counterfeits. This was because, on the next day, a loafer in town came with a receipt to retrieve the reserved watermelons, but Yu Xiaoxiao was able to identify it as a fake with one glance. That guy had wanted to argue with her, but he was left speechless in front of Yu Xiaoxiao's receipts, which were written in a handwriting that was lacking arms and legs. He was taken to the yamen by Li Li, who was helping out at the shop. In fact, after word of mouth, the entire Tanggu town knew that Tanggu Watermelon Shop had relations with the yamen. This loafer had ended up being a cannon fodder, who helped the melon shop prove its prestige. After this incident, no one dared to cause trouble for the Yu family's watermelon store. After she hung up a wooden sign that said, "Watermelons have been sold out. Please come earlier tomorrow," on the shop's door, Yu Xiaoxiao bent down to pick up the money chest. She used so much strength that even her face had turned red, but the money chest still sat firmly on the table. Li Li, who was beside her, saw this and couldn't help but burst out in laughter. "Do you know how many watermelons were sold today? There were at least 100 or so watermelons on the 2 carts. Let's just say that we sold each for 3 taels, then it would be over 300 taels. Yet, you want to pick up this money box with your tiny limbs." Li Li rolled up his sleeves to reveal his strong arms and easily lifted the box. He carried it under his arms and asked, "Tell, where are you going? I will take it over for you." "To the Junshou restaurant across the street. Uncle Li, after being busy for the entire afternoon, aren't you hungry? Let's go eat." Yu Xiaoxiao reckoned that the feast should have started. If they went over now, then they would be just in time. With the money chest under his arms, Li Li strode towards Junshou restaurant. Not everyone could afford to eat at Junshou restaurant whenever they wanted. Even if he didn't eat and drink for 1 month, his salary still might not be enough for him to eat one decent meal at the restaurant. To have such a rare chance today, he must go all out and eat his fill. Yu Xiaoxiao, together with the money chest, were taken to the room where Fang Zizhen was entertaining the wealthy and noble guests. As soon as she entered, Headmaster Yuan teased, "Oh, our little shopkeeper has finally come. Business must be pretty good today. You definitely earned enough money for 2 tables of food." The expression of Xiaoxiao, who was originally immersed in the happiness of making money, suddenly changed when she heard what he said. "That's right. It will cost at least 100 taels to eat in Junshou Restaurant's private room. If they ordered all the best dishes, then even 200 taels won't be enough. My gosh, then was all my hard work for today done for nothing?" Seeing his goddaughter drooping her head and appearing pitiful, Fang Zizhen's heart ached for her as he hurriedly said, "Today, my daughter's shop has opened for business, so as her godfather, it's my rightful duty to help her receive the guests. Youngster Zhou, today's banquet is on me." Zhou Zixu had already seen Xiaoxiao's moneygrubber appearance before, so he knew that she was really distressed about losing the money that she had just gotten. He hastily said with a smile, "Lord Fang, how can I let you pay?" To tell everyone the truth, Xiaoxiao was the one who came up with the recipes for our restaurant's most popular dishes like oyster sauce dishes, roasted chicken, and osmanthus duck. It can be said that without Xiaoxiao, the present Junshou restaurant wouldn't exist. Just take these 2 tables of food as my token of gratitude to Xiaoxiao. Don't mention anything about paying." Upon hearing that she didn't need to spend her money, the little moneygrubber Xiaoxiao immediately beamed with joy. Looking at the table full of delicious food, she stood up with her cup raised in her hands, and with tea in place of wine, she toasted all the honored guests who were present. "Today is the opening of my small business. I didn't expect so many distinguished guests to come congratulate me, so please forgive me for any oversight. Xiaoxiao will use tea in place of wine to toast everyone here today. Please." Among the people sitting in this room, even the youngest was older than Xiaoxiao's father. Seeing a pure and fair little girl holding a cup with an earnest expression and talking like an adult, they all felt that it was quite interesting. With a knowing smile, they picked up their wine cups and took a sip. Little Shito attentively poured wine for the guests, while Xiaoxiao courteously urged everyone to eat. Seeing that the 2 kids were able to adequately handle this situation, old Master Yao couldn't help but laugh. "The Yu family is really good at teaching their children. When my grandchildren were at their age, they were still acting spoiled and crying for attention. There's an old saying, children of poor families have to take care of their families earlier. Your grandchildren all grew up in a privileged and sheltered environment, so they naturally won't have to be like us. Grandpa Yao, let me pour a cup of wine for you to thank you for the support that you have always shown us." In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao had also engaged in some social activities, so she was able to handle this situation with ease. Old Master Yao happily drank the wine Xiaoxiao poured for him and chuckled, "It's the vegetables from your family that is good. Since eating the vegetables your family grew, the vegetables from other families can't even match the taste. In the past, I loved to eat meat and almost never touched the vegetables. Now, I can't even eat a meal without vegetables from your family. Look at me right now. I'm becoming more vigorous with age. Look, it seems like all my lingering health issues from before are all gone. Haha, all better. I believe the biggest reason is the vegetables from your family. What are you saying? It's not like our vegetables are magical pills, so how can they be as miraculous as you say they are? I have learned some medical knowledge from the village doctor, and thus know that eating more vegetables is beneficial for people's health. Your health wasn't good in the past because you didn't eat vegetables. Since you like to eat vegetables now, it's natural that your health has gotten better. It doesn't really have much to do with our family's vegetables." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want to let others know about the secret of their vegetables, so she hurriedly explained. Old Master Yao still thought it was the contribution of the Yu family's vegetables and said, "Well, I'm willing to eat vegetables because the greens that your family grows are fresh and juicy, and also tastes great. In the end, it's still the credit of your family's vegetables." At this time, Zhou Zixu laughed and said, "Old Master Yao, Xiaoxiao, you two should stop already. One is giving endless praises, while the other is desperately trying to be modest. Old Master, all of the vegetables used at Junshou restaurant are supplied by Xiaoxiao's family. If you like them, please eat more." County Magistrate Wu tried the stir-fried lettuce with oyster sauce, while nodding his head and saying, "Junshou restaurant's oyster sauce dishes tastes Absolutely amazing. I may not have the chance to eat it again in the future. Third young Master Joe hurriedly replied, Uncle Wu, our Junshu restaurant's branch restaurant in the capital has been open for several months already. So, you don't have to worry about not being able to eat our oyster sauce dishes. What's more, our condiment store in the capital also sells oyster sauce. Now, many officials and noble lords have this condiment in their kitchens. Old Master Yao really loved the taste of green vegetables cooked with oyster sauce, so when he heard this, he immediately responded, Are you also selling oyster sauce in Tanggu Town? Our household's purchasing servants are too incompetent. They actually missed out on such an important item. Patriarch Yao, the store next to Junsho restaurant sells condiments produced by our Haitian. Other than oyster sauce, we also have MSG and fermented bean curd. In the future, there will be more and more condiments available for purchase. If you need it, just send someone over to buy it. I will give you a 20% discount. Zhou Zixu was really talented in doing business. County Magistrate Wu laughed as he pointed at him and said, You won't forget to advertise your products even when we are eating. Xiao Shu, does your products even need advertising? I've heard that people line up and still can't get it. Young Master Wu commented while gnawing on a roasted chicken wing. Zhou Zixu modestly said, I have to thank everyone's support and continual patronage for that. Everyone at the table happily chatted as they ate to their heart's content. They especially enjoyed the plate of watermelon that was served after the meal. Under the skillful hands of the chef, the watermelons had turned into an exquisite piece of art, which made people reluctant to eat them. The fresh sweetness of the watermelons received unanimous praise from everyone. After the banquet, Xiao Sao fetched the watermelons that she had saved for the honored guest and gave them to each to take home. Although Xiao Sao was unprepared for today's banquet, both the host and guests had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Xiao Sao had to return to Dongshan village in the afternoon, so Fang Zizhen stayed behind to take care of the melon shop. Fang Zizhen and his two subordinates hadn't gone to the docks for many days due to the matters of the watermelon shop. Knowing that this wouldn't work out in the long run, Xiao Sao reckoned that she should hire someone to watch the watermelon shop. Who should they hire? First of all, this person had to have a good character, quick wits, and be able to manage a store. When Xiao Sao got home, she discussed this with her parents and felt that her eldest maternal aunt was the most suitable for this job. Eldest maternal aunt was honest and kind. When the Yu family was going through their hardest times, she had privately taken out her hard-earned money to support them. Madame Han also had experience with doing business at the docks. The watermelon shop couldn't always be as busy as today's grand opening day, so once business had stabilized, she should be able to manage the store alone. After entrusting someone to send a letter over, Madame Han came over that afternoon with Xiao Sao's maternal grandmother and two maternal uncles. This child, you should have told us earlier if you needed help. What should mother say to you? You're always doing everything on your own. Xiao Sao's maternal grandmother lovingly scolded Madame Lu as she lightly poked her forehead. With her head bowed, Madame Lu said with a smile, We're just a little more busy these past 2 days because the watermelons has ripened. As a married daughter, how can I keep inconveniencing my maiden family? We're all one family, so how is it considered troubling one another? Madame Han nimbly helped load the cart, and planned on going to town with the cart that was transporting the watermelons. She had even brought extra clothing in preparation for a long-term stay in the shop. Xiao Sao's eldest maternal uncle was discussing the matter of selling watermelons with Yu Hai and Xiao Sao. I don't think you guys can manage with just these 2 carts, so let's just forget about the matter of lending us the donkey cart. I don't want to hold up your business. Yu Xiao Sao interjected, Eldest maternal uncle, you don't have to worry about this. Third young Master Zhou said that his family has an extra horse carriage that they don't normally use. So, I borrowed it from him. This child, you're troubling young Master Zhou again. Yu Hai exclaimed as he shook his head helplessly. Yu Xiao Sao made a funny face at him and said, he willingly lent it to me. Besides, his carriage was just idling at home, so lending it to me is considered putting it to good use. Eldest maternal uncle, you can use the Zhou family's carriage since it can carry more goods. If there is a carriage, then things will be a lot easier. I have talked it over with your second maternal uncle. Watermelons are very valuable, so it's enough that only your shop sells them in town. We are preparing to go to the prefectural city, which has even more noble and wealthy families. So, we should be able to sell them. Liu Pei was more daring than his second brother. Yu Xiaoxiao expressed her support. Eldest uncle, when are you guys planning on going? My godfather will go to the prefectural city tomorrow to take care of some matters. If possible, you guys can join him on the journey tomorrow. With my godfather's support, you guys can avoid meeting hooligans, local tyrants, and so on. The prefectural city was different from the small town of Tangu, which had more simple and honest people and customs. It was indeed rare to see watermelons during this time of the year, so it would inevitably attract envious eyes. However, with the support of this great lord, Fang Zizhen, the Liu brothers definitely wouldn't suffer any difficulties. With this, Wang Ergo, humming off tune, happily pushed his family's wheelbarrow and soon arrived at the Yu family's melon field. Looking at the pile of watermelons on the ground, Wang Ergo smiled so brightly that he showed his uneven teeth and happily said, "Oh my. I thought I came early, but it seems you guys came even earlier than me. If there is anything I can help with, just tell me. By the way, this is the money I made from selling the watermelons yesterday. The total is 54 taels, shouldn't be wrong." Yu Xiaoxiao took the money from his hands and gave him his IOU back. Seeing that he was so happy that it looked like he couldn't find his direction, she smiled and said, "Was yesterday's business good? You look quite happy." Wang Ergo smiled and nodded his head. "Yesterday, I was pretty lucky. A boat that belonged to an official landed. The steward who came to pick them up basically bought 20-some watermelons. Hee. Just from them, I made more than 30 taels. The rest were sold out before the afternoon." After living for over 30 years, Wang Ergo did business for the first time in his life. His wife was anxious about it that she followed him to the pier with a slightly pregnant belly. At first, the pier was mostly docked with cargo ships. Other than a couple of stewards who were more experienced and had seen watermelons before, the rest mostly circled around looking curiously. Upon hearing that the watermelons cost a few taels each, they dispelled their notion of buying any. After a while, there was still no buyers. Wang Ergo was a bit worried and was about to go into town to sell the watermelons. His wife stopped him and said, "How can you do business without the determination? Take a look at Xiaolian, isn't it until noon that she gets busy? Wait a little longer," Xiaoxiao said. "As long as you capture the opportunity there won't be any worries in the future. What you are lacking in is precisely the patience." Wang Ergo didn't want his wife to run around with him, so he forced himself to hold back his anxiety and shouted out to the passing travelers who were always moving, "Watermelon, big and sweet watermelons. If it's not sweet, then it's free. Good things come to those who wait." Not long afterward, they began doing business. The buyer was one of the head stewards of Qingyao Trading Company, one of the 4 major trading companies. This head steward had traveled all over the place and had more experience. Upon seeing watermelons being sold in this season, he was surprised and immediately bought one. He opened it on the spot to try it, and the sweetness of the watermelon stunned him. Originally, he had decided to buy all the watermelons at a lowered price, but Wang Ergo was reluctant to give up profit. The steward had also brought back a lot of goods, so he couldn't clear any space for the watermelons. He could only give up, but nevertheless, he still bought 2 more watermelons to take back for his master to try. The first step was the hardest. After making his first watermelon sale, Wang Ergo held the 15 taels in his hand and was very pleased with himself. He calculated, and, if they continued like this, then by selling 10 or so watermelons, they could break even. The remaining watermelon sales would be pure profit. Right at that moment, the ship of an official pulled onto shore. Allegedly, it was a high-ranking official returning to the capital with his family to report on his work. The great Ming dynasty's attitudes towards women were less harsh. Thus, the women and children, who had been on the ship for a month, got off the boat as soon as it was ashore to walk around and breathe some fresh air. The 6-year-old daughter of the official heard Wang Ergo's shouts and went to him accompanied by her maidservant. Curiously, she examined the big round watermelons on the wheelbarrow. She pouted and said, "You're lying. Watermelons aren't that big. The watermelons of Eden watermelons are only this big." The adorable little girl used her hands to show the size. She stared at him with a pair of big round eyes, looking cute and innocent. Wang Ergo couldn't help but think of the child in his wife's belly. If it was a girl, would it be as beautiful as the child in front of him? Author's note. You're overthinking it. With your looks, if your daughter looked like you, it would be the scene of a crime. Wang Ergo patiently bent down, squeezed out a kind and gentle smile, and softly said, "Young lady, the watermelons I'm selling are big watermelons. They are big and sweet, I'm definitely not lying." The little girl carefully thought about it and said in a clear voice, "Then I have to try it first before paying." "You said it earlier, if it's not sweet then. It's at no cost." Wang Ergo scratched his head and unwillingly chose one of the smallest watermelons in the wheelbarrow. He used a clean cloth to wipe the knife he brought over before chopping the watermelon. The maidservant, upon seeing the knife was clean, didn't say anything. The little girl took a bite of the watermelon gracefully and immediately exclaimed, "Wow! It really is really sweet. Xiaomei, pay him. Can you help me take the watermelon over there? I want to let my mother and older brothers try too." Of course. Wang Ergo took the 3 tails, picked up the remaining watermelon and the leftover pieces that the little girl didn't finish, and followed behind her towards the pier. The little girl's brothers were surprised and curious upon seeing the red pulp fruit. They all couldn't help but grab a piece to try. The watermelons, which had been irrigated by the mystic stone water, had a delicious flavor that was indescribably good. Even the members of this official's family, who had all eaten watermelons countless times, never had watermelon this good before. The little girl's father, upon seeing his wife and children eating so delightfully, waved his hands and bought 15 watermelons from Wang Ergo. In this season, if he were to give them as a gift, then his reputation would increase greatly. It was in this way that half the watermelons that Wang Ergo brought were sold. Afterward, several more ships came ashore and the remaining watermelons were sold. After careful calculation, he found out that over 20 watermelons had been sold for a total of 102 taels, and his profit was more than 42 taels. Wang Ergo has never seen so much money in his life. In the past, his wife had always pushed him to do odd jobs. After a hard and tiring day working, he would only get 10 copper coins. After a month, the most he could save was 1 or 2 taels. Today, however, he just shouted a few words and it was enough to earn 42 taels, which was previously worth several years of savings. Wife, quick, pinch me, am I dreaming?" Wang Ergo was so excited that tears had welled up in his eyes. With shaking hands he carefully took the money and put it away in his chest pocket. He then pulled on his wife's hand and placed it on his arm. Ergo's wife's heart was also pounding. With tears in her eyes, she gently patted the man next to her and caressed her inconspicuous pregnant belly. With this source of income, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to raise their children in the future. Ergo's wife was from a poor family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married a man like Ergo. Being hungry was a shadow from her childhood. She had 8 siblings, but only she and her 2 older brothers survived. After her marriage, although her husband wasn't outstanding, he dearly loved his wife. Although their days were a bit rough, it was much better than her maiden home. Originally she thought that such bitter and rough days would never end, but unexpectedly they met Yu Hai's family, who helped them out many times and even gave them a chance to earn money. Her child wouldn't have to be like her when she was young. When she was hungry, she used to drink water and hope it would pass, and when she was sick she could only suffer through it. "Wife, I'm going to go buy half a caddy of meat to supplement your body." With money in his hands, Wang Ergo's back was straighter than before. Wang Ergo's wife glared at him, confiscated all the money, and softly rebuked, "We still owe brother Hai money for his melons. The rest isn't enough for tomorrow's batch of melons. Could it be that you have the conscience to put it on credit again tomorrow?" Wang Ergo laughed and said, "I plan to push over more watermelons tomorrow. I'm afraid that the rest of the money isn't enough to pay for the melons. How about we put it on credit once more?" Ergo's wife shook her head and said, "Today, we met a customer that bought a lot. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken us to sell all of these watermelons. In my opinion, how about you buy the number of watermelons you can afford with the money earned today? Earning less is okay." Wang Ergo knew the "you eat rice bite by bite, and make money little by little" philosophy. Listening to his wife, he said, "Brother Dahai, I will take 40 taels worth of watermelons today. I want to spend 20 taels on the big ones, 10 taels on the medium and small ones." Okay. Yuhai helped by handing him the already weighed watermelons. When he saw Ergo handing over the money, he smiled and whispered, "Hey. Yesterday's business must have been pretty good, you earned quite a bit." "Hee hee. It's only 40-some taels. It's nothing compared to Brother Hai. You pulled 2 carts full of watermelon over yesterday." Wang Ergo hid his pride, but he couldn't stop his smile from appearing. Lu Pei, who was helping load the wheelbarrow, upon seeing that a wheelbarrow full of watermelon could earn a profit 42 taels, realized that if they took 1 cart full to the prefectural city, then wouldn't they earn more than 100 taels? His heart raced at such a figure. At that moment, the carriage that Xiaoxiao borrowed from the Zhous was brought over. After talking it over, Lu Pei and Lu Han decided to immediately depart and transport the watermelon to the prefectural city overnight. Xiaoxiao also felt that a cart transporting watermelons wouldn't be faster than her godfather galloping quickly down the road. So, she let her 2 uncles depart first after setting a meeting point with her godfather tomorrow. With multiple people helping, the watermelon cart was quickly filled up. They first had to take the cart to Tanggu town, and then take the imperial highway before they could get to the prefectural city. If they set off now, then it would still be hard for them to arrive at the prefectural city before they closed the city gates. Xiaoxiao prepared rations, water and warm clothing for her 2 uncles. Even though it was near the end of spring, the nights were still chilly in the north. Her uncles might be sleeping out in the open, how could they stand the cold? Xiaoxiao's family's 2 carts set off with the Lu Pei brothers. Xiaoxiao took the donkey cart and Yuhai took the cart that they had bought a few days ago. Thankfully, the horse chosen by 3rd young Master Zhou had a good temperament, so even a stranger could control him. Yuhai had stayed back in the fields yesterday, so he missed the melon store's first raucous open day of business. When Xiaoxiao told them what had happened, he wanted to see the scene. He regretted not being able to see it with his own eyes. Today, no matter what, he had to go to town with her. No matter what, he was still the father of the store owner, so didn't that make him at least half an owner? Besides, if he didn't help his daughter, he would feel bad. As such, Madame Lu stayed behind to watch the field in the morning and he was going to take over in the evening. There were 2 other people who came along with them. One of them was eldest aunt, Madame Han, who came along to help. The other was Xiaoxiao's maternal grandmother, Madame Yao, who was fooled by Xiaoxiao into coming to widen her knowledge. When they arrived in town, they found that the melon shop was surrounded by people and thought something had happened. After the store closed yesterday, Li Li was left alone to keep an eye on it. Fang Zizhen and Wu Yun had gone to the pier and Xiaoxiao have gone back to Dongshan village. Was yesterday's business so good that it caught the attention of some people, so they came today to look for trouble? "They're here, they're here." When the crowd saw the horse cart and donkey cart piled high with watermelons, they immediately became excited and automatically backed away to allow a space for the carts to move. Li Li, whose head was dripping with sweat, finally managed to push through the people. He squeezed himself in front of the donkey cart and wiped off the perspiration that was pooled on his forehead. He exclaimed in a somewhat exaggerated manner, "My little lady, you're finally here. If the watermelons didn't get here soon, then all of the people here would rip me apart." Another familiar figure also managed to push his way to the front. It was the Yao family's steward. Yesterday, he had eaten a meal with Li Li and commented in a familiar tone, "Who would dare to cause difficulties for Lord Li? Everyone knows that the imperial envoy highly values Lord Li. Highly valued. I've been delegated here to sell watermelons. I'm definitely not someone highly valued. Li Li made fun of himself in a way that he thought was humorous. However, Yu Xiaoxiao merely raised an eyebrow in response. "Oh. I only had you help us for 2 days and you're already complaining and whining. I see. In the future, I'll just prepare a smaller portion of food for Godfather to bring the docks." "No, please don't. Other than your family's braised food, the rest of the food available at the docks is not worth it. However, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to buy a portion when I line up. Without the food you send, how will I be able to eat in the future? Xiaoxiao, my little lady, just pretend that I didn't say anything earlier, okay? Being able to help my little lady, it is truly the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Compared to Wu Yun, Li Li's personality was a bit more lively. Thus, he was able to say some more comical things and perform more hilarious expressions without seeming out of place. Don't just stand there and chat off. Hurry up, we're all waiting to buy watermelons. They weren't sure who was complaining loudly, but it was obvious that the person didn't know the power behind the melon stand. A customer next to the guy kindly whispered into his ears and explained. Immediately, the man deflated and hunkered down to avoid being spotted by Li Li's sharp eyes. There were a decent number of people who came with the carts, and Li Li was also there to help. Thus, the 2 carts full of watermelon were quickly unloaded into the store. The previously empty and bare shelves were now full of round and plump watermelons. The people, who had been waiting for a very long time in front of the store, could now finally buy some watermelon. The store, which wasn't large in the first place, was soon squeezed full of customers. After Steward Yao finished helping them unload the watermelons, he smiled at Xiao Xiao. Do you remember the 2 watermelons that you gifted to us yesterday? That afternoon, 2 of our old master's friends came over to visit, so he couldn't help but show off a bit and took them out. Unexpectedly, his 2 friends pestered him into giving the watermelons away. In a fit of pique, our old master ordered me to line up at dawn today and told me to buy a lot. He's planning on hosting a watermelon tasting event at noon. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, she couldn't help but laugh a bit. There was a common saying among the people, an old child, an old child. Sure enough, when people got older, they tended to act more like children. Old Yao's 2 old friends could even forcefully take their host's watermelons. On the other hand, old Yao, in order to show off, had to host a watermelon tasting event. This was truly too funny. Xiao Xiao personally picked out over a dozen first-rate watermelons for Steward Yao. Perhaps it was because she spent every day in close proximity with the little divine stone, but she was starting to be able to sense spiritual energy. For example, she could faintly feel the spiritual energy that was found in the little divine stones, bathing water. As for these watermelons, their ripeness and sweetness was dependent on the amount of spiritual energy they had absorbed from the mystic stone water. Therefore, she could faintly tell which ones had a higher concentration of energy and would likely taste better. After Steward Yao paid for his goods, it was as if the floodgates had opened. Following that, Yu Xiaoxiao could only sit next to the cash box and had no opportunities to leave. This was truly an experience of receiving so much money that her hands hurt off. The watermelons displayed on the shelves quickly sold out. Eldest maternal aunt, Madame Han, continuously moved watermelons from the rear courtyard onto the shelves. After one shelf became empty, she would swiftly replenish it with more watermelons. There was more work than she could handle by herself, so Grandmother Yao also helped out. The 2 men, Yu Hai and Li Li, quickly drove the 2 carts back to Dongshan village. They planned on hauling another 2 carts full of watermelon to the store that afternoon so they would have more to sell the next day. The wealthy and rich people in town usually interacted closely with each other. Many families that bought watermelons yesterday had also invited friends and family over to taste them. Every single person who tasted the Yu family's watermelons immediately became fans of the fruit. Because they weren't able to eat enough at their relatives' or friends' homes to satisfy their cravings, they all either sent servants over or came themselves to stand in line. Thus, the frenetic scene of people scrambling to buy watermelon once again occurred at the Yu family's watermelon stand. What sort of store is over there? It's so lively. A subdued yet luxurious horse carriage stopped not far from Tangu's watermelon shop. A pair of pale, delicate hands lightly opened the carriage's window curtains and the person peered over. Next to the horse cart was a handsome young man riding a large horse. He glanced at the melon store and bent over to softly speak to the person in the carriage. "Mother, that should be a watermelon stand." The person who the handsome youth called mother was a matron who had once been beautiful. Her face was full of pallor and seemed quite thin. Every movement she made seemed to be weak and lacking, but she still had a hint of innate grace. The matron lightly coughed twice and took the proffered cup from a maid. She moistened her throat and replied in a gentle and delicate voice, "Watermelon stand. Aren't watermelons only available in the summer? Are you telling me that the watermelons in Tanggu town ripen earlier than the ones in the capital? The good-looking young man also seemed a bit perplexed. I'm not sure. We've just reached the end of spring, so how can there be watermelons for sale? Little Josie, our farm also planted watermelons, right? The person called Little Josie was a youth who looked somewhat gentle and reserved. When he heard his master asking him a question, he bowed while on horseback. This servant went to the farm a few days ago. The watermelons on the farm aren't bigger than the size of a fist and are probably around a month away from becoming ripe. The matron became interested in the watermelon stand and gently yet firmly declared, "Shower one, go buy a watermelon and bring it over. Let's try it and see how it tastes." Mother, watermelon is a cold type of food. Recently you haven't been feeling well, so let's not buy any watermelons now, okay? The handsome youth frowned deeply and replied in a worried tone. The beautiful lady's long and large eyes faintly glanced at him. Her willow-shaped eyebrows knitted briefly as she worriedly said, most of my body's issues stem from too much stress and worry. It's not like you don't know this. You even said that you're accompanying me out here to help me relax. It's with great difficulty that I even have an appetite to eat some fruit, yet you have all kinds of excuses to not buy any. Ayo, my chest hurts. Here we go again. A helpless expression appeared on the handsome youth's face. Although his mother was almost 40, she still had the personality and temper of a young maiden. She always needed to have someone compliment and protect her. However, she wasn't grateful at all and always complained that this or that hurt all the time. This was all caused by his father spoiling her. Who in the capital didn't know that His Imperial Highness, Prince Jing, was 100% a wife-pampering maniac? Mother, before you left, what did you promise father? You had personally promised that you would always listen to my ideas regarding food and lodgings. We've only traveled out of the capital for a couple of days, so how could you forget about this? The handsome youth, Zhu Jungxi, was the second son of Prince Jing, and was currently unhappily trying to persuade his mother. Princess consort Jing's large eyes flickered. She decided to continue her shameless behavior and covered her chest with her hands. Cries of pain and annoyance poured out of her as she continued to complain. Didn't you promise your father that you would go with what I said when it was right and reasonable to avoid making me angry? I currently don't have much of an appetite and want to eat some fruit. That's not unreasonable. In front of Princess Consort Jing's shameless acts, her two personal maid servants, Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang, both lowered their heads and continued to do their regular tasks. They had seen this kind of scene occur many times before. The princess consort was constantly pampered by the prince and also had 3 sons to protect her. Every time she wanted her way, she would always shamelessly act sick. Both the old and young masters loved her dearly, so she always won in the end. Zhu Jungxi silently sighed and attempted to struggle one last time. He softly tried to persuade her. Mother, do you still remember why you've traveled to Tanggu? If you eat watermelon, which is a cold food, and end up becoming sicker, then when third younger brother comes home, he'll blame himself. Why did Princess Consort Jing appear in a small town like Tanggu? She had ample reasons. Her third son, Zhu Junyang, had already been out at sea for more than half a year. Since he left, there hadn't been a message sent home. She constantly thought and worried about him until she became ill. Thus, she absolutely had to come over here to inquire about any news. The seas were full of danger. Rough winds and water would often appear at a moment's notice. In fact, had her third son's luck not been good enough, then he might have drowned in the ocean during the previous test voyage. How could she not be worried after he had been gone for over half a year? Tanggu was the town that had the closest harbor to the open ocean. Coming here was like becoming slightly closer to her youngest son. By doing that, her fretful heart could finally calm down a bit. Prince Jing had also seen his beloved wife slowly wasting away day by day due to missing her son. That was the reason why he allowed his second son to bring her out and relieve her worries. Had he not been busy recently, he would have personally accompanied her too. When the topic of her youngest son came out, Princess Consort Jing's eyes immediately dimmed. Earlier, she had been mostly faking her distress, but now she was truly upset. All of her worry and anxiety over her youngest son poured into her heart and almost made it hard for her to breathe. Her youngest son had long been interested in traveling by ship. Since he was young, he had always stuck around his older cousin the current emperor and looked avidly at the models of ships slowly being created by his cousin's hands. The little guy, who was only around 3 to 4 years of age at the time, had set down an ambitious goal that day had. When he became older, he would become an adventurer of the distant seas and bring back rare and strange objects from faraway lands back home to relieve his mother's boredom. She had previously dismissed it as a child's dreams and never expected that, 10 years later, that her youngest son truly went on a long journey in the seas to find distant, unknown lands. However, he had been gone for more than half a year. How could she, as his mother, not be constantly worried about him? Princess Consort, are you feeling ill again? Lanxiang, where are Her Highness's pills? Quickly take out one and help Her Highness take it. Mei Xiang could sense that her mistress wasn't feeling well and hurriedly poured a glass of lukewarm water. She then took out a Lanxiang pill and helped her mistress take it. Zhu Zhengxi could tell that he had said the wrong thing and caused his mother to become anxious again. He quickly dismounted, lifted the carriage's curtain, and asked with concern, "Mother, please don't worry. The crew on the ship are all experienced sailors who have previously sailed with the Emperor. I believe third younger brother will soon come home safe and sound." After she took her medicine, Princess Consort Jing felt a little better. She smiled weakly at her son. "It's the old illness again. I'm fine, don't worry." When Zhu Zhengxi saw that his mother's complexion had improved a little, he relaxed slightly. He commented with a bit of blame in his voice, "With the parents here, one shouldn't travel far away. Third younger brother is truly too impudent." He knew mother has problems with her heart, yet he still persisted on leaving. "Don't talk anymore." Not a hint of a smile could be seen on Princess Consort Jing's beautiful face. Her weak and delicate eyes immediately became more spirited. "Shower, stop thinking those thoughts. Prince Jing's family absolutely cannot have the tragedy of brothers fighting and scheming in the dark." Princess Consort Jing seemed to realize that she was being a bit too severe and lightly sighed. "I know that you haven't had it easy. Your eldest brother is the heir of Prince Jing's household and he had been personally taught by your father. Third son is the youngest at home and had a weak body after being born, so he received a bit more care from me and your father. You are the second son sandwiched between an older and younger brother, so it would be hard for mother and father to avoid somewhat neglecting you. However, second son, you must remember that you, Lear, and Yanger are all my flesh and blood. You are incredibly important to me." Everyone in the capital knew that Prince Jing and his wife were a couple that loved each other very much and that Prince Jing pampered his wife beyond expectation. The prince's residence not only didn't have any concubines living in it, but he also got rid of any maid servants who had other ideas. "That's right, you're not crazy," it was Prince Jing himself. He managed to resist the alluring temptations and only loved his wife. It had been like this for the past 10 years. There wasn't a single married woman or noble maiden in the capital who didn't envy Princess Consort Jing for having a good life. The Princess Consort had been married for 25 years and had given birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Zhu Junli, had been designated the heir since he was born. Prince Jing thought it would be too tiring for his wife to undertake his education, so once his eldest son just started to learn how to talk, he personally educated him himself. In addition, he imbued his son with the necessity of protecting and respecting his mother. Second son Zhu Zhengxi had a difficult birth and the princess consort had a lot of postpartum bleeding. She was nursed for a long time before she was out of danger. At that time, Prince Jing didn't even go to court anymore. He personally served his wife at her bedside and refused to let other people take over. Although the princess consort was ultimately able to retain her life, her body was no longer the same as before. Whenever the wind blew on her, she would get a headache and pain in her heart. This made Prince Jing very worried. Naturally, he was not very happy with his second son for causing his wife's problems and didn't like him very much. Their third child, Zhu Miaoke, was a daughter. She had 2 older brothers and was very adorable. It wasn't surprising that both her mother and father doted upon her, especially Prince Jing. He pampered the little girl who resembled his wife to the skies. When the princess consort was pregnant with her third son, Zhu Junyong, they had to use medications to hasten his birth prematurely due to her body's condition. After he was born, the imperial physician said that this son might be too premature and may not survive to adulthood. Princess consort Jing felt very remorseful and focused all of her energy towards raising her youngest son. In order to not let his wife fret too much, Prince Jing brought over all of the famous doctors to treat his son and was finally able to preserve his life. By the time their third son was around 3 to 4 years of age, he was no different than any other child in his age group. Thus, second son Zhu Zhengxi was the one who got the short end of the stick. His father snubbed him while his mother was too busy to take care of him. When he was young, Zhu Zhengxi was clever and sensible, and he even knew how to help his mother take care of his brother, who was younger than him by 5 years. However, as he slowly got older, a seed of jealousy started to grow within his heart. In addition, some unscrupulous people also deliberately tried to incite disharmony. Slowly, resentment accumulated inside him. The year when his younger brother, who was only 15 years old, was personally given the title of royal prince by the emperor after he finished a seafaring trip, Zhu Zhengxi felt even more resentful. Why was eldest brother titled the heir as soon as he was born? Why did his youngest brother, who didn't do much, get to be entitled? Why was he, who was also a legitimate son of Prince Jing, always neglected by everyone? However, he naturally had a kind heart and couldn't cruelly murder his own kin and blood. The most he could do was to occasionally try to say bad things about his brothers in front of their parents. Although Princess Consort Jing had been pampered and protected for most of her life, she was clever and had a good understanding of people's hearts. She was well aware of the inner struggle that often occurred both overtly and covertly within wealthy and prestigious families. She had previously believed that her household was simple. There weren't any concubines vying for favor, and no concubine-born children around to cause trouble. Thus, her family shouldn't have any shameful secrets or fighting. However, she never expected that her usually sensible and respectful second son, the one she never had to worry about, had an unsatisfied heart. Zhu Zhengxi, who had just received a scolding, had a stubborn expression on his face. Seeing that, Princess Consort Jing stopped trying to feign an illness and sat up straight in her seat. She lovingly caressed her son's handsome face and gently said, "Second son, I and your father have neglected you all these years. I deeply apologize for hurting you. However, this cannot be the reason why you hate your brothers. If you want to hate me, your mother, instead. If it weren't for my body disappointing me at the time, how could I neglect you?" Zhu Zhengxi's eyes dimmed as he quietly replied, "Mother, I don't hate anyone. I just feel that it's somewhat unfair. Eldest brother and younger brother can all make you proud, only I. Mother, I want to enlist in the army." "Enlist?" Princess Consort Jing stared at her second son with an obvious look of surprise on her face. She quietly commented, "Although our current emperor is a wise ruler, your father has a high rank with many responsibilities. If you enlist and gain military power, I'm afraid the imperial family might become afraid." "Mother, I've already thought of everything you just mentioned. I want to conceal my identity and start from the lowest ranks to see how far I can climb using my own abilities. Mother, I want to prove to myself that I'm not mediocre. That way, I can also be like eldest and youngest brother and make you proud." Zhu Zhengxi also knew that his current attitude wasn't good. If he continued to stay at home, he was afraid that the feeling of injustice in his heart would evolve into true hate and cause a conflict at home. Princess Consort Jing tightly held onto her second son's hand and remarked reluctantly, "You want to start from the lowest ranks. Swords have no eyes and the battlefield is cruel and merciless. If you end up in an accident, how could I, your mother, live anymore?" Zhu Zhengxi squeezed his mother's hand and comforted her. "Mother, father has hired a famous master since we were young. The master taught us both literary arts and martial arts. Although I am not as good at literary arts as eldest and youngest brother, my martial arts are no joke. I'm not boasting, but neither of my brothers would be able to win against me, even if they worked together. Don't worry about me, mother." When the princess consort saw her second son's steady gaze and decisive expression, she knew that he spent a lot of time thinking about this. If she tried to force him to stay at home, then her son would truly become worthless in the future. She weakly leaned back on the cushions in the carriage and somewhat resentfully complained, "All of you have ideas and plans. One has to go out to sea despite all our attempts to stop him. while another wants to rush into the battlefield to prove himself. Have any of thought about my feelings about this? Mother, please forgive your son for being unfilial. If I had to stay at home any longer, I don't know what I might turn into. I don't want to do something that hurts you, so please allow me to be selfish for once. Zhu Zhengxi fell to his knees and forcefully kowtowed to his mother 3 times. Princess Consort Jing hurriedly raised her second son back up. Her eyes filled with tears as she slowly nodded her suddenly heavy head. She gently replied, "Second son, you must achieve your goals and prove to yourself. Mother will not block you. However, you must remember that every strand of hair and piece of flesh on your body came from your parents, so you must take very good care of yourself." Mother, Zhu Zhengxi noticed that his mother's eyes were full of tears, so he could only choke out one word before his emotions overwhelmed him. He solemnly nodded his head. I'm going to buy some watermelon." If he didn't step off the carriage now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his own tears. He didn't want his mother to see such a weak side of him. "Young Master Zhu, my aunt wants to ask, does the princess consort know where she wants to lodge tonight?" Right after Zhu Zhengxi came down from the carriage, he saw a pretty young maiden dressed in pink clothes who was looking at him bashfully. Prince Jing had a noble rank and was trusted by the emperor. Many of the high-ranking officials at court wanted to use marriage with his family as a way to consolidate their own positions at court. In addition, Prince Jing's 3 legitimate sons all had good reputations and handsome looks. Thus, many young ladies in the capital silently admired them. A marriage with one of Prince Jing's sons was their secret desire. A similar shy and retiring expression of the young girl in front of him had been seen by Zhu Zhengxi too many times in the past. The amiable and kind manner he had in front of the princess consort disappeared when he confronted outside people. He frowned and a hint of impatience entered his eyes. Such a question could have easily been asked by a maidservant. "Is there a point in having you, Miss Shaw, personally coming over?" Sha Farong opened her eyes widely, and her lips slightly trembled as she slightly sobbed. She looked pitifully at Zhu Zhengxi. Zhu Zhengxi became even more impatient and lightly waved his arm. He decidedly said, "If you have any other questions, then just ask my mother. I have other things to do." Sha Farong watched as Zhu Zhengxi ruthlessly left and then wiped the pitiful expression from her face. Her eyes glinted with shrewdness. Her father was only a 5th-ranked minor official at court. In the capital, one could hit dozens of 5th-ranked officials just by randomly throwing a stick. She had many sisters at home and also had a stepmother suppressing her. She had no option but to try to scheme on her own. Her paternal aunt was childless and was also a 3rd-ranked noblewoman. Although her uncle was a bit uncouth, he was still a 3rd-ranked official who was regarded highly by the emperor. She had also asked about her aunt's personality and deliberately changed her own behavior to fit the woman's tastes. In front of her, she pretended to be innocent and sweet as well, a bit silly and delicate. Thus, she was able to win her paternal aunt's affections. After inquiring around, she discovered that her uncle had an old injury and would have difficulty fathering a child in the future. Thus, an idea sprouted. She needed to curry their favor by being obedient and see if they might adopt her as her paternal aunt's daughter. In the future, that would mean she had become a major 3rd-ranked official's legitimate daughter. With her uncle's network, how could she not find an ideal husband in the future? However, she never would have expected, never would have thought, that her uncle would adopt a little farm girl when he was sent as an imperial envoy to the insignificant town of Tangu. Every time he talked about that lowly farm girl, he praised her to the skies. A lowly peasant girl, who knew how to cook a few dishes, had been raised so high in a second. In addition, that little brat even took away what should have been hers. Dream on. Therefore, when her paternal aunt packed her luggage a few days ago in preparation for traveling to Tangu town to give her uncle a nice surprise, Sha Farong managed to persuade her aunt with great difficulty to let her come too. She wanted to see just what sort of base person wanted to seize what was hers. However, she never would have expected that, on the way there, they would encounter the prestigious princess consort Jing and the lofty and handsome second son of Prince Jing. Although it was rumored that the second son wasn't very favored at home, he was still a son of an imperial prince. Today, she could tell from a glance that the rumors were true. He had an attractive appearance and elegant bearing. Every movement he made spoke of his noble birth. He was absolutely someone who was hard to find, a man who would be an ideal husband. Once the two families figured out the identities of the people within the carriages, they decided to travel as a group. For the rest of the journey, Sha Farong would always inadvertently appear in front of Zhu Jungxi and try to become closer to him. She always used what she considered to be her best angle, act shy and timid, and sweetly gaze at Prince Jing's second son. Sha Farong believed that, among her numerous sisters, she had the best appearance. She was convinced that, with her good looks and clever plans, she would be able to make Prince Jing's second son look favorably upon her. Unfortunately, the situation was the opposite to what she had wanted. Zhu Jungxi always turned a blind eye to her coquettish actions. Because of society's expectations of what men and women should do, she couldn't be too forward in fear that she might make the second young master and the princess consort disgusted with her. Thus, despite trying for 3 days straight, she could never find the chance to privately speak with him. Sha Farong wasn't discouraged and always silently observed Zhu Jungxi's every movement. At last, just earlier, she found her opportunity to talk to second young master Zhu. However, he didn't even treat her politely. Was it because her charm wasn't strong enough? Or was it because he wasn't in a good mood today? Sha Farong twisted her handkerchief into knots as she bit her lip in frustration. She watched silently as his imposing figure disappeared into the watermelon store. Her eyes became dark and it was obvious that she was still scheming inside. "Miss Sha, do you need something?" Princess Consort Jing observed the bevy of expressions that crossed Sha Farong's face. She had been aware of the young maiden's schemes throughout the whole journey. Luckily, her second son completely disdained her, which made her relax quite a bit. A preteen girl who was only interested in seducing men was definitely someone who would cause trouble later on. How could she let such a person become someone who was linked to her son for a lifetime? Sha Farong quickly fixed her expression and pasted on an innocent smile. She replied sweetly, "Princess Consort, Aunt wanted me to ask you if you already have a place to stay tonight. If not, Aunt says that she has a small residence here in Tanggu town. Although it's a bit crude, it should still suffice as a resting place." "No need, County Magistrate Wu's wife is a close childhood friend of mine. Before I left, I had written a letter to her to let her know that I was going to bother her for 2 days." Although Princess Consort Jing had a good impression of Zhaoyong General Fang Zizhen's wife, she didn't want her son to have any more exposure to this young girl who had such obvious ulterior motives. Thus, she resolutely refused the offer. Sha Farong's pair of dark, lively eyes instantly became dim from disappointment. She turned around and stared at that tall and manly figure in the melon stand. Not resigned in the least, her eyes flickered a bit and the corners of her mouth slightly curved up. However, she still politely said her farewells to the princess consort. When Sha Farong returned back to the Fang family's horse carriage that was behind Prince Jing's carriage, she smiled sweetly at her aunt. She cheerfully reported, "Aunt, the princess consort said that she had already made plans with the county magistrate's wife and will be staying over there. Oh right, there's a family selling watermelons over there. They say that the melons are tasty and the price is reasonable. Niece will go right now to buy one to let Aunt try some." Her expression and tone didn't betray the fact that she had just been soundly rejected by Zhu Jungxi. It was as if she was just another young maiden without a care in the world. Lady Fang lovingly smiled at her niece and waved a hand, "Let a maidservant go over. After traveling for so many days, you must also feel tired." "Aunt, niece isn't tired. After sitting in the carriage for a few days, walking around is also good." Sha Farong's eyes, which resembled Lady Fang's, gleamed with a dazzling light. Among her numerous nieces, Lady Fang had chosen Sha Farong not only because of her temperament but also because she thought this niece resembled herself the most. She patted Sha Farong's hand and nodded, "You are right. It's good to step down and walk around for a bit. Aunt will also accompany you to go there to look." Lady Fang looked through the window and saw a young cute girl with a glittering smile in front of the watermelon store that wasn't far from them. She looked to be around 8 to 9 years of age and had gleaming, pale skin. Although she couldn't be considered to be astoundingly beautiful, she was still quite adorable. Her large and dark eyes were especially charming and seemed to be full of liveliness. Although Lady Fang had never seen the adopted daughter that her husband had taken in, she had pieced together an image of an odd little girl who was amazingly talented at cooking from his stories and letters about her. His most recent letter said that his adopted daughter had planted watermelons that had ripened astoundingly early. In addition, these watermelons were tastier and sweeter than the ones he had before. He even had someone bring 2 of them over to the capital so she could try them. She had never tried watermelon that was so big and so sweet before. Within Tanggu town, only the Yu family had enough courage to try planting watermelon. Then, did that mean that this watermelon store was linked in countless ways with her husband's adopted daughter? Was that lively little girl in the watermelon stand the adopted daughter that her husband praised constantly? At this moment, her niece wanted to go look at the watermelon stand, which met her interest too. With the help of her personal maid servants, Linglong and Junju, Lady Fang stepped off the carriage. She gently stretched out her legs and idly strolled towards the melon stand. Although Lady Fang was content, Sha Farong wasn't actually happy about her decision. The young maiden was originally planning on finding an opportunity in the watermelon store to talk to Prince Jing's second son again. Now, her perfect plan had been ruined. She stared at her aunt's back and resentment filled her heart. By this time, the craze for buying watermelons had mostly died down. Within the store, there were only 2 to 3 matrons who were dressed in dignified attire. They were carefully selecting some watermelons from the remaining stock on the shelves. Yu Xiaosao, who could finally take a breather, sat on the tall stool and kicked her feet playfully underneath her skirts. Her heart felt cheerful as she rocked the cash box full of ingots on the counter. At this moment, she saw a figure come in from the corner of her eyes. She promptly smiled sweetly at the new customer and trumpeted out a greeting, "Welcome, feel free to choose what you would like." As she raised her head, she saw a handsome face that seemed to have been finely carved with a knife. The young man was wearing a blue robe that was embroidered with black bamboo. There was a white belt cinched around his waist and his feet were shod with a pair of white deerskin boots. He was a perfect example of an alluringly attractive man from ancient times. Yu Xiaosao gazed at the handsome guy's nice figure with obvious interest. Zhu Zhengxi seemed to sense Xiaosao's eyes on him and faintly glanced at her. He suddenly discovered that the little girl had a pair of eyes that glittered brightly that stared at him appreciatively. Although her eyes stopped for a long time on his handsome face, her gaze seemed pure and didn't make him feel disgusted. After he looked at her for a bit longer, he discovered that the owner of the eyes was actually a lively little girl who hadn't reached the age of 10. Zhu Zhengxi couldn't help but let out an amused laugh. How would such a little girl know of the propriety between men and women? No wonder she didn't try to hide her obvious stares. Zhu Zhengxi smiled at the little girl and unexpectedly found that little girl seemed to be a bit stunned by his grin. This young girl was quite interesting. Was it really okay for her to reveal such an obvious appreciative glance at a man? Zhu Zhengxi couldn't help but want to tease this little girl, so he walked up to her and deliberately frowned. "What are you looking at me for?" Zhu Zhengxi had a tall figure and practiced martial arts all year round. Thus, it was natural that he would have an intimidating aura. Whenever he frowned, he actually frightened the people around him. Yu Xiaosao blinked a couple of times. She could tell from the expression in his eyes that he wasn't actually angry, so she revealed a charming smile. "Ah. If you weren't looking at me, how would you know I was looking at you? I'm staring at you, you're staring at me. I think we can consider ourselves even right now. I definitely wasn't looking at you the same way you were staring at me. Doesn't that mean that I'm one at a disadvantage here?" Zhu Zhengxi furrowed his brows and had a somewhat fierce expression on his face. Yu Xiaosao suppressed a grin. "Having someone look at you doesn't cause you to become injured, so how could it be considered you're at a disadvantage? Young master looks like a handsome gentleman who wouldn't be someone so petty to haggle over every ounce. And what if I was?" The mirth in his eyes became much more apparent, yet his face seemed even more fierce. Yu Xiaosao merely shrugged and fanned out her arms. "Then I made an error of judgment. Ah. If you feel like you're at a disadvantage here, then I still can't give you a melon for free to compensate you. If you want to make a fuss, just go ahead." Seeing that the little girl was being a little rascal, Zhu Zhengxi didn't feel disgusted and instead thought she was quite cute. His younger sister, when she was around 8 to 9 years of age, would also act shamelessly in front of him. Once she got older, she became gentle and refined and was no longer as adorable as she was when she was young. Second young master, have you picked out a watermelon already? Do you need someone to help you? Sha Farong, who had followed her aunt, had noticed that Zhu Jungxi had been in the store for a while yet his hands were still empty. She couldn't just stay next to her aunt anymore and instead used her large and watery eyes to look at him shyly while she took the initiative to talk to him. Oh, handsome and refined guys would always have many people admiring them. Was it possible that women in ancient times also sometimes took the initiative too? This young girl's eyes seemed as if they were stuck on this good-looking guy's body. Was this truly okay? Yu Xiaoxiao propped her cheek on a hand as she avidly watched the handsome guy and pretty girl's interactions. The mirth within Zhu Jungxi's eyes slowly dimmed away and he directly ignored Sha Farong's earnest gaze. Instead, he greeted Lady Fang. Lady Fang, if you want to eat some watermelon, just tell someone. There's no need for you to personally come here. Lady Fang had also noticed that her niece had been staring conspicuously at Zhu Jungxi and felt a bit displeased. She frowned a bit but she couldn't say anything right now while Prince Jing's second son was in front of her. Once she heard his greeting, she slightly smiled. After sitting in the carriage for a few days, I wanted to immediately get off and exercise my legs and feet. Lady Fang, please continue with what you were doing. Then, I'm going to select watermelons now to avoid having my mother wait for too long. Zhu Jungxi didn't look at Sha Farong even once while he was talking. After he finished, he entered the store to look at the shelves. Falling flowers had plans yet flowing water was ruthless awe. Yu Xiaoxiao could tell exactly what had happened from start to finish. However, it seemed like even after the little flower fell, it didn't become discouraged. Aunt, let's also go pick a watermelon too. Sha Farong's voice became a bit more eager and polite. However, she continued to stare at that figure clothed in blue that was in the store. The smile on Lady Fang's face disappeared and she mildly said, as two women only know how to eat watermelon, so how would we know how to select the right one? Little girl, please help us choose two melons. Oh, this little flower absolutely has no more luck as her parent doesn't agree with this. Tisk tisk, this little flower is quite courageous to even make sheep eyes at this man in front of her parent. What a pity that this man is just ignoring her. She had been watching the scene unfold in front of her quite avidly, so when Lady Fang suddenly called on her, she paused for a couple of seconds before she immediately revealed a warm smile. Madam, please don't worry. I promise that I'll pick watermelons that are sweet and juicy to satisfy you. The sight of such a bright and dazzling smile dispersed some of the gloom within Lady Fang's heart. She sized up the clever little girl in front of her. She was dressed in a lotus cyan-colored attire. The edges of her skirt and sleeves were embroidered with small purple Cape jasmine flowers. Her hair was swept up into adorable twin buns with a hairpin with purple flowers made of pearls inserted in. She had a small face, not much bigger than the size of someone's palm, that was clear and clean, and a pair of lively eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Her rosy red lips seemed to be faintly curved up, permanently making her seem very cute. Sure enough, this was a likable and adorable child. Originally, Lady Fang had been worried that her husband, who she understood like the back of her hand, had been fooled by a sinister person. Now, she could finally relax. A little girl who had eyes as clear and pure as spring water could not be someone who had a malicious heart. Under Lady Fang's bright gaze, Yu Xiaoxiao chose a couple of watermelons cheerfully despite the amount of pressure she was under. This graceful and resolute lady had been staring at her continuously ever since she had entered the store. Why was that? Was it because she was too cute and made it hard for other people to move their gaze? Xiaoxiao suddenly became a little narcissistic. Oh wait, what did that handsome guy in the blue robe call this lady? Lady Fang. Oh my god, could she possibly the godmother she had never met who had decided to come over today to inspect her? Godfather really was something to not give her a hint prior. Fang Zizhen protested his innocence. He also didn't know that his wife would also surprisingly appear. Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to select watermelons as she tried very hard to remember her conduct from earlier. Was there anything shameful that occurred? A feeling of nervousness settled within her heart. Would godmother be hard to get along with? Would her godmother be unhappy with her? Lady Fang watched as the little girl pretended to be busy. She had also noticed that, from time to time, this little girl would glance at her and knew that the little girl had guessed her identity. This was truly a clever and bright little girl. Within her heart, she added a few more points for Xiao Xiao. Out of the remaining watermelons in the store, Xiao Xiao chose the two that had the highest concentration of spiritual energy within them. She carefully took them off of the shelf and personally brought them over to the counter. She needed to make a good impression on her godmother. Lady Fang, on the other hand, felt bad having such a small and fragile little girl moving the watermelon and commanded her maid servants, Linglong, Junju, why aren't you two going over to help? Yu Xiaoxiao was a bit embarrassed in front of Lady Fang and had a bashful smile on her face when she raised it up to look at the woman. She was usually chirpy and talkative, but she didn't quite know what to say to the woman in front of her. Lady Fang lowered her head and gently looked at the shyly smiling little girl. She used the handkerchief in her hand to lightly clean a bit of dust that had inadvertently been smudged onto that cute little face. She then stroked the little girl's glossy and dark hair. The little girl's eyes, which had previously been a bit anxious, immediately brightened and looked as dazzling as a bunch of stars. It made her somewhat common-looking face become lively and energetic. Little girl, how much would it be for these two watermelons? After seeing the young girl's sincerely smiling face, Lady Fang surreptitiously glanced at her niece's gloomy expression and became much more cheerful. The older woman's expression and mood clearly showed that she was trying to tease Xiao Xiao. Yu Xiaoxiao came closer to the woman again as she kneaded at the corner of her clothes with a blush on her face. She quietly said, "We're all family, there's no need to talk about payment for the watermelons, right? I'm giving these two watermelons to you, godmother, to show my filial respect to you." "Oh, you can't just make an assumption that anyone is your godmother. Aren't you afraid that you might have mistaken her identity?" Lady Fang teased the little girl as if she was the Parisian cat at home. Her expression and tone all held a hint of laughter. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately used an uncertain tone and hesitated before she asked, "May I ask, daughter, you a part of the Fang family?" Lady Fang seemed to be smiling as she slowly replied, "There are many people surnamed Fang in this world. Are you telling me that every Lady Fang is your godmother?" "My godfather told me that my godmother is beautiful, magnanimous and has a sweet-tempered personality while being resolute. She's kind but also courageous. Godfather also said that we are like two kindred spirits and would get along splendidly. At first glance I could tell that you were an amiable lady and my intuition told me that you were my godmother." Yu Xiaoxiao cleverly flattered the older woman as she tried to please her. Sha Farong, whose attention was still on Prince Jing's second son, suddenly became alert after hearing Xiao Xiao say, "You are my godmother." Her almond-shaped eyes opened wide and she glared fiercely at Xiao Xiao. She instantly noticed that the little girl was dressed plainly, had an average-looking appearance, and a shy manner that bespoke of her lowly birth. She sneered and remarked dryly, "Can you call anyone your godmother? Little girl, you already know how to try to climb the ladder at such a young age. You are truly too unscrupulous." Her aunt disliked people who schemed the most. If she could lead her aunt down the wrong line of thinking with her words, then it didn't matter if her uncle recognized the little girl as his adopted daughter. The mistress of the general's estate was still her own blood aunt. Yu Xiaoxiao could sense the pretty young maiden's hostility towards her. She felt a bit puzzled inside. We're total strangers to each other, so why is she deliberately trying to discredit me? Lady Fang had never seen the harsh side of her niece before. Usually, her niece always seemed innocent, cheerful, and had a good understanding of others. The words she said today, why did they seem so mean? She started to recall that her niece often tried to please her and that the young girl also insinuated that she saw the general's residence as her second home. Lady Fang was familiar with inner-yard politics and had also personally experienced the infighting and scheming of the Shaw family's wife and concubines. Within a wink, she grasped what her niece was trying to do and immediately became unhappy. Apparently the simple and innocent appearance of her niece was a special act especially crafted for her awe. Lady Fang's gaze at Sha Farong became stricter and she mildly said, "Farong, this is the adopted daughter that your uncle personally recognized himself. Her name is Yu Xiaoxiao and she's not quite 10 this year. Yet, she can already support her family all on her own. Hasn't our current emperor extolled that women should strive for self-improvement and independence? I believe Xiaoxiao is a shining example of that. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard her godmother supporting her and even complimenting her at such a high degree, she hurriedly interjected humbly, "Godmother, you praise me too much. Without the help of my parents and siblings, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Godfather also helps me very much. For example, this store has such a good location. If it wasn't for the previous owner regarding Godfather so highly, we absolutely wouldn't have been able to buy it." "What?" Sha Farong raised her voice and a jealous expression twisted her face. "Uncle bought this store for you. Aunt, a store in such a good location must be at least 1,000 taels. How could a country bumpkin like her possibly have enough money to buy something so expensive? When Uncle took up the Imperial Envoy post, he only took a couple thousand taels along with him. Is it possible that she took bribes from other people to pay for this?" Sha Farong had accompanied her aunt for a full 2 years and naturally knew that her aunt hated officials who took bribes. She even constantly warned her uncle that he shouldn't take small benefits and end up losing the emperor's trust. If something like that truly occurred, this little panting dog would never be able to be liked by her aunt. Thus, wouldn't she be one step closer to her dream of becoming a young lady of a general's household? However, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't actually a true 9-year-old little girl. She could clearly tell that the delicate young maiden had a boatload of schemes swimming behind her eyes. She couldn't help but frown a bit. "I'm pretty sure I didn't offend her, so why is she trying to trip me up? What is she up to?" she exclaimed. "Older sister, what you said is incorrect. What do you mean I'm just a country bumpkin? You clearly are discriminating against farmers. Out of the 4 classes of people, farmers are only second to scholars. Without farmers working hard day in and day out, older sister can become an immortal instead." Yu Xiaoxiao absolutely couldn't allow this girl to discredit her, right? If her godmother believed this girl's lies, what was she to do? She didn't rely on the Fang family for sustenance or shelter, so why did she have to take this beating lying down? In any case, this godfather of hers just showed up. If he wanted to treat her well, that was definitely good, but she never had to force him to do any of this. Thus, she could easily and confidently defend herself without any qualms. When Lady Fang saw the little child in front of her defend herself, with a straight back and large eyes, she thought the girl resembled a proud and spirited little rooster. It was quite a rare sight. "What did you mean by what you just said?" Lady Fang thought that the term, immortal, wasn't necessarily a compliment in this case. In legends, immortals only need to sup from the wind and drink dew, so they have no need for the mundane food of mortals. Without farmers who till the land, we wouldn't have any crops. Without crops, what would people eat then? Drink the northwest wind. Yu Xiaoxiao slanted her eyes at Sha Farong and looked incredibly adorable. However, Sha Farong didn't think she was cute at all because this lowly farmer's daughter made her lose face in front of her aunt. She immediately flew into a rage and shrieked, "Do you dare to say that this store wasn't bought from you by Uncle? A few thousand taels isn't a small number. You're so young, yet you have such a scheming mind. What will happen when you get older?" Zhu Jungxi had just finished picking out his watermelon and was suddenly shocked by Sha Farong's shrill voice and malevolent expression. He never would have thought that a young maiden from a noble family could also have such a shrewish side too. The vast majority of gently raised maidens would protest injustice at his assumption. Enough. Lady Fang had naturally noticed the surprised expression that flickered on Prince Jing's second son's face. She had even less patience towards her niece now. "Farong, your uncle had already explained the matter with the store to me in his letter. The money to buy the store came from Xiaoxiao, who earned it all herself. The store was originally owned by County Magistrate Wu. Your uncle would never take a bribe, and he only helped with contacting the seller." Aunt. Sha Farong had also seen Zhu Jungxi's expression and quickly controlled herself. She somewhat impatiently tried to explain, "Don't be deceived by this crafty peasant. An ordinary farmer's daughter, even if she had a lot of ability, still wouldn't have enough skill to make enough money to buy this store. That's not a small number, 1,000 or so taels. From my perspective, let's not even talk about earning. I bet she would have a hard time even seeing that much money. All she could think about was what her life would be like if she was adopted into her aunt's family. All of the glory, splendor and wealth associated with the general's residence would be considered hers alone, including the 1,000 or so taels used to buy the store. In the Shaw family, she was only a daughter who wasn't favored. Her monthly pocket money wasn't much more than what a head maidservant could earn. How many clothes and jewelry could she buy with 1,000 taels? The more she thought about it, the more bitter she became. When Lady Fang saw that her niece was going to continue to harp about this topic, her face darkened and she remarked, "Why couldn't she earn it herself? Xiao Sao is very talented at cooking. Junsho restaurant's roasted chicken, osmanthus duck, braised food, and oyster sauce vegetables were all recipes created by her. She earned several thousand taels in the past 2 months from her share of the profits from the osmanthus duck alone. In addition, Xiao Sao also has shares in the capital's newest, Haitian, brand of seasonings too. Having enough money to buy this store isn't something difficult for her. Oh, osmanthus duck was created by this little girl. My Roy, mother really likes it. However, every time we buy it we need to stand in line and we still may not be able to get any." Zhu Zhengxi inspected the skinny and tiny little girl in front of him with great interest. He had never thought that the capital's most popular dishes were all created by her. It was truly an example of not judging a book by its cover. When Sha Farong saw Prince Jing's second son, who had never given her a second glance, smiling at that lowly girl, her last hold on logic and reasoning snapped, "Nonsense. Aunt, you can't believe everything she says. She's a poor and petty little farmer's girl. How often can she eat chicken in a year? Can she afford to buy duck? Are menus and recipes that easy to come up with and are famous chefs crowding the streets? Older sister, we are total strangers to each other, so why are you always targeting me? You claim that I didn't come up with roasted chicken, osmanthus duck or any of the other recipes. So who do you think came up with them? If you haven't investigated properly, then you don't have the right to make claims. Do you really think it's okay for you to smear my reputation so easily?" Since this girl was her godmother's niece, Yu Xiaosao couldn't say things more bluntly. However, she still had to defend herself. Did that girl think she was easy to push around and bully? She didn't wait for Sha Farong to retort and turned over toward that handsome youth and reminded him, "Although osmanthus duck is delicious, able to reduce swelling and aging and strengthen the blood vessels, it's still a food with cold properties. Women shouldn't eat it too frequently. Instead, they should only have some every few days or so." Zhu Zhengxi didn't expect that a little girl who didn't even reach his chest would be able to describe osmanthus duck's properties so well. Thus, he somewhat believed Lady Fang's claims. He smiled, "Thank you for your kind reminder. I will make sure to tell my mother about this. Let me pay for the watermelon now, to avoid having my mother wait for too long." Altogether, it comes out to 10 taels. Yu Xiaosao swiftly took the money and warmly said, "Thank you for your business, hope you come back again next time." Sha Farong felt incensed and resentful that the youth she liked completely ignored her. She blurted out, "It's obvious you're a farmer's brat, so petty. Second young master is also like aunt's nephew, so how can you take his money so easily?" Zhu Zhengxi's cold gaze swept over the surroundings. The impatience simmering inside him transformed into anger. He didn't really care what Sha Farong was trying to do, but when she involved him, he couldn't let her continue. "Miss Shaw's words are incorrect. This little girl is running a business and I'm buying what she's selling. That's a fair deal, so why shouldn't she take my money? Or does Miss Shaw believe that my Zhu family can't afford to spend 10 taels on watermelon?" "No, that wasn't what I was implying." Second young master Zhu had finally paid attention to her, but the look in his eyes was filled with loathing. Sha Farong freaked out. In front of young master Zhu, she needed to be more patient. She immediately regretted getting angered by that lowly peasant girl and letting second young master Zhu see her bad side. It was all that lowly peasant girl's fault. Sha Farong was the one originally at fault, yet she still pushed all the blame on her victim. This type of person was truly too laughable. Zhu Zhengxi carried the watermelon in his arms as he walked out. Sha Farong stared at him as if there was a magnet attracting her eyes to him. She glanced longingly at that imposing figure for a long time before she reluctantly looked away. Yu Xiaosao felt embarrassed for this girl. Was it really okay for her to be that obviously lovesick in front of her elders? "Farong, don't let me regret bringing you along. Lady Fang didn't disguise her disappointment towards Sha Farong, and her tone of voice became much more serious. Sha Farong reluctantly brought her attention back and angrily glared at Xiao Xiao, who was delightfully watching the show. Anger bubbled within her heart. It's all the fault of this devious brat. She stole all of my aunt's love and favor. In the past, Aunt never could bear to scold me. Once again, Yu Xiaoxiao became her scapegoat. Come, here, Farong, let me introduce you. This is the adopted daughter that your uncle recognized, so she is also your younger cousin. You're a little bit older than her, so you must treat your younger sister well. Lady Fang could tell that her niece had a bit of hostility towards Xiaoxiao, so she deliberately warned Sha Farong. Godmother, your niece is naturally my older sister, so don't worry, we'll definitely get along well. Yu Xiaoxiao pulled at Sha Farong's hand in an intimate manner and lightly swayed. Older sister, there's a lot to do here. We can climb up hills to dig up wild vegetables, catch pheasants, and also go down to the beach to gather shellfish and seafood. That's right. Tomorrow I'll bring you along to dig up some sandworms. The sandworms here are long and plump. They're thicker than my fingers, very long and soft. When you touch them, they feel squishy, kind of like a large earthworm. This little brat knew that Sha Farong was pampered maiden from a wealthy family, so she wouldn't like insects. Xiao Xiao deliberately described the appearance of the sandworm very vividly. As expected, Sha Farong turned pale after hearing her description and forcefully shook off Xiao Xiao's hand. She even pushed Xiao Xiao a little and screeched, "Go away. You're such a dirty peasant." Xiao Xiao reeled from her push and her back crashed into the doorframe, making a very loud sound. Tears came to the corners of her eyes. Author's note. She's not faking it, it really hurt. And she raised her little face. She cried pitifully and innocently, "Godmother, I feel like older cousin doesn't like me. Even so, she can't just swear at me. We are all human and have parents. I am also my parents' treasure, so how can I be dirty and lowly?" Lady Fang's patience had almost been worn away by her niece's behavior today. She looked at Sha Farong, who had an expression of disgust on her face that she didn't bother to disguise. The older woman thought of her niece's previous sensible and sincere personality. Apparently that was all an act to worm into her good graces. Now that her niece knew that the Fang family had adopted a daughter, her previous hopes had been dashed. Did she think it was no longer necessary to hide her true nature now? "Xiao Xiao, come here, let Godmother see if you got injured or not." Lady Fang pulled on Xiao Xiao's hand and lightly touched her back, which had been hurt. "Godmother, it hurts." Xiao Xiao had a feeling that there was a bruise on her back now. She didn't expect that a young maiden, who looked delicate and weak, could have so much strength. Did she provoke the other girl too much? Lady Fang recalled the noise that sounded when her adopted daughter collided with the doorframe. She knew that Xiao Xiao wasn't faking it and comforted the young girl. "Xiao Xiao, let's go to the inner courtyard. Godmother will help you rub some medicinal oil on your injury and it will stop hurting very soon." As she talked, she took a hold of Xiao Xiao's small hand and walked along with her two maid servants through the store in the direction of the inner courtyard. When she passed by Sha Farong, she didn't even bother giving the other girl a glance. When Lady Fang was a young maiden, she was the legitimate daughter of the main branch, so she had grown up by the matriarch's side. Although the Sha family's relationships were quite complicated, the matriarch's compound was as peaceful as a heavenly garden. Thus, Lady Fang grew up to be an open-minded and candid young lady who firmly knew what she liked and disliked. If she liked you, she would make sure to give her best to you. However, if she didn't like you, she would immediately ignore you as if you weren't there. The Sha family's inner courtyard relationships were not peaceful and there was a lot of scheming and infighting. Naturally, Lady Fang was aware of this. She had originally believed that her niece, Sha Farong, was like her, the only pure lotus flower to grow out of a dirty and muddy Sha family. However, she didn't expect that her niece had been pretending in order to fool her. To people who tried to pull the wool over her eyes, Lady Fang would dislike them as much as she had originally liked them. Sha Farong had accompanied her aunt for almost 2 years at the Fang family and naturally understood her aunt's personality. When she saw Lady Fang walk by and ignore her, she immediately panicked. She promptly tried to explain, "Aunt, earlier I was scared by younger cousin. You also know that niece is afraid of bugs." At that moment, I wasn't thinking straight and I accidentally hurt younger cousin. I want to apologize to her now. Even until now, she didn't know what her biggest mistake was, Arg, she truly didn't judge correctly this time. Lady Fang paused for a second but didn't even turn her head around before she continued forward. Yu Xiaoxiao gently took her hand out of the older woman's hand and turned around. Older cousin, I often run around in the mountains, so it's hard to avoid getting hurt. Therefore, I'm not angry because you accidentally injured me. I'm angry because you used such hurtful words to insult me. You not only hurt my feelings but you also had such a scary expression on your face. Although I was born in a farmer's family, I also know what the phrase, to insult someone is to invite 6 months of cold, means. In my village, only shrewish women would insult people in public. When Sha Farong heard what Xiaoxiao said, her face twisted into another ugly expression. This stupid brat must be destined to not see eye to eye with me. Not only did she steal Aunt's love away from me but she also always found a way to sneakily slander me in front of Aunt. That won't do, I need to let Aunt see Yu Xiaoxiao's true colors. Aunt, I said the wrong thing when I wasn't in the right mindset. However, younger cousin just compared me to her village's shrewish women. Aunt, Sha Farong took out her handkerchief and wiped the corner of her eyes. She lowered her head, as if she was the one being bullied. Lady Fang lightly sighed. In a couple of days, I'll have someone send you back to the capital. Tanggu town is too small, so you won't be accustomed to living in this place. Aunt, don't drive me away. I'll get used to living here, I swear. Sha Farong started to panic. Go back to the capital. There wasn't anyone home at the general's estate, so she knew she wouldn't be going back there. Instead, she would be sent back to the Shaw family's residence. She was already 13 years old. If she was sent back to the Shaw family, then she would likely be sent to a high-ranking official's residence to become a concubine to give the Shaw family some benefits. After the matriarch passed away, the Shaw family had become even more chaotic and muddy. When Lady Fang saw that her niece had been taken down a peg, she hoped that she might change for the better. She mildly replied, if you don't want to leave, then prepare yourself for difficulties in the future. You need to remember that I'm not here to live comfortably. Instead, I'm here to help your uncle so he can work without any worries. I'll remember, Aunt. Sha Farong seemed quite emotional and that wasn't feigned. She was truly afraid now. Godmother, you didn't let Godfather know ahead of time that you were coming over, right? When Yu Xiaoxiao saw Sha Farong getting lectured, she hurriedly pulled on Lady Fang's hand, lightly swayed a bit, and interjected. Lady Fang gently caressed her head and led her into the inner courtyard. She talked as they walked. That's right. Originally, I wanted to give you and your godfather a nice surprise. How did you know that I didn't tell him in advance? Godfather went into the prefectural city today. If he had known you were coming today, he absolutely wouldn't be able to abandon you here. Yu Xiaoxiao cheerfully raised her head and looked up. Her gaze was open and magnanimous, and there wasn't a hint that she wanted to curry favor or test the waters. She acted as if she regarded Lady Fang as her closest relative. No matter what she said or did, she knew that her closest kin wouldn't truly get angry at her. At last, Lady Fang truly understood why she always felt a slight separation between her and Sha Farong. There was a reason. Lady Fang lightly tapped Xiaoxiao's head and pretended to get angry. You're such a gutsy little girl. You even dare to tease your godmother. When your godfather gets back, I will tell on you. Yu Xiaoxiao exposed a slightly scared expression on her face, as if she was a frightened little girl and deliberately used a voice that trembled to reply, don't do that. If Godfather found out that I offended you, Godmother, then he'll definitely break my leg in two. Godmother, please spare me. Lady Fang felt that her little act was quite hilarious and couldn't keep a straight face anymore. She finally burst out into laughter. The older woman bent down and pulled Xiaoxiao's thin and soft body into her arms. She remarked in a voice full of mirth, you're such a bizarre little girl, how can you be so interesting? No wonder your godfather praises you without end. Sha Farong, who was following from behind, almost tore up the handkerchief in her hands. Aunt had never treated her so intimately before. No matter how hard she tried to mold herself into her aunt's liking, her aunt always had a bit of separation from her. Why did this lowly brat get to obtain her aunt's unconditional love at first sight? Unfortunately, Yu Xiaoxiao was unable to enjoy her godmother's hug. She yelped a few times, "Hurts, hurts. Godmother, my back hurts." Lady Fang remembered that the little girl had injured her back. She quickly picked her up like a little child and stepped swiftly into the room. Yu Xiaoxiao's butt was in the crook of her godmother's arm, and she looped her arms around the woman's neck. She felt a bit awkward inside. I'm almost 10 years old, but she treats me as if I was a 3-year-old instead. If other people see this, that would be so embarrassing. But, I never would have expected Godmother, who looks so weak and delicate, to actually be quite strong. Is it because Godfather knows martial arts so Godmother became strong too? Madam, let me hold her instead. Lady Fang's competent maidservant, Linglong, hurriedly came over to take Yu Xiaoxiao off her mistress's hands. No need, it's not a far distance, I can hold her. Lady Fang didn't want to let go of the soft and sweet little girl in her arms. If she had birthed a daughter, would she also be this cute and sweet? Linglong and Junju looked at each other. It seemed like Miss Yu was highly regarded within the madam's heart. At least, she had surpassed the madam's niece, the young miss who had lived with the Fang family for several years. They reminded each other with their eyes. In the future, they absolutely could not neglect or have any contempt for the adopted young miss. However, Yu Xiaoxiao said embarrassingly, Godmother, I'm not a child anymore. I should walk myself and not tire you out. How much do you weigh? I can even carry 100 caddy sandbag with ease at home. Even carrying something that weighs 3 times as much as you do won't wear me out. Lady Fang put Xiaoxiao on the bed and helped her take off her jacket like she was taking care of an infant. I'll do it, myself. Yu Xiaoxiao blushed with shame and took off her outer garment. But her movements were too big, and she accidentally pulled at the wounds on her back, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Stop trying to be brave. Lady Fang pressed her down onto the bed and lifted up her snow-white inner garment. She saw an obvious and hideous dark purple bruise on her nearly transparent, fair back. Not only was Lady Fang extremely heartbroken, but Linglong and Junju also gasped in shock. It must be so painful. Had it been another little girl, she would have definitely cried out loudly in pain a long time ago. Yet the young miss had been holding back the pain and amusing the madam so that she wouldn't be angry. Lady Fang had brought along a small medicine box. She took out a delicate porcelain bottle from her small medicine box, which was a bottle of bruise-soothing powder, bestowed by the emperor. She carefully poured some of the powder onto her palm and gently covered the bruise on the slender back with her hand. For the bruise-soothing powder to be effective, it was necessary to use some strength to relieve the acupuncture points and dissolve the bruise. Lady Fang was afraid that the little girl couldn't endure the pain, so she first gently massaged before gradually increasing her strength. At first, Yu Xiaoxiao hissed as she sucked in a breath of cold air. Then she wailed sorrowfully, "It hurts, 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 be more gentle. Godmother, please be more gentle. Endure it for a bit. If I don't use some strength, it won't be effective." Lady Fang tenderly comforted her, but she didn't reduce the strength in her hands. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to scream and flail her limbs vigorously, hitting the bed loudly. Linglong and Junju lowered their heads and tried to hold back their laughter. At this time, the young miss looked like a fish out of water. Her unpretentious appearance looked really cute. Sha Farong gnashed her teeth and stared enviously at the whining brat. Her paternal aunt was so biased. When she first came to the general estate, she was only 7 to 8 years old and her aunt's most intimate action was to hold her hands and touch her head. But how can this dirty rural girl let her aunt hold her in her arms and personally apply medication for her? The bruise-soothing powder was awarded by the emperor, and it would be difficult to obtain on the market even with 1,000 pieces of gold. How was that wretch worthy of such a precious thing? However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want this honor at all. She was only a little bruised. When she got home, she could just let the little divine stone blow a breath of celestial air on her back and everything would be fine. Why did she have to suffer like this for no reason? Lady Fang giggled, patted the little girl's restless butt, and daunted, "Behave. Be careful not to hurt your arms and legs. If they get bruised, you'll have to suffer again." After hearing that, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately stopped, as if she was a robotic doll that was out of power. But her cry of pain became louder and louder. A crying child would get milk, so she wasn't going to go for that act of gritting her teeth and enduring in silence. What's going on? Eldest maternal aunt, Madame Han, and Xiao Xiao's maternal grandmother, Madame Yao, had come to deliver the goods. As soon as they entered the shop, they had heard Xiao Xiao's loud shrieking, so they hastily came in to inquire. Seeing the bruise on the little girl's back, the two couldn't help but feel heartache. Xiao Xiao immediately stopped screaming. She turned her head to see her maternal grandmother and eldest maternal aunt's wan smile, and softly said, "Grandmother, eldest maternal aunt, it's all right. I just accidentally bumped into the door. I'll be fine." After applying some medication. By the way, this is my godmother, who came from the capital. Madame Yao and her daughter-in-law knew that Shakokao had gotten an official as her godfather. Hearing that she was Xiao Xiao's godmother, didn't that mean that the wife of an official had come? The two honest matrons were bewildered as they just stood there and smiled awkwardly. Lady Fang smiled affably at them and said gently, "We are relatives now, so you guys don't have to be so restrained." Seeing her maternal grandmother and aunt's perplexed expression, Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "Grandmother, eldest aunt, I don't know if Uncle Li can handle all the work in front, so can you guys go help out first? I'll come help after applying the medication." Madame Han nodded and said, "It's not that busy, so it will be fine with just your grandmother and me. You're injured, so you should just stay and chat with your godmother." Sha Farong's heart was full of contempt for the typical speech and behavior of the two rural women. As expected, that damned wretch's relatives were unpresentable. Xiao Xiao's torture finally ended. She spread out her arms and legs on the bed and pretended to be dead. Lady Fang was so amused by her that she couldn't stop laughing. She patted her fleshy little butt and said, "Stop playing around. Quickly get up and put on your clothes so that you won't catch a cold." Xiao Xiao sat up and moved her arms. It seemed like her back really didn't hurt as much as before. She slowly put on her clothes and said, "Godmother, are you going to go rest at the residence in town or come back to Dongshan village with us?" Her godfather's job was basically the same as a project supervisor. It would take at least 3 to 5 years to complete the construction of the port, so he bought a residence in town. But her godfather rarely lived in the residence in town. He usually stayed in the Zhao family's old residence at the foot of the West Mountains. This was because it was located close to Xiao Xiao's house, which made it more convenient for him to freeload meals from the Yu family. Fang Zizhen had already explained this matter to his wife in his letters. Lady Fang pondered for a moment and then said, "With my understanding of your godfather, he will go straight to Dongshan village when he returns from the prefectural city. So I will wait for him at Dongshan village." Xiao Xiao nodded her head obediently and said, Godfather set off to the prefectural city early this morning, so he should almost be there by now. I reckon he will have to stay a night at the prefectural city and come back tomorrow. The conditions of the residence in town is better, but no one has been living there for a long time after all. So it will be very troublesome to clean. Although the house in Dongshan village is simple and crude, it's closer to my house and we can take care of each other. Godmother, you've been traveling for such a long time, so you should be hungry, right? I'll treat you to a feast at Junsho restaurant. It would cost at least 100 taels for a meal at the Junsho restaurant in the capital, and it was common to pay 300 to 500 taels for a meal. Lady Fang knew that her adoptive daughter had average living conditions. Although the watermelon shop was doing very well, it was still better to help her daughter save some money. I heard from your godfather that you have excellent cooking skills. Godmother wants to try your cooking. Lady Fang caressed the young girl's smooth, black hair, and inwardly praised the little girl's hair for growing so well. Unbeknownst to her, this head of black hair was still as dry as a stick of firewood half a year ago. Xiao Xiao thought of the empty kitchen in the courtyard. She had been so busy with the opening of her shop that she didn't have time to prepare the kitchen utensils, let alone the seasonings. She bit her lip and murmured, Godmother, there's nothing prepared in the small kitchen in the shop. A skillful woman can hardly cook without rice. It's almost noon already, so how am I supposed to make food for you now? If you want to try my cooking, I can show you my skills tonight. Let's just make do with a meal at Junsho restaurant first. Going to eat at Junsho restaurant, yet she described it as putting up with a meal. If others heard this, she would definitely get beat up. Due to Junsho Restaurant's endless stream of new dishes, even the tables in the main dining hall had been fully booked for several days. Without making a reservation in advance, don't even think about eating the delicacies at Junsho Restaurant. Sha Farong narrowed her eyes and sneered with a smirk. A poor village girl wants to pretend to be capable and impress my aunt by treating her to a meal at Junsho Restaurant. Even a table of the most simple dishes at Junsho Restaurant will cost several dozen taels. Even if she sells watermelons for an entire day, she still might not earn enough money for a meal at the restaurant. Later, she must take advantage of this opportunity to order more of their signature dishes so that the damned brat would have a heartache. Even the snobby and arrogant noble ladies in the capital seldom had the chance to eat at Junsho Restaurant, let alone her. It was almost noon. Xiaosao, who had been busily working since dawn, was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. After having a small talk with her godmother, she accompanied her godmother to the nearby Junsho Restaurant. When she passed by the shop, she smiled at her maternal grandmother and eldest maternal aunt, who were in the store. Grandmother, eldest maternal aunt, since there isn't a lot customers right now, let's go eat something across the street first. Madame Yao looked at the lavish silk brocade that Lady Fang wore, as well as the impressive aura she gave off. Even the two maid servants behind her were dressed better than them. She felt slightly ashamed of her inferiority, so she shook her hands repeatedly and said, "You go accompany your godmother. There needs to be people in the shop. We can just buy 2 steamed flatbreads to eat later." Xiaosao also knew that, even if her maternal grandmother and eldest maternal aunt went, they still wouldn't be able to eat with ease. Thus, she didn't force them and said, "I'll ask the server to deliver some food over." Grandmother, eldest maternal aunt, Junsho Restaurant's roasted chicken and osmanthus duck are pretty good. Later, have a taste and see if they suit your appetites. No need, no need. How much money would you have to spend to get chickens and ducks? Even if you have money, you still can't spend them like this. I think eating steamed flatbread is fine. Eldest maternal aunt disagreed with Xiaosao spending money recklessly. None of them knew that Yu Xiaosao had never needed to spend any money when eating at Junsho Restaurant. No matter what, she could be considered as business partners with the boss of Junsho Restaurant. The money that she helped them earn was enough for her to eat several lifetimes of sumptuous meals. It was currently mealtime, so Junsho Restaurant was completely packed with customers. Several people from out of town, who had come to visit after hearing about the famous restaurant, walked out of the restaurant with disappointment upon hearing that the tables had been reserved for the next 3 days. Seems like there isn't any tables left. Lady Fang, who was holding her goddaughter's hand and unwilling to let go, heard the disappointment of the visitor who passed by. She lowered her head to look at Xiaosao and softly said. Sha Farong also had a face full of disappointment. She couldn't control herself and blurted out, "Younger cousin, did you pretend to be generous and treat us to a meal because you knew that we wouldn't be able to get a table at Junsho Restaurant at this time?" Farong. Lady Fang could understand a young girl having slight vanity, so she wasn't mad about this matter. She was afraid that her daughter would become angry from embarrassment, so she hastily chided her niece. Sha Farong felt even more angry. She snorted unhappily and said, "Aunt, you're siding with her. Look, even someone like second young Master Zhu couldn't get a table, let alone an ordinary peasant girl like her." Lady Fang looked in the direction of her niece's line of sight. Sure enough, Prince Jing's second son, Zhu Zhengxi, was talking to someone who appeared to be a manager. At this time, there were several people, who looked like merchants, coming out of the restaurant with a disappointed expression. "Forget it. Godmother will treat you to a meal at Fulin Restaurant to try their specialty dishes. In your godfather's letters, he mentioned that there are a few long-established restaurants in Tanggu Town and they each have their own specialty dishes. You can just invite us to eat at Junsho Restaurant on another day." They had only just met, but Lady Fang felt that she was kindred spirits with this little girl. Thus, she provided a way for her to get out of this awkward situation. Yu Xiaosao smiled genuinely at her godmother, held her hand, and stepped into the main entrance of Junsho Restaurant. "This guest, I'm really sorry. All our tables for today has been reserved 3 days ago. We really can't get an empty table for you, let alone a private room." The head manager had a keen eye for people. He was absolutely certain that the dignified and noble young man in front of him had an extraordinary family background. However, integrity was very important in business. He couldn't cancel other people's reservations, which they got with much difficulty, for him just because he was someone of high status. Wouldn't that be ruining their own reputation? Hence, he could only sincerely apologize. Zhu Jungxi had a slightly unpleasant expression on his face. Generally, big restaurants would have a couple private rooms reserved for the owner's friends. Although he didn't know the owner of Junsho restaurant, there could be an exception for everything. He was willing to pay double the price to borrow the reserved private room for a one-time use, but this manager wouldn't agree no matter what. He took in a deep breath and was about to say something when he was interrupted by a clear voice behind him. "Uncle Manager, is third young master here today?" The head manager smiled apologetically at Zhu Jungxi and then looked at Xiaoxiao, who was behind him. He smiled until his eyes had narrowed into a line. "Miss Xiaoxiao, our boss went to send a batch of vermicelli and century eggs to the capital. He just left this morning. Are you looking for our boss?" "It's nothing. My godmother came from afar, so I wanted to borrow third young master's reserved private room to entertain her." Yu Xiaoxiao bluntly stated her intention. The head manager quickly said, "What do you mean by borrow?" "Our boss has already said that Miss Xiaoxiao can use his private room whenever you like." "Then thanks a lot, Uncle Manager." Yu Xiaoxiao showed a sweet smile, and then walked up the stairs beside the main hall to the second floor with familiarity. Zhu Jungxi finally couldn't help but pull a long face and angrily said, "Manager, everything should be done on a first come, first served basis. I just talked to you in a good-natured way for a long time and was also willing to pay double the price to use the private room, but you wouldn't agree no matter what. Yet, you readily agree to let someone use it now. After all, he was the second son of Imperial Prince Jing." The dignified and imposing manner within his anger caused the head manager's heart to become stagnant for a moment. In spite of the patron's rage, the head manager explained, "That private room is our boss's exclusive room, so except for entertaining friends and relatives, it won't be lent to outsiders. Miss Xiaoxiao has a very special relationship with our boss. She can be considered a partial owner of Junsho restaurant, so." "Second young master, we don't have a lot of people. If you don't mind, let's dine together." Sha Furong didn't expect that the wretch could really get a table, moreover, it was a private room. Seeing that second young master Zhu had encountered an obstacle with the head manager, she felt that this was a rare chance, and thus she made an invitation. Zhu Jungxi had just noticed that Lady Fang was not far behind him. He faintly glanced at Sha Furong, and his impression of her became even worse. Disregarding the custom that men and women should dine at different table after the age of 7, Sha Furong wasn't the one who got the private room and she also wasn't the one paying for the meal. To make the invitation without asking the host first, she was seriously too rude. He ignored Sha Furong. Instead, he bobbed a greeting towards Lady Fang and said in a graceful manner, "Lady Fang, good to see you again." Lady Fang was quite displeased with her niece's nearly fawning words. She suppressed the rage within her heart and said to second young master Zhu, "Your mother isn't in good health. After sitting in a carriage for such a long time, it's a good idea to find a place to rest." "What's wrong? Was there some change in plans with the county magistrate's wife?" "No, my mother said that it's almost noon, so we shouldn't disturb the county magistrate's family. We decided to eat lunch here before visiting the county yamen." But, an unpleasant expression appeared on Zhu Jungxi's face again when he thought of the fatigue on his mother's face. Lady Fang looked at her goddaughter and asked for her opinion. "Xiaoxiao, Lady Zhu and young master Zhu took good care of me on the way here. She wants to take a short break here, so what do you?" Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't reject her godmother's request. With a bright smile, she said cheerfully, "Since she is godmother's friend, it is only proper that I shall treat her with the utmost hospitality. I'll go with you to invite Lady Zhu to have a meal together." Zhu Jungxi didn't look down on Xiaoxiao because of her ordinary clothes. Instead, he gave her a solemn bow and said, "Thank you very much, miss." Princess Consort Jing had long been bored sitting inside the carriage. From time to time, she would raise the curtain of the carriage and look in the direction of Junsho restaurant. When she saw her son coming back, she asked in a soft voice, "How is it? Still can't book a private room?" They were traveling incognito this time, so second young Master Zhu just called his royal mother, Mother, in front of outsiders. He explained softly, Mother, the Junsho restaurant in Tanggu town, like the one in the capital, must be booked 7 to 8 days in advance. Fortunately, Lady Fang's goddaughter has some face at Junsho restaurant and was able to get a private room. Lady Fang wants to invite you to dine together. Lady Fang's goddaughter. When did she get a goddaughter? Why wasn't there any news about it? A lot of people thought that she would adopt her maternal niece as her daughter. It seems like someone's plans are going to fall through. Don't underestimate a woman's heart for gossip. Although Princess Consort Jing seldom went out, she had still heard a little about it. With the help of Meixiong and Lanxiong, Princess Consort Jing got off the carriage and smiled gracefully at Lady Fang. She saw the thin little girl beside Lady Fang and said softly, Lady Fang, is this your goddaughter? She is a bright and decent-looking young girl. Thank you so much, madam, for your praise. It's inconvenient to talk here. Let's continue talking in the private room on the second floor. There was a trace of revere in Lady Fang's attitude. Xiao Cao had sensitively perceived it. Her godmother, who was the wife of a third-ranked general, also had to act courteous towards her. It seemed like the status of this noble madam was certainly impressive. She showed a natural sense of nobility and grace. Could she be related to the imperial family? What was the matter with all these nobilities? Why were they all coming to a poor, remote place like Tanggu town? Since they were all women, Zhu Zhengxi knew the etiquette and didn't follow them to the private room. Instead, he took the imperial bodyguards, who were disguised as servants, to dine at a famous, old restaurant nearby. Xia Furong had wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to second young Master Zhu, but her plans had failed again. With an extra honored guest, Xiao Cao certainly wouldn't let her godmother lose face in front of the honored guest. When ordering, she almost ordered all the most famous dishes in Junsho restaurant. There were several dishes that even someone of Princess Consort Jing's status hadn't heard of. Princess Consort Jing smiled at Lady Fang and said, This child of yours is really too sincere. She ordered so much food, but we won't be able to finish all of them all. Yu Xiaocao stood up and personally poured a cup of herbal tea for the princess consort and her godmother. She had added a few drops of mystic stone water inside the tea, which would help eliminate fatigue. Hearing her words, she smiled and said, You and my godmother have come from afar, so of course, I shall treat you guys to a meal to welcome your arrival. The little girl didn't have a tall stature and was very young, but her cleverness was apparent in all aspects, which was a quality that the princess consort admired. She said with a smile, As this considered me being benefited from my association with your godmother? Of course not. My godmother said that you have taken good care of her all the way from the capital. I want to express my gratitude to you with this table of food and drinks. Yu Xiaocao's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and her speech was courteous and thoughtful. This caused Lady Fang and Princess Consort Jing to have an even better impression of her. Princess Consort Jing had even started to joke with her, Oh. So it's a meal to welcome and thank me at the same time. You want to get rid of me with just one meal? No, that won't do. There should be at least 2 meals. Don't mention 2 meals, as long as you're willing to come, Junsho restaurant will welcome your arrival at any time. Here, try this, century eggs with tofu. It's a new dish at Junsho restaurant. Yu Xiaocao used a communal spoon to ladle a spoonful of the dish into Princess Consort Jing and Lady Fang's respective bowls. Princess Jing smiled and said, All right, you sit down and eat. Just let the maid-servants serve us, This tofu has a fine and smooth mouthfeel. What is this? Century eggs. This combination has a rather unique taste. Sure enough, this is Junsho restaurant. They can make such an interesting and novel dish with a simple ingredient like tofu. After eating 2 bites of the century eggs with tofu, Princess Consort Jing took another look at her favorite osmanthus duck. Meixiong, who was behind her, immediately picked up a piece of duck meat and put it into her bowl. I have a weak spleen and stomach. For a slightly greasy dish like roasted duck, I can only eat 1 piece. But this osmanthus duck is fatty but not greasy, and it's also fragrant and delicious. So I can eat a few pieces. Princess Consort Jing had refined table manners, but she ate with gusto. Yu Xiaocao introduced, Duck blood soup with vermicelli, to the two of them. They were very interested in the vermicelli inside and unknowingly finished a bowl full of the dish. Vermicelli produced at the Zhou family's factory didn't have varying thickness like the ones made by Yu Xiaoxiao, a non-professional. After rigorous training, the workers had become professional at making vermicelli. The vermicelli were uniform in thickness, and were bright and translucent. When eaten, they were soft, smooth, refreshing, and very chewy. The vermicelli and century eggs had just been put into production. It couldn't be seen in any other places except for Junshou restaurant, let alone eating it. One of the most important reasons that Princess Consort Jing had eaten with great relish was that she was able to eat something novel. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves during this meal. After the county magistrate's wife received the message, she personally came to pick Princess Consort Jing up with her entourage. At this time, the watermelons in the watermelon shop had already been sold out. Xiaoxiao's maternal grandmother and eldest maternal aunt, who had also eaten the take-out that Xiaoxiao ordered from Junshou restaurant, were wiping the shelves in the store. Since Lady Fang was unwilling to stay in the town, Yu Xiaoxiao sat in her godmother's carriage and introduced the scenery along the way while giving directions to the coachman. Eldest maternal aunt had come to help in the shop, so she would stay in the store from now on. Seeing that her help wasn't needed and because she worried about her husband and the chickens and ducks at home, Xiaoxiao's grandmother had directly returned to her village from the town. The road to Dongshan village wasn't very smooth, especially that section of the mountain road, which was very bumpy. Sha Farong felt as if she was about to puke out her guts due to the jolting. She had a grim expression and a lot of resentment within her heart. Seriously, what is wrong with my aunt? She doesn't want to live in a perfectly good house in town, but instead she decides to come to this poor, remote countryside. It's all because of that damned wretch. If she hadn't said that my uncle had been staying in Dongshan village this whole time, my aunt might have settled in town already. Aiyo. Sha Farong didn't pay attention for a moment and bumped her head on the window of the carriage, making a loud noise. The little girl covered her sore head and looked at her aunt, Lady Fang, with tears in her eyes. After all, Lady Fang had practiced with her husband before. No matter how bumpy the carriage was, she still sat upright and was as motionless as a statue. Yu Xiaoxiao swayed her body in the direction that the carriage jolted in, but she maintained a crossed-legged sitting position. The twisting and swaying of her waist made it look as if she was dancing. Hearing the sound of Sha Farong hitting the window, Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head and looked at her with a slight smile. She said, "Older cousin, we will arrive at Dongshan village after crossing this mountain road. Be attentive and you won't get hurt." In Sha Farong's eyes, Xiaoxiao was mocking her with the faint smile on her face. She covered the bump on her head and angrily complained to Lady Fang, "Aunt, look at her. I already got hurt, yet she's still making sarcastic remarks." Yu Xiaoxiao widened her big, black eyes and looked at her innocently. This person really doesn't know how to appreciate other people's good intentions. I was comforting her, okay. Lady Fang patted her goddaughter's thin shoulder and softly said to her niece, "Farong, your younger cousin is just concerned about you and reminding you to be more careful so that you don't hurt yourself again." "Aunt, you're too biased. She obviously didn't mean well, yet you're still speaking up for her. Aunt, now that you have a goddaughter, you don't care about your niece anymore." Wah! The little girl began to cry bitterly. Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. She's already so old, yet she's still crying and competing for favor. What's the point in doing that? I have my parents to spoil me at home, so I don't lack love. I'm not going to be on the same level as that little lass. Lady Fang saw Xiaoxiao's small movement, and felt that she seemed even more lovely the more she looked at her. Then she looked at her niece, who was crying with a runny nose. She was already 13 or 14 years old, which was a marriageable age. Yet, she was still competing for favor with a young girl who was under the age of 10. She was also at fault for pampering her niece, and thus raising her expectations. After having her wish destroyed, it was inevitable that there would be some disparity in her mentality. Stop crying. You're already at an age when you can look for a husband, but you're still fighting for favor with a little girl. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lady Fang handed over her own handkerchief and consoled in a soft voice. After all, Sha Farong was a young maiden. After hearing this, she blushed and bowed her head. But she also didn't forget to take this chance to give Xiao Xiao an angry glare. Then she said in a low voice, "Aunt, who would laugh at me here but her?" Lady Fang helplessly said, "Xiao Xiao is my goddaughter, so you two are sisters now. You guys should get along well with each other. Don't always fight and argue upon seeing each other." Xiao Xiao had an even more innocent expression on her face as she pouted and said, "Godmother, I didn't Lady Fang placated her with a smile. "Our Xiao Xiao is a good child. Your older cousin just arrived at an unfamiliar place, so she's not used to it. You must do your best to help her as a host." "I will." Yu Xiao Xiao looked at Sha Farong with a mischievous smile, while wondering whether she should take her to catch caterpillars in the mountains or dig for spoonworms and sea cucumbers by the sea. Sha Farong glared at her fiercely, and then agreed aggrievedly, "Don't worry, Aunt. I will yield to younger cousin." Just now, her aunt had personally mentioned her marriage. As long as she was obedient and didn't make her angry, her aunt would naturally arrange a good marriage for her. First, she had to put up with this damned girl. It was best that they meet less in the future so that she could get some peace of mind. While the two were deep in their own thoughts, the carriage had passed the most difficult mountain road and the outline of Dongshan village could be seen from afar. Xiao Xiao pointed to an area not too far away and grinned, "Godmother, that's our watermelon field over there. It's not very big and just a little more than 3 mu. But the watermelons have grown very well. We can harvest over 1,000 caddies in 1 mu of land." Lady Fang looked at the small fishing village, which seemed as if it was embraced by luxuriant mountains. It was surrounded by green trees, singing birds and fragrant flowers. The place that Xiao Xiao pointed at was an area of verdant green, which felt very comfortable to look at. The crop that is planted on both sides of the road is, Lady Fang had never seen this crop being planted in the rural estate from her dowry, so she asked with slight uncertainty. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the sweet potato sprouts on the roadside and said with a smile, "Dongshan village is close to the sea, so most of the land here is sandy. There won't be much yield if we plant crops like wheat and soybeans. Thus, most people plant crops like sweet potatoes, which can be grown in various environments." Sweet potatoes. Is it the new crop that can produce thousands of caddies in 1 mu of land? When the emperor made his first voyage, he had brought back the high-yielding crop, sweet potato, which was quickly popularized. With this high-yield crop, the early Great Ming dynasty, which was stirred up by war and in a disastrous state, finally wouldn't have even more people dying of hunger. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and said, "The yield of sweet potatoes is really good. If they are planted well, it's possible to get a harvest of 2,000 to 3,000 caddies in 1 mu of land." Stop bragging. At this time, the heads of wheat at the farmstead are already sprouting. Yet these sweet potatoes still only have leaves and nothing else. With just 1 to 2 months remaining, they can produce over 2,000 caddies. Who are you kidding? Sha Farong smirked, and her tone was filled with the intention of finding fault. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her as if she had seen a weirdo. She asked in surprise, "Older cousin, you don't think that sweet potatoes are grown on vines, do you?" PFF'd. Don't misunderstand, I'm not laughing at you, but, it's really funny, the fruit of sweet potatoes are grown underground. Uncle Coachman, please stop in front. Yu Xiaoxiao jumped off the carriage and picked up a dried branch from the roadside. She dug downwards along the vine of the sweet potato in the field beside them. "Hey, how can you randomly dig other people's sweet potatoes? Isn't that the act of a thief? Quickly come up, it will be so shameful to be caught off." Sha Farong screamed as if she was afraid others wouldn't hear her. Yu Xiaoxiao ignored her and dug out a sweet potato that weighed over 1 caddy from the sweet potato vine, as well as a few small sweet potatoes that were less than 1 caddy. She removed the mud on top with her hand, took the sweet potatoes to the carriage, and flaunted to Lady Fang, "Godmother, look, these are sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes can be cooked, steamed, and roasted. It tastes delicious and sweet. If you eat it once in a while, it's pretty good." Sha Farong looked at her with disdain and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a person. Didn't your mother ever tell you that taking something without asking is the act of thieves?" The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face gradually faded. Her big eyes stared at Sha Farong with dissatisfaction and she uttered one word at a time, "You can say anything about me. But please don't drag in my parents. What do you know? This land belongs to my eldest granduncle's family. Her staring caused Sha Farong to feel restless. She muttered in a low voice, even if it's your eldest granduncle's fields, you can't just dig in it. Eldest granduncle, you're taking a walk. Before Sha Farong could finish speaking, her words were interrupted by Xiao Cao. Xiao Cao, who was sitting on the shaft of the carriage, greeted the figure in the distance with a smile. Yu Lichun looked up and saw Xiao Cao sitting on an unfamiliar horse carriage. He nodded at her first, and then said, "Yes, I didn't have anything to do, so I came to check out the fields." "Whose carriage did you come back in?" "It's my godmother's, who came from the capital. I'll take her home to rest first." "Eldest granduncle, I was craving roasted sweet potatoes, so I dug up several sweet potatoes from your fields just now," Yu Xiaocao giggled without a trace of embarrassment. Yu Lichun knew that before they had divided from the main family, the Yu family ate 2 meals a day. But Xiao Cao had a weak stomach and needed to eat an extra meal of sweet potatoes in between the 2 mealtimes every day. The little lass had eaten sweet potatoes for such a long time, and now that she was living a better life, she still couldn't forget that taste. He chuckled and said, "It's something grown by your own family. If you want to eat it, then just dig for it yourself. Your family didn't plant any sweet potatoes this spring, so when it's time to harvest the crops, I'll tell your third uncle to send a few sacks over." "Thank you, eldest granduncle. Later, I'll get a watermelon from our field and send it to your house." Yu Xiaocao understood the principle of courtesy requires reciprocity. Yu Lichun hastily waved his hands and said repeatedly, "No, no need. A watermelon costs several taels. Eldest granduncle can't afford to accept it. You should keep it to sell for money." Yu Xiaocao smiled like a blossomed flower and said, "Eldest granduncle, why can't you accept it? It's grown by family, so why can't you eat it? Last winter, if you hadn't lent me money to see a doctor, I might have. You have saved my life, so what's wrong with eating a watermelon?" "Okay, it's settled then. You haven't tasted our watermelons yet." Yu Lichun wanted to say something, but Shakoao waved her hands at him, jumped onto the carriage, and drove past him. Yu Lichun shook his head with a smile. To know how to be grateful, that little lass, Xiao Cao, was really someone who deserved to be loved. "That was your eldest granduncle. Your families seem pretty close. Why did your godfather write in his letter that your family doesn't seem to have a good relationship with your grandparents' family?" Lady Fang didn't treat Xiao Cao like an outsider and asked with slight concern, upon recalling the contents of the letter. Yu Xiaocao also didn't hide anything from her godmother. She avoided the serious matters and briefly explained, "We don't have a good relationship with my grandmother. My grandmother is, as a younger member of the family, it's not proper for me to comment on that. You will know in a few days. My eldest granduncle's family are pretty good people. It was so difficult last winter, but they still gave us all their money in order for me to see a doctor." "What's wrong? Your health isn't good. Your godfather didn't tell me that." Lady Fang looked at the slightly thin, but rather spirited, girl in front of her and asked with concern. Yu Xiaocao hugged Lady Fang's arms and rubbed her face against her like a spoiled cat. She whispered, "My health wasn't very good in the past. Last winter, I was seriously ill and almost died. But I'm all right now. Don't people always say, if you survive a disaster, you will be blessed? Sure enough, I need to thank the heavens for letting me meet godfather and godmother." Lady Fang pulled the little girl into her arms and said with a smile, Your little mouth is as sweet as honey. Godmother has 100-year-old ginseng. Just take it as a meeting gift. Tell your mother to make ginseng stewed chicken to nourish your body. You're too thin. Thank you, godmother." Yu Xiaocao didn't act courteous. 100-year-old ginseng wasn't considered rare to her since she already had a 500-old ginseng at home. But she would remember her godmother's kindness within her heart. If she had anything good in the future, she would definitely share it with her godmother. Sha Farong felt even more displeased within her heart. It wasn't that easy to obtain a 100-year-old ginseng. They had just met this wretch from a rural village, but she had actually cajoled her aunt. As they spoke, they had already arrived at Xiao Cao's family's watermelon fields. Yu Hai was currently loading 2 carts with watermelons. He had to take these 2 carts of watermelons to town later. There wasn't anyone else in the Yu family who was available to drive the cart, so he had to ask his older male cousin, Yu Shi, to come help out. Father, oldest paternal uncle. Xiao Xiao had jumped off the carriage as it came to a complete stop. Seeing this, Lady Fang repeatedly urged her to slow down. Yu Hai saw his daughter getting off of an unfamiliar horse carriage. Behind her was a woman in her 30s, who was dressed in rich silk brocades. He had some doubts in his heart, but he couldn't stare at her for a closer look. So he just asked his daughter, "Cower, didn't we agree that I will take you back when I deliver the watermelons? Why did you come back by yourself?" Yu Xiaoxiao hastily introduced the identity of her godmother, and the two politely exchanged a few words. Yu Hai noticed that Lady Fang's love for his daughter could be heard in her words, so he felt slightly reassured. Yu Xiaoxiao picked a big watermelon and asked Linglong to help take it onto the carriage. The 2 watermelons that they picked out at the shop were unwittingly sold by eldest maternal aunt when they went to eat at Junsho restaurant. Her godmother really liked the plate of watermelon gifted by Junsho restaurant. She couldn't promise anything else, but she could guarantee that they would have more than enough watermelons to eat. Lady Fang, who had seen the sales of the Yu family's watermelon shop, also didn't act courteous with her goddaughter. Of course, she should kindly accept her daughter's show of filial respect. Moreover, this watermelon tasted much more tasty and refreshing than the watermelons that she had eaten before. She didn't know whether it was her own illusion, but she felt as if all her fatigue from her long journey for these past few days had all gone away after eating the watermelon. This low-key yet slightly luxurious horse carriage attracted many of the villagers' curious looks as it traveled through Dongshan village. The Zhao family lived close to halfway up the mountain, so the horse carriage couldn't continue going up. Xiao Xiao told the coachman to stop the carriage in front of her house, and then she helped her godmother down the carriage. "Oh, Xiao Xiao, you're back from town. Who's this noble madam?" Next to the seafood collection stall, there were several women, who had just sold their collection of clean sandworms. They greeted Xiao Xiao warmly. The little lass Xiao Xiao was doing extremely well now. To have an official as her godfather, she must have accumulated a lot of good fortune in her previous life. "Hello, aunties, your spoonworms are really clean." Xiao Xiao knew that the matrons were just curious, so she greeted them with a smile. One of the matrons, who was very thin, grinned and said, "Of course. If they're not cleaned thoroughly, who would have the nerve to come sell them? Your family gives a fair price, unlike Wang Daji of Dawang village, who's very black-hearted. His price is 5 copper coins lower per catty compared to your family's." Sha Farong covered her nose with her handkerchief and curiously got closer to see what they were selling. However, her face turned ghastly pale from the fright of seeing the soft spoonworms lying inside the basket. She screamed and hastily retreated, nearly tripping over a stone on the ground. Another chubby woman looked at her attire and laughed. She is a young miss from town after all. It's inevitable that she would be scared when seeing spoonworms for the first time. Seeing Sha Farong's change of expression, Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that she would get angry and throw a tantrum. So she hastily said, "Aunties, you guys continue with your work. My godmother and older cousin are tired from traveling such a long distance. I'll take them inside to rest first." The women all watched as Lady Fang entered the Yu family's gates while being supported by her 2 personal maid-servants. They expressed their envy in succession. "So it's Xiao Xiao's godmother, the wife of an official. Look at that aura she gave off, tisk tisk. Look at her maid-servants. They're dressed like young ladies from noble families. The silver hairpins on their heads probably cost at least several taels. I heard that Xiao Xiao's godmother came from the capital. Do you think that the last Xiao Xiao will benefit by her godparents and become a noble young miss in the capital? Of course, I heard that Xiao Xiao's godfather didn't have any children and he pampers her like his real daughter. When her godfather completes his assignment and returns to the capital, he will probably take Xiao Xiao back with him. Xiao Xiao will be the daughter of an official in the future. This child is really blessed." Yu Heng quietly listened to the aunties' discussion, while he helped the coachman unload the carriage. He took the horse to the newly built stable and fed it with fodder. Xiao Xiao had rinsed all the fodder that the Yu family fed to their livestock with mystic stone water, so the Fang family's horse enjoyed it even more. The coachman was very surprised. The Fang family's horses were meticulously fed and raised by him, and they had always scorned crude fodder. The Yu family's fodder was only the cheapest and most crude type of forage, but the horse actually didn't mind and ate it with relish. Could it be that it was hungry after traveling through a mountain road for such a long time? At this time, Lady Fang had already sat down on the recliner in the courtyard, basking in the warm sun, and looking at the green vegetables in the garden. Though the house beside her was simple, it gave off a warm and simple feeling. Was this the pleasure of living in the countryside? The only decent lounge chair in the yard was already occupied by her aunt, so Sha Farong laid her handkerchief on a stone chair and sat down aggrievedly. When she lowered her head and saw that her embroidered shoes were stained with mud, her heart felt even more upset. She didn't know how much longer she had to live in this remote and barren place in the future. Dirt roads, low-ceiling thatched cottage, boorish women, how was she supposed to live like this? Ah, Godmother, my mother went to wash clothes by the stream at the foot of the mountain. It's very hot today and we just traveled for nearly 2 hours, so you must be thirsty. Here, eat a few pieces of watermelons to quench your thirst. Yu Xiaosao got a knife from the kitchen, sliced the watermelon on the stone table, and then handed a piece to Lady Fang. With the corner of her eyes, she looked at Sha Farong, who was pouting so much that she could almost hang an oil bottle on her lips. She handed her a piece of watermelon and said with a smile, "Older cousin, eat a watermelon. The fruit tray at noon was too small, so you probably haven't eaten enough, right? You can eat more now." Sha Farong frowned and didn't take the watermelon that she handed over. She angrily exclaimed, "Why does it seem like there's some hidden meanings in your words? Do you think that I haven't eaten watermelons before?" Yu Xiaosao looked at her in surprise and said, "Older cousin, don't overthink it. I didn't mean anything else. If you think that there was something wrong with what I said, then I will apologize to you." Lady Fang was about to put the watermelon into her mouth, but she stopped. She had a grim expression and her voice was full of displeasure. "Farong, if you feel wronged about coming to Dongshan village, I can let Junju stay with you in town. Don't vent your anger on innocent people. Your younger cousin is young, so she speaks bluntly. But she didn't do anything wrong. Don't always pick on her." Sha Farong knew from her aunt's expression and speech that she was really angry. She hastily lowered her head and admitted her mistake. "Aunt, I know you're angry and that I was wrong. Niece came with you in order to serve you. I'll stay whenever you stay. Niece doesn't feel wronged." Although she said that she didn't feel wronged, her heart was filled with resentment. Thinking about the simple and crude living environment in the future and that she had to share her aunt's love with another person, the rims of Sha Farong's eyes reddened and she almost cried. After eating a few pieces of watermelon, Lady Fang leaned comfortably on the recliner and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. Occasionally, a bird flew across the sky. She couldn't help but close her eyes as she gradually relaxed. Yu Xiaosao covered her godmother's legs with a lined blanket. Seeing that there were a lot of watermelons left over, she whispered to the 2 handmaids, "Junju and Linglong, 2 older sisters, have a taste of our family's watermelon. It tastes quite good." When Junju and Linglong were serving their masters the watermelons, the strong, sweet fragrance had caused them to secretly swallow their saliva. In the capital, the master's leftovers were also awarded to the competent maid servants. Thus, Junju and Linglong didn't refuse and started eating the watermelons. The sweet and juicy watermelon immediately conquered their hearts. It was tasty and could quench their thirst. They didn't stop until their bellies were too full to continue eating. While her godmother was taking an afternoon nap, Xiaosao took the 2 handmaids to the Zhao family's house to air the quilts that they brought over and clean up the main room. General Fang had lived there alone without anyone to serve him, so there wasn't much in the room except a few clothes. Junju and Linglong used the things that were on hand and decorated the room based on their master's preference. Xiaosao watched in admiration as they quickly arranged the room to look neat and warm. When Lady Fang woke up from her nap and came over with Sha Farong, the 3 of them had already tidied the room and cleaned the kitchen. Dinner was made with Xiaosao as the chef and the help of Junju and Linglong. The ingredients were fresh homegrown vegetables gathered at home, fish caught in the pond behind the house, chicken bought from the Zhou family, and the seafood they had at home, oysters and sandworms. Junju and Linglong took out the dishes and put them on the table in the main hall. Lady Fang nodded contentedly as she looked at the delicious and fragrant dishes. Linglong jested. As expected, Miss Cower deserved her reputation of an excellent chef. This sweet and sour fish had a vibrant color, a beautiful shape, and alluring fragrance. It arouses one's appetite just by smelling it. Miss Cower put in a lot of effort to make this roasted oyster with garlic. Madam, you seldom get the chance to eat such fresh seafood in the capital. Enjoy the young Mrs. cooking today. Junju was also full of praises for Xiao Xiao's culinary skills. What is this? Sha Farong saw a plate of pink and plump food and thought of the nauseating creatures that she had seen earlier. Her face immediately turned pale and she started screaming. Yu Xiao Xiao, who had come over with a plate of steamed clams with eggs, turned towards the sound and faintly glanced at her, as if she was blaming her for making a fuss. She indifferently said, "It's stir-fried spoonworms with scallions ah. Spoonworm is a natural condiment. This dish needs to be cooked in a natural way in order to keep the original taste of the ingredients and highlight the fresh, crisp, and tender mouthfeel of seafood. It has a mild taste and is very healthy and nourishing." Before she finished speaking, Sha Farong's piercing scream rang out again. "Who asked you to cook with spoonworms? The intestines of the sea," she retched. "It's disgusting to even think about it. You actually dared to let Aunt eat this." Her voice abruptly came to a stop because she hopelessly watched as her aunt picked up a spoonworm with her chopsticks, put it into her mouth, and slowly chewed it. Why, this bug-like thing looked so disgusting. Shouldn't her aunt think it was disgusting, just like her? How could her aunt, who was of noble status, be able to stomach that? It's really fresh and tender. Your godfather praised the spoonworms endlessly in his letters. I have long been eager to taste it. Xiao Xiao's cooking is very good. I really like this dish." Lady Fang tried 2 more mouthfuls before she could spare some time to praise her. Sha Farong was having a mental breakdown inside. How can a noble and elegant person like my aunt like to eat bugs? As a matter of fact, this Lady Fang was rather courageous. Upon seeing soft and plump appearance of sandworms, most people would politely decline eating it. Yu Xiao Xiao, who was originally worried about not being able to get along with a noblewoman from the capital, finally felt completely at ease now. This godmother of hers was quite approachable. She naturally had to support and praise the meal cooked by her daughter. Moreover, Xiao Xiao had excellent cooking skills. She could make many different delicacies with very simple ingredients, and thus caused Lady Fang, who was usually someone with a lot of self-restraint, to unexpectedly overeat by accident. Night had fallen. The shadows of the trees nearby gracefully swayed under the moonlight, while the bright moon hung above the treetops. Occasionally, a late returning wild bird passed by and cast a beautiful shadow on the silver moon. It was Lady Fang's first time experiencing such a beautiful night sky. Simple stone walls, rough brick house, and a spacious courtyard, they were all so primitive. This simple and natural environment cleansed one's heart and mind. It made Lady Fang, who had lived in large estates for a long time, feel relaxed physically and mentally. Xiao Xiao, whose task of washing the dishes had been taken away by Junju and Linglong, looked at the sky and said goodbye to her godmother. "Godmother, I'm going back now. You should rest earlier. I'll see you again tomorrow. It's already so dark. How can I be at ease letting a little girl walk on a mountain road alone? I'll send you back." Lady Fang grabbed a lantern, which had a fine brush painting of flowers and birds drawn on it, and followed Xiao Xiao out the door. Xiao Xiao quickly said, "Godmother, I used to frequently go catch wild hares and pheasants in the mountains with Brother Han. So I'm very familiar with this mountain road. You don't have to send. Why be so courteous with me, your godmother? Godmother has eaten too much this evening, so I'll walk with you and digest the food." Lady Fang lit the lantern, held Xiao Xiao's hand, and slowly walked towards the main gates. Junju saw this and hastily handed the work in the kitchen to Linglong. She swiftly caught up to her master and took the lantern in her hands. The Zhao family's house was quite big and the courtyard was spacious. When Sha Farong, who had just arrived at an unfamiliar place, saw everyone getting ready to go out, she also followed them with slight hesitation. The mountain road was quiet, and the mottled shadows of the bushes on both sides of the road appeared on the road. Sha Farong looked at the pitch-dark mountain and heard the crowing of night birds. Feeling scared, she quickly moved closer to her aunt. A gust of wind blew and the shadows of the trees on the ground suddenly shook. The anxious Sha Farong cried out in surprise and startled everyone. Older cousin, people can die from being scared by another person. Can you stop making the atmosphere so tense? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in the darkness. Sha Farong hugged Lady Fang's other arm tightly and looked suspiciously at the dark thicket beside the road for fear that some unknown creature would suddenly jump out. One's worst fears would always happen. Suddenly, a dark figure swiftly flew past her feet and she even felt it step on her toes. Sha Farong screamed even more tragically and hugged Lady Fang. She hid her head within her aunt's embrace and didn't dare to come out. Yu Xiaoxiao was rendered completely speechless. Looking at the physical shape and gait of the dark shadow, it was merely a young hare. Did she really need to scream like a pig being slaughtered? Don't be scared, older cousin. It's just a wild hare. The ferocious animals of the West Mountains will only appear deep in the mountains. The animals that appear around here are mostly small animals like wild hares, pheasants, badgers, and so on. They're not aggressive, Yu Xiaoxiao informed noble young Miss Sha. Sha Farong ignored her and cried in a trembling voice, "Aunt, it's too scary here. Let's go back." Lady Fang patted her niece on her shoulder to placate her and then said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. We have a lot of people, as well as a light. Even if there are wild beasts, they won't dare to come over. You just arrived at a new environment and haven't adapted yet. In a few days, you will be able to experience the pleasure of living in the countryside. When your uncle has a break, I'll tell him to take us hunting. The game that we caught ourselves would definitely be more delicious." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right, that's right. It would be even better if we can catch a wild deer. I don't even need to mention the taste of roasted venison. There's also badger meat, which is tender and delicious. I'm about to drool." Lady Fang chuckled and touched Xiaoxiao's head. With a doting voice, she said, "You are an outright little foodie." Yu Xiaoxiao recalled the hard and bitter yet happy days. She said with a grin, "Godmother, my father used to be an expert hunter in the village. He often went up the mountains with Uncle Zhao, who was Godfather's younger martial brother. He would be able to catch a lot of game every time. My father had also killed a large wild boar by himself. It weighed 200 to 300 catties. The night was quiet, and the whole mountain resounded with the sound of Xiaoxiao's chattering." Lady Fang listened with interest and occasionally interrupted her to ask a question, which made Xiaoxiao speak even more enthusiastically. Sha Farong curled up her lips in disbelief. If hunting was so easy, then why were they farming? She couldn't help but want to expose Xiaoxiao's lies. "Since your father is so good at hunting, why are your family growing vegetables and watermelons? Isn't it tiring for your family to do so much work?" Yu Xiaoxiao replied without hesitation, "Hunting can also be risky. How can it be as safe and steady as farming? Ever since my father was injured by a bear, my mother has forbidden us from going up the mountains. But don't underestimate our family's income from growing vegetables and watermelons. It's even more profitable than a nobleman's plantation." Lady Fang thought of the income from the watermelon shop today and nodded in approval. The annual income of the largest plantation from her dowry was only around 1,000 taels of silver. It really wasn't as good as the income that Xiaoxiao's family got from selling watermelons for a few days. Sha Farong, who knew nothing about farming, didn't believe Xiaoxiao's words at all. If people could make so much money by farming, then why would those farmers be dressed in rags and have little food to eat? That damned wretch must be boasting. But what did that brat just say? There were bears in the mountains. She and her aunt, as well as the 2 maid servants, were all women and they lived halfway up the mountains. If a ferocious beast came down the mountains, then there would be unthinkable consequences. Sha Farong kept thinking about it and became even more frightened as her face turned pale and her legs trembled. As they happily chatted, they had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the Yu family's residence. The Yu family, which should have been very quiet at this time, was bustling with noise. Yu Xiaoxiao and her godmother looked at each other, and then hastened their pace. When they hurried into the yard, they heard Wang Ergu's distinctive rogue-like voice. He shouted angrily, "You're not sleeping this late at night, and instead hiding in the watermelon fields. If you're not a thief, then what are you? Could it be that you're going to meet your lover in the melon field?" Then there was the shrill screaming of her eldest paternal aunt, "Wang Ergu, you bastard! You're trying to ruin my innocence. I'll risk my life to fight with you." There was a sense of reproach within Ergu's wife's calm voice. Dashan's wife, Ergo has never been a good speaker. I'll apologize for his offensive remarks, so don't be angry. But what were you doing hiding in the watermelon fields in the middle of the night? At this time, Yu Xiaosao had already arrived next to the crowd. Under the light cast by the lanterns in the yard, she could see that the entire Yu family were present, except for little Shido, who was studying in town. There were also Wang Ergo and his wife, as well as her eldest paternal aunt Madame Li, who was in a mess. After being questioned by Ergu's wife, Li Guiwa's eyes flickered and she hesitated to answer the question. Today, she went to deliver food to her son, who was working at the docks, and saw Wang Ergo selling watermelons on his cart. The news had already been spread throughout the whole village that Yu Hai's family didn't plant sweet potatoes this spring and worked on growing something called watermelon. Planting watermelons wasn't very popular yet. Madame Li held the mentality of watching the second branch become a laughingstock, and waited to see the watermelons not being able to sell and rot in the fields. Unexpectedly, when she arrived at the docks, she saw several well-dressed merchants gathering around Wang Ergu's handcart and paying for watermelons. Moreover, some of the customers almost ended up fighting for the last 2 watermelons. She quietly got closer for a better look and saw that a watermelon actually cost 5 taels. 5 taels was enough for an ordinary family to spend frugally for an entire year, yet there were actually so many fools scrambling to buy it. Thinking of Yu Hai's fields full of round watermelons, Madame Li felt as if there was a cat scratching her heart. So much money This was a sign that second brother-in-law was going to get rich After returning from the docks, Madame Li hid in her own room and made plans. At night, she would go to second brother-in-law's fields in the dark and take 2 watermelons. Then she could sell them at the docks tomorrow. With that, wouldn't she be able to get 10 taels in her hands? There was no need for her to be afraid even if she encountered second brother-in-law in the evening. She could just say that father and mother wanted to eat watermelons and told her to pluck 2 back for them. Could he not give the watermelons to her? However, Madame Li had never expected that the person watching the watermelons tonight was the most difficult person in the entire village, Wang Ergo. Seriously, what was wrong with Yu Hai? He actually allowed an unreliable outsider to help guard such a valuable thing. Wasn't he afraid that Wang Ergo, who liked to engage in petty crimes, would steal the watermelons from the fields? Madame Li hemmed and hawed, and didn't know how to explain herself. Wang Ergo didn't let her off easily and said, "What else?" Of course she was trying to steal something. This Madame Li got envious after seeing me sell watermelons at the docks this morning, and thus wanted to steal some watermelons at night to sell herself. Brother Dahai, you even said that as fellow villagers, no one would come steal the watermelons. Unexpectedly, you have guarded against outsiders, but not family. This situation really fits that saying. No matter how much preventive measures you take, it's still hard to detect a thief in the family. Madame Li put on a tough appearance and shouted, "Ergozi, don't talking nonsense. Who stole watermelons? Where's the watermelons? You must find the stolen goods to catch a thief. Where's the evidence?" "That's because I came just in time and you didn't have the chance to make your move. If you're not stealing watermelons, then what are you doing in the watermelon fields in the dark?" Wang Ergo raised his voice without any signs of backing down. I was just passing by, all right." Madame Li continued to argue. Wang Ergo didn't believe her at all. "Passing by? All of our village's farmland are outside the village. What were you doing outside the village in the middle of the night? Moreover, pass by Brother Dahai's watermelon fields." This Wang Ergo was quite good. During these past 2 days, he had experienced the benefit of selling watermelons. His net income for 2 days was a total of 100 taels, which was something that he would have never expected in the past. Looking at his wife's slightly protruding tummy, Wang Ergo's eyes became gentle, and he was filled with the radiance of a loving father. This was the money that he had earned through honest labor, and the family property that he had accumulated for his unborn son. In the future, his son wouldn't be the same as he was as a child. In his youth, he was dressed in rags, didn't have enough food to eat, and always thought about stealing something. After doing a few more days of honest labor, he would be able to hire someone to build a 5-room brick house and buy some more farmland. If his family couldn't manage all the fields, he could rent them out to others. In this way, he could leave some family properties for his son. If his son was willing, he would also send his son to study at an academy so that he could take the government examinations. If his son was unwilling, then he could live off of collecting farmland rents. In the future, he, Wang Ergo, would no longer be a loafer that even the dogs and cats of the village despised. He could stick out his chest and be a dignified and upright man. In Wang Ergo's opinion, the Yu family's watermelon fields were the key to building up his family's fortunes. He must take good care of them. Hence, when he returned from selling watermelons and saw that Brother Hai still had to watch over the melons after working the whole day, he volunteered to take over the task of guarding the melon fields. Unexpectedly, as soon as it got dark, he had caught someone with malicious intents. Moreover, it was Brother Hai's troublesome relative. But Wang Ergo didn't care whether they were relatives or not. He regarded the person stealing watermelons as someone who was blocking his road to earning money. Brother Hai only planted 3 mu of watermelons, so the number of watermelons would decrease as they got plucked one by one. If one got stolen, then that meant he would earn less money. How could he let that happen? Madame Li, who had been caught, cursed repeated within her heart. Had Yu Hai been the one guarding the melon fields, she could just apologize, and this matter wouldn't be spread out. After all, in the simple Dongshan village, the villagers would spurn and isolate sticky-fingered people. However, the person guarding the watermelons today just happened to be the ignorant Wang Ergo, who was a total blabbermouth. If he spread this out, would she still have face to stay in Dongshan village? Brother Ergo, the watermelons belong to my second brother-in-law's family. There's nothing wrong with eating one of my younger brother-in-law's watermelons, right? Madame Li knew that she couldn't argue with a fearless person like Wang Ergo, so she softened her tone. Wang Ergo knitted his brows. It was common for the villagers to pick a handful of spring beans and take a few eggplants from their relatives' fields. So her words seemed quite reasonable, but Yu Xiaosao let go of her godmother's hand, walked 2 steps forward, and said with a faint smile on her face, "Eldest aunt, if you want to eat a watermelon, you can just tell Brother Haitzi to come tell us. Why do you have to come pluck it in the middle of the night without telling us? Fortunately, our family didn't raise a dog to guard the watermelons. What should we do if it took you as a thief and bit you off? You see, Uncle Ergo isn't a violent person. Had it been someone else, they would have beaten you up without giving you a chance to explain yourself. Wouldn't you have to suffer then?" Since the imposing General Fang had warned her with a grim face, Madame Li had become somewhat scared of Xiaosao. When facing Xiaosao's gaze, which seemed to be able to see through everything, she couldn't help shifting her eyes away. She stammered, Eldest aunt, you have always had a lot of ideas, but other people aren't stupid. In the future, it's better to do less of these things. Godmother, I have shown you something embarrassing." Yu Xiaosao had a short stature and a young face, but her words were forceful and carried a lot of weight. Thus, Madame Li was not only unable to defend herself, but she also didn't dare to refute her. Another reason why she was so obedient was that she had heard Xiaosao call the noble madam beside her godmother. Didn't that mean that she was Lord Fang's wife? Commoners were most afraid of dealing with officials. Madame Li naturally acted much more honestly in front of Lady Fang. She didn't dare to have those little ideas anymore. Seeing that she was acknowledging her mistakes with a good attitude, Yu Xiaosao decided to save some trouble and just sent Madame Li home. Madame Li left the old residence dejectedly. She didn't get anything from them but made a fool out of herself instead. She went home feeling extremely aggrieved. Seeing that the lights in the main room was still lit, she shifted her rat-like eyes and knocked on the door of the main room. At this time, Madame Zhang was worrying about matters related to her younger son. The in-laws whispered privately for a long time. When Madame Li left, the worried expression on Madame Zhang's face had suddenly disappeared and she had a calculating look on her face. The next day, Lady Fang woke up to the merry singing of birds. Outside the window, the breeze made a light rustling sound as if it was gently brushing against leaves. A bird with bright feathers in front of window looked inside curiously as it chirped melodious tunes from time to time. Linglong helped her madam put on her clothes and wash up. She looked at the beautiful bird outside the window and said with a smile, "I didn't think that someone would install glass windows in this remote village." Lady Fang took the handkerchief in her hands, wiped the water on her face, and said in a soft voice, Patriarch Zhao was a general of the previous dynasty and he was born in a famous noble family. Although he has been a refugee for many years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Thus, he still has some resources. If it weren't for fear of attracting too much attention in this small village, he was certainly capable of building an exquisite rural estate in the mountains. Did you not notice? The furniture might look simple, but they are made of red mahogany and red sandalwood, which is worth a lot of money. Junju, who was a good cook, brought over the breakfast and smiled when she heard her words. General Fang's family is very generous. They left all of this to the Yu family. Lady Fang sat at the red mahogany round table, rinsed her mouth with warm water, and then said, Young General Zhao is close friends with Xiao Xiao's father, and Xiao Xiao's father has also saved young General Zhao's life before. There's nothing wrong even if they gave them more things, let alone this house. Where's Farong? Not up yet, she might have been too tired yesterday. Miss Farong was raised in a pampered lifestyle, so how can she withstand all of yesterday's happenings? Linglong said with a smile, should I go wake her? No need, let her sleep some more. Lady Fang wasn't someone who liked to make things difficult for others. She picked up her chopsticks and prepared to eat breakfast. Fang Zizhen had never cooked here, so there wasn't anything in the kitchen, except for the several caddies of white rice, wheat flour, and vegetables that Xiao Xiao brought over yesterday. Therefore, compared to the breakfast eaten at the general estate, this breakfast was rather crude. There was a pot of plain congee, several deep-fried dough cakes, and stir-fried greens. Even the second-rank maid servants in the general estate ate a more sumptuous meal. Junju was worried that her master would dislike this breakfast, so she lowered her head perturbed. Lady Fang grabbed some greens with her chopsticks and chewed it in her mouth. She slightly creased her brows as she swallowed it. Then she lowered her and drank a mouthful of plain congee, which was so plain that it couldn't arouse her appetite. She lightly sighed and put down her chopsticks. Indeed, it was difficult to live a frugal life after one got accustomed to luxury. Godmother, are you awake? The sound of Xiao Xiao's crisp voice, which was like the singing of larks, came from outside the door, and then the gates were pushed open. With her hair styled into a playful double bun hairstyle, a figure dressed in an emerald green cross-necked dress hopped inside the door, carrying a large food basket that looked somewhat uncoordinated with her height. Linglong hastily went forward and took the food basket from Xiao Xiao's hands. She smiled and said, Miss Cower is really early. Madam has just gotten up and is eating breakfast right now. With crescent-like eyes, Xiao Xiao said with a face full of smiles, I came at just the right time then. When she entered the main room, she glanced at the nearly untouched breakfast on the table. Looking at the plain congee and greens, even she didn't have an appetite, let alone her godmother who was used to living in a pampered and comfortable lifestyle. Godmother, I made lean pork and century eggs congee, crispy egg pancake, chives stuffed pot stickers, steamed eggs with shrimps, as well as sweet potato pancake made with the sweet potatoes that I dug out yesterday. Try it while it's still hot. Yu Xiao Xiao pushed aside the plain congee in front of her godmother and replaced it with the hot and fragrant lean pork and century eggs congee that she made. After that, she took out all the food inside the food basket and put them all on the table. Looking at the table full of fragrant and delicious breakfast, Lady Fang was very moved. Her daughter must have woken up very early to make such a sumptuous meal for breakfast. She didn't know much about an ordinary family's breakfast, but she guessed that it must be extremely simple. Her daughter must have specially prepared these 7 to 8 mouthwatering dishes for her. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and she felt very happy with the feeling of having a daughter being filial to her. Godmother, quickly eat, it won't taste as good when it gets cold. Yu Xiao Xiao ladled a small bowl of congee and grabbed a piece of luscious sweet potato pancake, which was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, for her godmother. She watched her eat it with a face filled with anticipation for praises. Lady Fang was amused by her expression. Unlike the sweetness of other sweet snacks, the rich taste of sweet potato melted in her mouth and stimulated her taste buds. This sweet potato pancake tastes great. I wonder why this tasty sweet potato is considered a food eaten by low-status commoners. After eating a piece of luscious sweet potato pancake, she drank a mouthful of the fragrant century eggs congee. She immediately fell in love with the unique and novel taste. There were also the crispy egg pancakes, soft and refreshing steamed eggs with shrimp, and the delicious pan-fried dumplings. Lady Fang felt that this meal was even better than all the breakfasts that she had eaten in the past. In particular, the look of her daughter, Xiao Xiao, eating with relish could really stimulate the appetite of the person watching her. Xiao Xiao brought over a lot of breakfast, so even after the mother-daughter pair filled their stomachs, there were still a lot left over. All the food that was left over was awarded to the two handmaids. When Junju and Linglong were serving their master to eat, they had already been tempted by the rich breakfast. They had been well trained, so it was hard to tell on the surface. But, in actuality, they had been drooling over the food for a long time already. By the time Sha Farong woke up, there was only the plain congee, pancake, and stir-fried greens made by Junju. This noble young miss had never eaten this kind of food, so she threw a tantrum. However, she didn't eat much last night because she was fighting with Xiao Xiao, so her stomach had long been growling in hunger. If she didn't eat, then she would have to starve. With the thought that her aunt has eaten the same food, Sha Farong ate until she was 60 or 70% full while feeling aggrieved. As soon as Lady Fang arrived here, she had noticed that there were many things that she needed to buy. Knowing that Xiao Xiao needed to visit her watermelon shop in town after eating breakfast, she decided to go together with her. Sha Farong still had lingering fears about the rough and bumpy mountain roads yesterday, so she volunteered to stay at home. She only had a little maidservant with her, so Junju, who was a good cook, stayed at home with her. They went to town on the Fang family's horse carriage. It had been specially improved, so it was naturally very comfortable. After passing the mountain road, Xiao Xiao rested comfortably in her godmother's arms, taking a nap with her eyes closed. Lady Fang hugged her goddaughter's delicate little body and felt her maternal instincts rising up from deep within her heart. As if she was coaxing an infant, she gently patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder. Xiao Xiao, who had originally planned on resting for a bit, had actually fell into a deep slumber under her godmother's gently patting. When they arrived in the town, Xiao Xiao was still asleep, but Lady Fang couldn't bear to wake her up. In the end, it was the hawking outside the carriage that woke the sleeping Xiao Xiao up. She sat up and used her small hands to rub her eyes. She blinked sleepily and had a dazed expression on her face, as if she didn't know where she was. Looking at the dazed Xiao Xiao, Lady Fang's heart melted into a pool of water. Ah, we're already in town. Xiao Xiao's pair of abnormally big eyes brightened up again. As soon as she turned her head, she saw an unidentified water stain on the front of her godmother's clothes. She blinked her eyes twice in confusion. When she finally realized what the water stain was, her face instantly flushed. Lady Fang lowered her head to look at the trace of saliva that her goddaughter left on her clothes, and then she calmly said, "It's all right. I brought spare clothes, so I can just change in inner room of the watermelon shop." Linglong showed the small bag in her arms to the young miss. When the noble madams and ladies went out, they would always bring a change of clothes as to avoid being discourteous when encountering an accident at someone else's house. In the watermelon shop, Xiao Xiao's eldest maternal aunt Madame Han had been busily working since early in the morning. The watermelons were transported over yesterday afternoon, so there was no queue outside the store this morning. However, even after the craze of the opening of the new store, there was still an endless stream of customers in the melon shop. After Lady Fang changed her clothes, she went to buy necessities with Linglong. Xiao Xiao stayed in the shop to help her eldest maternal aunt. After all, Li Li was the assistant of the imperial envoy. He couldn't leave his post and stay to help them for a long period of time. Seeing that there was someone helping at the shop, he returned to the docks. These past 2 days, Wu Yun had been extremely busy at the docks because the imperial envoy went to the prefectural city for work and Li Li was helping out in town. Unlike the first 2 days, today's watermelons weren't sold out before noon. By the time it was 3 to 4 in the afternoon, there were still 5 or 6 smaller watermelons left. At this time, Yu Hai and Yu Shi delivered 2 carts of watermelon over. Xiao Xiao moved the remaining small watermelons to the table at the entrance. She took a small wooden plank and wrote, "Special sale for watermelons. 1 tael each." Although these watermelons were smaller in size, they were still very sweet and fresh. They would usually cost 2 taels each. There weren't any customers in the fabric shop next door, so the boss shopkeeper Feng walked over while swaying her hips. Seeing the notice on the plank, she looked around and said with a smile, "Why are you doing a special sale on these watermelons? Are they leftovers from the past 2 days?" The people in the shops nearby peeped out curiously when they saw Xiaoxiao taking the watermelons out. They had also seen the words on the wooden plank, and several of them were eager to make a move. But, when they heard Madame Feng's question, they stopped themselves. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a fresh melon seedling and showed her. The smile on her face remained unchanged as she explained, "Older sister Feng, look at this watermelon seedling, it doesn't look like it's not fresh, right? As you have seen, the watermelons in our shop were all delivered here on the day of or in the afternoon of the day before. They definitely won't be placed in our store for more than a day. These watermelons are smaller in size, but they will certainly taste the same when eaten. If you don't believe me, I can cut it open for everyone to see." Xiaoxiao swiftly cut open the smallest watermelon with a knife. The red melon meat and the black seeds appeared in front of everybody. A strong sweetness subsequently drifted into everyone's noses. Shakoao handed a slice to Madame Feng, and then she invited several of the shopkeepers of the nearby stores to have a taste. The shopkeeper of the store 2 shops down from the watermelon shop was pale and chubby, and he had a bright smile on his face like a Buddha. He slowly walked over, unreservedly grabbed a slice of watermelon, and said with a grin, "Little girl, you're actually willing to do this? This cost a tail off. Of course, I'm willing. One must give up on some things in order to gain more." Wasn't everyone feeling skeptical about purchasing the special bargain at our shop? After tasting it, you guys can rest assured. Seeing that everyone was coming over to taste the watermelon, Yu Xiaoxiao's heart felt completely at ease now. She was full of confidence in the taste of her watermelons. Sure enough, after tasting it, Madame Feng immediately picked the biggest one of the remaining watermelons and gave a tael of silver to Xiaoxiao. Of course, the taste of the watermelons sold at the Yu family's watermelon shop was amazing, but it wasn't sold at a price that just anybody could afford. Most of the shopkeepers of the stores on this street were wage earners. It was fine to buy one occasionally, but they wouldn't be able to afford eating it on a regular basis. Right now, there was a special sale on watermelons. Moreover, the price was reduced by half. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of this discount off. All of the remaining watermelons, no matter big or small, were swiftly snatched up by several of the shopkeepers of the neighboring stores. Those who didn't manage to buy the discounted watermelons asked frustratedly, "Little girl, when will you have another special sale for watermelons?" Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "In the future, our shop will launch a special watermelon sale at random times every day. Please pay close attention to our watermelon shop." The fair and chubby shopkeeper of the silverware store looked at Xiaoxiao with squinted eyes and chuckled, "Little girl, you're quite good at doing business. Not bad, not bad. A young person's abilities should be respected." In his mind, he pondered whether he should also do a special sale for the unsaleable jewelry in his shop. This way, they could quickly earn back their capital. Yes, he should go back and discuss this matter with his boss. Yu Hai, who was unloading watermelons next to the store, saw that his daughter had swiftly taken care of the remaining watermelons. He couldn't help but proudly praise her within his heart. "She is definitely my daughter. She is born with the innate talent to do business." Ever since the watermelons had ripened, the whole family had been busy without time for rest. His daughter's godmother had also come, so after working for the whole day, she still had to take care of her godmother when they got back in the village. The father-daughter pair could only interact at night. However, everyone had been exhausted the whole day, so they fell asleep without saying much to each other. It had been several days since Yu Hai got to bond with his daughter. After unloading the watermelons, he stayed in the shop to chat with his daughter. In the evening, he would come pick her up and go home together. The spouts of the freshly picked watermelons were so fresh that one could pinch water out of them. Earlier, when the watermelons were being unloaded, it had attracted many customers to shop in their store. At this time, there were 2 to 3 patrons picking watermelons at different shelves in the store. Yu Xiaoxiao sat at the entrance of the shop and counted the money, while Yu Hai stood beside her, looking at her with a grin. Just as a patron handed Xiaoxiao a small 5-tael ingot, a figure suddenly rushed towards her. Yu Hai thought that someone wanted to rob them, so he strode forward and blocked his daughter from the other person. "What are you doing? You, this unfilial son, even wants to hit me." Madame Zhang's mean-looking face appeared in front of Yu Hai like a nightmare. She had rushed over too quickly, so she almost couldn't stop herself and plunged right into Yu Hai's arms. With one look at her grandmother's expression, Yu Xiaoxiao knew that she came with malicious intentions. Her father was too foolishly soft-hearted, so he definitely wasn't Madame Zhang's opponent. After she securely locked the money box, she walked out from before her father and said, "Grandmother, who is being unfilial? Didn't we already send you guys the grain that we have to give you every month, as a form of our filial respects?" With her arched eyebrows slanted, Madame Zhang glared at them with her triangular eyes and stiffly replied, "As a son, you're eating and living well every day, yet your elderly parents can only gnaw on bean cakes. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" The watermelon shop had been too busy these past 2 days, so she didn't have time to cook. Thus, they had been eating the food delivered from Junshou restaurant. Although there weren't any expensive dishes, it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. All the workers in the shop ate the meals sent by Junshou restaurant, while his own parents could only eat bean cakes. Everyone around them all looked at Yu Hai and his daughter with a contemptuous gaze. Without a change of expression, Yu Xiaoxiao said, "Grandmother, when you forced my family out of the house with nothing, it was written down in black and white. As filial respect, the second son must send over 50 caddies of coarse grain every month. Even when we lived in a rundown house that could barely withstand the wind and snow, and didn't have enough to eat, we still gave you everything as promised. After we started selling vegetables and planting watermelons, we have changed the 50 caddies of coarse grain to 50 caddies of white rice and wheat flour, with an additional 5 caddies of pork. We delivered them to you every month without fail. Why are you still giving my grandfather bean cakes to eat?" Without waiting for Madame Zhang to speak, she continued, "Oh, I remember now. I heard from Brother Haitzi that you sold all the white rice, wheat flour, and pork that we gave you for money, which you used to buy paper and brushes for younger uncle. The family isn't that poor that you need to sell your food rations in order to buy paper and brushes off. Before we split from the main family, my father had gotten severely wounded from hunting a bear. Didn't you take all of the 300 taels? It hasn't even been half a year. Where did all the money go?" More and more people gathered around. From this little girl's words, they had gotten a lot of explosive contents. The second son of this family had gotten injured while hunting for a bear, but the money for selling the bear had been confiscated by the mother. The injured son was forced to split from the main family. Moreover, he had to leave with nothing. After splitting from the family, his family could only live in a rundown house and not have enough to eat. However, they still needed to save food while starving in order to send them to their elders as filial respect. She couldn't possibly be his real mother. What mother wouldn't be concerned about her children and grandchildren? Moreover, she was making things worse for them and adding to their burdens. What nonsense are you talking about? What 300 taels are you talking about? This damned wretch, you waste of money. Stop speaking nonsense here." Seeing the onlookers pointing and gossiping about her, Madame Zhang's eyes darted around and shouted at Xiaoxiao with a fierce appearance. Outside of the crowd, Lady Fang, who had come back from shopping, quietly looked at the scene in front of her. Linglong said with slight concern, "This woman is too fierce and unreasonable. I'm afraid Miss Cower will be at a disadvantage." Lady Fang, on the other hand, felt that her goddaughter could handle this situation with ease based on her calm appearance. She smiled and said, "This must be Xiaoxiao's exceptional grandmother." Seeing that the son who had split from the family was living well, she came to harass them with unreasonable demands. She is truly amazing. But my goddaughter isn't a pushover either. Let's just quietly wait and see how it turns out. Xiaoxiao almost got sprayed by her saliva. She took 2 steps back, rubbed her ears, and said, "Grandmother, being loud doesn't mean that you're in the right. Why are you screaming so loudly? Are you saying that you didn't receive the 300 taels that Uncle Zhao sent over? Are you sure?" "That's not what Uncle Zhao said. He's a 4th-rank military official, which was a title that the emperor personally conferred. So he wouldn't lie to us, right? If you insist, then I'll write a letter to the capital to ask. I reckon that Uncle Zhao hasn't set out to the border yet, so he should be able to receive my letter." Madame Zhang's expression changed. Old Zhao was bestowed the title of a second-rank general, and his son Hunter Zhao also got the position of a fourth-ranked military official. Thus, their whole family were high-ranking officials now. If she continued to fabricate lies and ended up angering the Zhao family, they might convict her for framing an official appointed by the imperial court, which meant that she would have to go to jail. After all, Madame Zhang had achieved her thick skin from practice and experience. Even after her lies had been exposed, she still remained calm. She even rolled her eyes as she said, "All the money at home was given to your younger uncle as expense for the county examination. Your grandfather and eldest uncle haven't been able to catch any fish recently, so there's hardly anything to eat at home now. There's so much shining white silver in your money box. Give me 1 to 200 taels to use off." Yu Xiaoxiao was so angry at her robber-like behavior that she ended up feeling amused. "Grandmother, you're making such an excessive demand. 1 to 200 taels. Are you preparing to drink bird nest and eat shark fins? We won't even give you 10 to 20 taels, let alone 1 to 200 taels." Madame Zhang was afraid of Xiaoxiao's godfather, who was an official, so she didn't dare to do anything to her. But, after so many years, she already had a thorough understanding of Yu Hai's character. Thus, controlling him shouldn't be a problem for her. She pushed Yu Xiaoxiao aside and rushed towards Yu Hai. Seeing her fierce expression, Yu Hai subconsciously tilted sideways. It was unknown where she got her strength, but Madame Zhang took a few steps and rushed towards Yu Hai. She tightly clasped onto Yu Hai's arm and forcibly shook it a few times. With the strength that she used to grab onto his arm, if it weren't for the fact that Yu Hai had thick and rough skin, there would definitely be a bruise mark. "Second son, I have raised you into adulthood since you were 8 or 9, and I also got a virtuous wife for you. After all these years, even if I have no merit, I should still get credit for my hard work. Yes, you have already separated from the family, but you're still your father's son and your younger sibling's older brother. Our family is going through a difficult time right now, so you can't just watch on the side cold-bloodedly. As if she had thought of something, Madame Zhang was overwhelmed by sorrow and tears flowed down from her old face. Her face was covered with snot and tears. All these years, Madame Zhang had placed all her hopes on her younger son. Every single coin that she had saved at home were used on her younger son. In order to ensure that he could study more conveniently, she had rented a house in town for him. Her younger son was able to eat fine grain, which the family were reluctant to eat, for nearly all his meals. No matter how stingy and frugal she was at home, she still couldn't bear to let her younger son suffer even a little. She just hoped that he would bring honor to her and become an official. This spring, her youngest son, Yu Bo, took part in the district examination in February and successfully passed the exam. Madame Zhang was extremely elated by this and became full of hope that her younger son would pass the examination for a county official. She, who was usually very stingy, held an all-day banquet in the village to celebrate her son passing the district examination. However, she had gotten happy too early. There were 3 parts in the county-level examination: district examination, prefectural examination, and county examination. The district examination was just the beginning. In April, Madame Zhang personally escorted her son to the prefectural city with great hope. She encouraged him to pass all 3 exams in one go and return as a county official. But the higher one's expectation was, the greater their disappointment would be. Yu Bo failed the prefectural examination, and the entire household was filled with a tense and depressed atmosphere. Madame Zhang had even cried bitterly by herself in secret. However, Yu Bo blamed his failure on the academy that he studied at, saying that it wasn't good enough. For the town's Rongshuan Academy, 18 students participated in the county-level examination and they all passed the prefectural examination as expected. Moreover, they all placed high on the ranking. Now, they were all just waiting for the county examination. It wouldn't be surprising even if they achieved the official rank of a county official. Shortly after the prefectural examination, Yu Bo came to the village to tell his mother that, if he could enter Rongshuan Academy, he would definitely obtain the official rank of a county official for his mother within 2 years. He didn't have a chance in the past, but he got an amazing friend who could help him get into Rongshuan Academy. However, a small fee was required. Madame Zhang was immediately interested in the idea. Even an illiterate fisherwoman like her had heard of the great reputation of Rongshuan Academy. Rongshuan Academy had produced quite a few first and second place scholars of the imperial examination. If her son could enter Rongshuan Academy and be taught by a famous teacher, the day that he passed the examination would just be around the corner. Haha, she was going to be the mother of an official soon. However, she hesitated upon hearing the small fee that her son mentioned. For an ordinary fishing family, 500 taels was seriously an astronomical figure. Even with Madame Zhang's thrifty and stingy behavior and Hunter Zhao's compensation of 300 taels, the family's savings was still only around 400 taels. Even if they gave up everything they had, they still wouldn't be able to get 500 taels. Just when she was at a loss, Madame Li sneaked into her room last night and told her about the news that the watermelons grown by Yu Hai's family could be sold for 5 taels each. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhang, who was driven into a corner due to money, found a new source of light. For the sake of her younger son, she must get the money for him even if she had to lose her face. She came to town early this morning and hid in the corner to secretly observe Yu Hai's watermelon shop. The business of the watermelon shop was very good. There seemed to be an endless stream of customers from the morning to the afternoon. Every customer who entered the store would come out with 1 or 2 watermelons. She calculated it in her mind that, if the watermelons cost 5 taels each, this small melon shop could actually earn several hundreds of taels a day. With this discovery, Madame Zhang became even more confident that she could get the money from Yu Hai. Why did she only show up at this time? Of course, there was a reason. After their previous interactions, Madame Zhang had experienced the power of Yu Xiaosao. That brat also had a powerful and influential godfather, so she couldn't be scolded nor beaten. Yu Hai, on the other hand, was a lot easier to handle. As long as she emphasized filial piety, there was no way that Yu Hai would refuse her request. Second son Ah. Zhaobo is your biological younger brother Ah. He's waiting for this money to save his life right now, so you can't just stand aside and do nothing Ah. An old woman with white hair and a wrinkled face was crying sadly as she held onto the arm of the man she was complaining to. People who didn't know the truth all looked at Yu Hai with a condemning gaze. Unable to get away from her tight grasp, Yu Hai was so anxious that he was sweating all over his head. He stammered, What are you doing? If you want to talk, then just talk. You can rest assured that I won't refuse to help if it's something I can do. Yu Hai was no longer the person who Madame Zhang could bully and control as she pleased. In face of Madame Zhang's bitter plea, he had left some leeway in his words. Madame Zhang wiped her tears with her sleeve, snuffled her nose hard, and spoke in a tone as if someone owed her something. Who doesn't know that your family's watermelon is selling very well in town and you earn several hundred taels in a day? Isn't 500 taels just a trivial matter to you? After hearing that, the onlookers were stunned in their hearts. All the merchants and patrons on this street were people with some money in their family. When this old lady begged the owner of the melon shop for help, they didn't think that this peasant woman, who was dressed in worn-out clothes and appeared to have an arduous life, would request for anything extravagant. No one had expected that she would directly demand 500 taels. 500 taels wasn't a small amount of money Ah. There weren't many stores within the vicinity that could earn more than 500 taels monthly. For what reason would a poverty-stricken old woman directly demand for 500 taels? Yu Hai had also furrowed his brows, feeling troubled. The first thing he thought about was what trouble had his younger brother caused that they would need 500 taels to settle. Grandmother, the first thing that you ask for when you open your mouth is 500 taels. Don't you know that most people wouldn't be able to earn so much money even after working hard for all their lives? I really want to know, what exactly do you need this 500 taels for? Yu Xiaosao, who was unprepared earlier, got pushed by Madame Zhang and almost fell down. Fortunately, the agile Linglong swiftly supported her, otherwise, her skin and flesh would have to suffer. Madame Zhang glared fiercely at the Yu Xiaosao with her ferocious wolf-like eyes, but her pupils abruptly contracted when she saw the beautiful woman behind Xiaosao. She had heard from Madame Li that Xiaosao's godmother had come from the capital. Disregarding Xiaosao's godmother's attitude towards Xiaosao, in front of her godmother, she stiffly swallowed back the wicked remarks that was about to come out of her mouth. You don't have to know what I need it for. Second son, Just tell me if you're going to give me the money or not. Madame Zhang continued to pick on the easier victim and asked him in a threatening manner. However, Yu Hai didn't obediently agree to her like she thought that he would have. Instead, he asked the same question. Cower is right. 500 taels isn't a small number. What kind of lawsuit did Zhaobo get involved in that you guys need such a large sum of money? He didn't fall into some malicious person's trap, did he? You're the one who's getting sued. My Zhaobo's life has been blessed by the deities, so he will become a high-ranking official in the future. This reason he didn't perform well this time was because the teachers at his academy weren't good enough. After he enters Rongshuan Academy, he will surely pass the examination to become a county official in the upcoming year. At that time, as his older brother, won't you also benefit? When she spoke of her younger son, Madame Zhang had a face full of pride, as if he would definitely become a county official. Xiao Cao caught the crucial details in her words and asked doubtfully, wait. Did you just say that younger uncle is going to enter Rongshuan Academy? Isn't the entrance exam for Rongshuan Academy on the first month of every year? Hasn't the time for the test already passed? Shito never mentioned that there would be additional test times this year. Madame Zhang revealed a proud expression and wanted to tell them the truth, but she remembered that her son had warned her not to casually talk about this matter so as to not create unnecessary problems. She swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth and vaguely said, you guys don't have to worry about it. As long as you take out 500 taels, entering Rongshuan Academy won't be a problem. It seemed like someone had taken advantage of the students, who had failed the exam, desire to achieve merit and fame. But, to directly demand 500 taels was seriously too excessive. Yu Xiaocao, who had already more or less guessed the truth, kindly reminded her. Grandmother, did someone tell you that they would let younger uncle study in Rongshuan Academy if you give them 500 taels? If people can enter Rongshuan Academy just by spending money, would we even get a chance? Numerous wealthy businessmen had wanted to use their wealth to get a spot in Rongshuan Academy for their son, but none of them had succeeded. Yet you think that a mere 500 taels would work? Grandmother, you and younger uncle probably encountered a swindler, didn't you? Despite Madame Zhang's aged body, she could actually jump 3 feet high. With one hand on her waist and another pointing at Yu Xiaocao's nose, she shouted while spitting, as if she was a shrew cursing on the streets, are there any nieces like you? It was hard for your younger uncle to get this chance to enter Rongshuan Academy, which isn't something that just anyone can get. It's fine if you don't want to help, but you still have to curse him to get deceived. Your younger uncle had treated you so well in vain. Did your conscience get eaten by a dog? I have never seen such a wicked little girl. Let's see who will be willing to marry you, this jinx and black-hearted thing, in the future. Lady Fang became more and more displeased as she listened. She stepped forward and took Xiao Cao, who has been sprayed by Madame Zhang's saliva, into her arms. She frowned, glared at the old woman who was making a scene in front of her, and sneered, I have never seen a grandmother like you, who would insult her young granddaughter with such vicious words. It's really so sad for our Xiao Cao to have such a vulgar and unreasonable grandmother. Madame Zhang, who had gotten an adrenaline rush from scolding people, felt fury rush to the top of her head and she couldn't care less about whether the other party was an official's wife or not. She jumped 3 feet high, pointed at Lady Fang's nose, and screamed, who do you think you are? I'm disciplining my ignorant and cocky granddaughter, so what does it have to do with you? Don't think that just because your husband is an official that you can interfere in our family's business. Ling Long's face turned pale from anger. She rushed in front of her madam and shouted angrily as she faithfully protected her master, shut up. Our madam is a third-rank noble madam, who even the imperial concubines in the palace had to be respectful to. You ignorant fool, who gave you the courage to point your finger at my madam's nose and insult her? Madam, this servant will take your message to the county yamen. This servant doesn't believe that we can't subdue this foolish woman. When Madame Zhang heard the 2 words, county yamen, she instantly panicked. The flesh on her face trembled, and she, who was like a balloon filled with air earlier, had immediately deflated now. Although she was panicking, her mind was swiftly turning. In the end, she couldn't do anything, so she just sat on the ground and wailed while slapping her own thigh. Dear heavens, how am I supposed to live like this? this old woman is just disciplining my own son and granddaughter, yet I still have to dragged away to be flogged off. Officials can't just look upon human lives as if they were grass off. Dear God's awe, please open your eyes. Give me, this old woman, a way to live. Not to mention Lady Fang, but even Linglong, who was a child of servants from the dowry that the Shaw family provided, had never seen such a scene. She was stunned by the sight of the vulgar old woman screaming while she rolled on the ground. To encounter such an unreasonable rural old woman, Lady Fang was like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with each other. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that there were more and more people gathering over, and many of the people, who didn't know the truth, were pointing their fingers at them. From deep within her heart, she felt extremely disgusted by Madame Zhang, who was clinging on to her family like a blood-sucking leech. If they didn't properly deal with her, she would become the biggest obstacle to their family's road to making a fortune. However, Madame Zhang kept using the words, filial piety, to bully and control her father. What's there to be troubled about? Just leave it up to this divine stone. I guarantee that I can help you get rid of that old witch without anyone knowing. The little divine stone said such cold-blooded and gruesome words in a voice that was as tender as a child's, yet it didn't seem even a bit weird whatsoever. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that the little divine stone was currently resting on top of the multicolored stone on her wrist in its spiritual form, and thus it knew everything that was happening in front of her and all her feelings. She also knew that the little divine stone was thinking on her behalf and wanted to help her get rid of this trouble once and for all. But, after all, she had grown up in a peaceful era, so the concept of, a human life is bigger than the sky, was deeply rooted within her. If someone lost their life because of her, she could never feel peaceful within her heart again. PSHT, phony benevolence. When handling a wicked old witch like her, we must use extreme means. Since you're unwilling to get involved in a case of murder, this divine stone can naturally use other methods to teach her a lesson. Don't worry, just leave it up to me. Recently, as a master, Xiaoxiao didn't really need the little divine stone's help that much. As a result, the progress of its cultivation had been very slow. If it continued to go on like this, then when could it recover its heydays, break through the void and return to Goddess Nua's side off? Thus, when it noticed that Xiaoxiao was troubled, it immediately jumped out and eagerly requested to help out. Helping its master was the only way for its spiritual power to recover several times faster than usual. Xiaoxiao warned it, feeling slightly worried, then be careful and don't get caught. Also, don't kill anyone. Madame Zhang is abhorrent, but she doesn't deserve to die. Alright, stop nagging so much. With me handling this, you can rest assured. Don't underestimate this divine stone's abilities. The little divine stone guaranteed and patted its chest with confidence. However, the most important thing right now was to send Madame Zhang away. But it seemed like there was no way that she would leave without getting the money. Xiaoxiao remembered that she was the most concerned about her younger son's future, so she said in a calm and unhurried manner, "Grandmother, this is the town. Younger uncle is a scholar after all, so his reputation is very important to him. If his classmates found out that he has a mother who rolls all over the floor being a disgrace to the educated class, I wonder how much he will be ridiculed. Even if he enters Rongshuan Academy in the future, younger uncle's teachers will have a bad impression of him due to this matter. After all, the reason you're doing such a dishonorable thing was because of him." Lady Fang had a whole new level of respect for her goddaughter again. She didn't expect that her daughter, who was young and lived in a rural village, would actually use the tactic of psychological warfare. It was excellent indeed. This little girl was really to her liking. Her husband was absolutely right in adopting this little girl as their daughter. Madame Zhang was currently rocking back and forth, and smacking her thigh while lamenting in a tone like she was acting in an opera. But, when she heard Xiaoxiao's words, her crying suddenly stopped and there wasn't even a trace of water on her face. The mouths of the onlookers, who had originally somewhat sympathized with her, all started twitching incessantly. Madame Zhang stealthily looked around the crowd with her triangular eyes and noticed that there were indeed several youths, who were dressed like scholars. With their lips pursed, they shook their heads with a contemptuous expression on their faces. She was alarmed within her heart. The town was only this big, so gossip and rumors traveled really fast. If her younger son's classmates, or teachers of Rongshuan Academy, were really within the crowd like what that wretch said, then wouldn't her son's reputation be ruined in her hands? But, if she couldn't get the money today, her younger son's future would be affected. For a moment, Madame Zhang didn't know whether she should continue to make trouble, or stop and leave while covering her face. In the midst of her hesitation, Xiao Xiao came to her side, bent down to support her arm, and then pulled up Madame Zhang, who was sitting on the ground. Xiao Xiao didn't lower her voice as she said, "Grandmother, about the money, since you have asked, how can we, as junior members of the family, refuse to give you face? It's just that 500 taels isn't a small number, after all. Moreover, it related to younger uncle's future. So, we can't be careless. I think that you should go back first today and let us ask Rongshuan Academy about this matter. If it's true, then we can have a more thorough discussion about this matter later. If there's no such thing, then we definitely can't let that swindler get away with it. Don't you agree?" Xiao Xiao provided her with a way out of this situation, and Madame Zhang smoothly took up this offer. She stared at Xiao Xiao with her slightly fierce-looking triangular eyes and asked with uncertainty, "Are you saying that you guys will provide the 500 taels? You're just a little girl, can you even make the decisions? Let your father say something and give me a confirmation." "Grandmother, you're directly demanding 500 taels, but it's not like we can make money fall from the sky. You need to let us prepare the money. Besides, my father isn't the only older brother that my younger uncle has. Since the family has already split up, shouldn't the two older brothers and parents all share the burden for the money?" Yu Xiaoxiao's words were reasonable, so even if Madame Zhang wanted to refute her, she couldn't find any fault in her words. Madame Zhang lowered her head and thought about it. With their family's savings, they only needed around 100 taels more. Based on what Xiao Xiao said, second son would at least provide 200 taels, which would be enough at that time. But, she was still unsatisfied and said, "Other than fishing, your eldest uncle doesn't have any other methods of making money, so where is he supposed to get the money? The money that your family makes from selling watermelons for a day is something that he wouldn't be able to earn even if he fishes for his entire life. They're all brothers, so why do you have to haggle over every ounce?" She was demanding an older brother, who had separated from the family, to financially support his younger brother's studies, yet she still complained that they were haggling over every ounce. Madame Zhang was seriously full of nonsense. However, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't going to a fool and be deceived by her. Who didn't know to complain about being poor? "Grandmother, you just see that our business is doing well. But there's also our business expenses. Not to mention how hard it was to find a fine breed of watermelons, but third young Master Zhou had worked hard to help us get the watermelon seeds. We still owe him money for the watermelon seeds. Now let's talk about the rent for this shop. You can ask the merchants around here, how much is the monthly rent of the stores in this location? Their stores are rented on an annual basis, so it costs over 1,000 taels of silver for a year. Moreover, our shop was leased on a short-term rent, which is even more expensive. If we earn less than 200 taels a month, then we will be losing money. Coupled with the monthly tax, we're really not earning that much money." Yu Xiaoxiao immediately said, without even needing to prepare a draft. Madame Zhang didn't know anything about business. When she heard that the monthly rent was 200 taels, she harshly scolded them as spendthrifts within her heart. If they had set up a stall at the market, it would only cost a few copper coins a day. Even if they sold the watermelons for a cheaper price, it would still be better than earning money for others. It seemed like it was impossible to get second son to take full responsibility of the money today. Thus, she could only settle for the next best thing and said to Yu Hai, "Then, for the 500 taels, you and eldest son will each be responsible for 200 taels, and your father and I will provide 100 taels. Your eldest brother hasn't separated from the family yet, so his share will be provided together with mine. Let me know when you're going to give me the money." When Madame Zhang thought about 300 taels flying out of her hands, she could feel blood dripping from her heart, which was throbbing with pain. Yu Hai was about to agree, but his younger daughter interjected, "Grandmother, do you really have to talk about this here? Is it really all right to let everyone know that you're demanding such a large sum of money from your son, who has separated from the family, in order to let younger uncle get in from the back door? As the saying goes, don't air your dirty laundry in public. Let's talk about it in detail when we get home. Grandmother, you go rest in the inner courtyard and eat some watermelon to quench your thirst. In the evening, take our cart back. Don't worry, we won't run away. Madame Zhang thought about it and agreed with what she said. With her watching them, they wouldn't be able to run away. She knew that this little brat Xiaoxiao could make half the decisions in the family. Since second son didn't object to what she said, this matter was about to succeed. She had been stirring up trouble for a while now, crying and screaming. So, her throat had long been dry, thirsty, and uncomfortable. Thinking of the sweet watermelons, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva hard, and then she slowly walked towards the inner courtyard. Lady Fang and Linglong breathed a sigh of relief. They really didn't know how to handle such an unreasonable and boorish old woman, so they would only end up losing against her. Nevertheless, her daughter, Miss Cower, knew how to resolve the problem and was able to appease that old woman. But were they really going to give her 200 taels? Lady Fang wasn't distressed about the money but felt that it wasn't worth it. In her husband's letter, he mentioned a lot about how this old woman bullied Xiaoxiao's family. She had felt very angry about it when she was still in the capital. Her heart wouldn't ache even if this 200 taels were given to beggars, but that Madame Zhang was the only person that she was not willing to give it to at all. For the time being, her atrocious grandmother, Madame Zhang, had been pacified. Xiaoxiao felt that there was something weird about this matter, so she decided to go to Rongshuan Academy to ask about whether they had this additional enrollment quota for their school. If she could encounter the headmaster, then that would be even better. Lady Fang had originally wanted to accompany her goddaughter for this trip, for fear that the people at the academy would slight a young girl who was under 10 years old. However, unbeknownst to her, Headmaster Yuan, who usually had a stern and scholarly demeanor, was a complete glutton. Yu Xiaoxiao would visit her younger brother at the academy several times every month, and she would bring some food that she made every time she went. A portion was left for her younger brother's roommates to eat, while the other was specially prepared for the old foodie, Yuan Sinian. Thus, Headmaster Yuan had specially instructed the academy's gatekeeper to immediately notify him when Yu Fan's older sister came to visit him. If he wasn't at the school, then he must remember to inform his manservant, Shishu. For the headmaster to regard her with such high esteem, the gatekeeper was extremely enthusiastic every time he saw Xiaoxiao and didn't dare to slight her at all. Xiaoxiao politely declined her godmother's kindness. After that, she went across the street to the back kitchen of Junshou Restaurant and packed 2 roasted chickens and 2 osmanthus ducks. At Junshou Restaurant, these 2 kinds of braised food and the oyster sauce dishes could almost be considered the treasures of the restaurant. Even though they had launched dishes with vermicelli and century eggs, they still couldn't compete with those dishes. Even though these 2 dishes were sold in limited quantities every day, the queue for reservations were already full for the next 3 days. However, they would make a few extras every day in preparation for the unexpected needs of their boss and his friends and relatives. Yu Xiaoxiao was naturally classified as a close friend of their boss. No matter if she came to eat or get takeout, it would all be put on third young Master Zhou's credit. If her bill was directly waived, then Xiaoxiao would really be embarrassed to take advantage of the restaurant. However, since third young Master Zhou had instructed to put the bill on his account, she was able to accept it with ease. She had helped third young Master Zhou earn so much money, so it was natural that he should treat her to meals. The commercial street where the watermelon shop was located was in the east market of Tenggu Town, while Rongshuan Academy was in the south side of the town. Fortunately, Tenggu Town wasn't very big. With a large bag of chickens and ducks in her hands, Xiaoxiao quickly reached the entrance of Rongshuan Academy. When the gatekeeper, who was leaning against the door and lazily basking in the sun, looked up and saw a slender and short figure, he suddenly stood up in excitement. Seeing the basket in Xiaoxiao's hands, the gatekeeper immediately smiled like a blossoming flower. "Ayo. Miss Xiaoxiao, it has been a while since you have visited. Our headmaster has often mentioned you." The gatekeeper could tell that the headmaster really had high regards for this little farmer girl with a pair of big eyes. Even for his precious grandson, he had never been this concerned. The Yu family was preparing for the opening of their watermelon shop, so they had been busy for several days. Yu Xiaoxiao really did come by less often, but the gatekeeper had exaggerated. Moreover, Didn't Headmaster Yuan just eat a feast with them when the shop opened several days ago? It had only been 3 days, yet he was already craving for food. Had she nurtured that glutton to have a picky appetite? However, she knew that Headmaster Yuan often gave her younger brother extra lessons on the sly. At present, Yuan Xinyan's position as the headmaster was only a nominal title. He seldom managed the school affairs. Apart from occasionally giving a lecture to the class that was preparing for the examination when he was in a good mood, he was usually traveling, visiting friends, playing Go, and drinking tea. He was enjoying a free and leisurely lifestyle. As a famous scholar of his generation, to be able to listen to one of his lectures was even better than studying for 10 years off. If he had open lectures, one might not be able to get a seat even after fighting with the crowd. Such a great scholar was actually giving extra lessons to a young child who had just begun studying not too long ago. If this news got spread out, it would definitely make people green with envy. Even Headmaster Yuan's grandson didn't receive such treatment. For the sake of her younger brother's future, Xiaoxiao was very willing to send these gifts. In fact, the reason that Headmaster Yuan was willing to teach little Shido wasn't only due to Xiaoxiao's delicious food, but also because of his love for talent. During the past year, Xiaoxiao had added mystic stone water in everything that the Yu family ate and drank. Not only could the mystic stone water improve their health, but it could also unwittingly improve their intelligence. Little Shido was originally a smart child, but after being nurtured by the mystic stone water, his intelligence had gone up another level, almost to the point of remembering everything with one look. With someone who had so much potential in front of him, could Headmaster Yuan not be burning with eagerness to teach? Had he not been afraid of messing up the generation hierarchy, he would have taken Yu Fan in as his last discipline. However, he took his disciplines into consideration. The youngest was even older than little Shitu's father, while the oldest could be little Shitu's grandfather. If they found out that their respected teacher took in a student who was even younger than their own children and grandchildren, it would be hard to say what expressions they would have on their faces. Although he didn't formally take him in as his discipline, Yuan Xinyan still made an exception and taught him personally. The little fellow had only been studying for half a year, but he could already keep up with the level of the intermediate class. If he hadn't been afraid of spoiling things with his excessive enthusiasm, he was about to help him apply to skip a grade. He also knew that there were already certain people who were extremely envious of his special treatment towards little Shido. If he made another exception and let him skip a grade, it wouldn't be a good thing for little Shido. Thus, he told little Shido to study with the primary class in the morning and come to his study in the afternoon so that he could explain deeper knowledge to him. Now they had to wait for the placement test after summer vacation. He trusted his own judgment and believed that this little fellow could definitely pass the exam to enter the intermediate class. Rongshuan Academy had 2 advancement exams every year. One was after the winter vacation, while the other was after summer break. The students of the primary class and intermediate class could advance to the next level class as long as they could pass the examination of the higher class. If they couldn't advance to the next class 2 years in a row, then they would have to leave Rongshuan Academy. To be able to pass the examination to enter the academy, they definitely didn't lack intelligence and wisdom. Thus, one could only say that those who couldn't advance to the next class just hadn't made enough effort. However, the students considered it an honor to be able to enter Rongshuan Academy and especially cherished the chance to continue studying in the academy. Since the establishment of the school, very few had been asked to withdraw from the academy. Back to the present. The news of Yu Xiaoxiao's arrival at Rongshuan Academy had swiftly entered Yuan Xinyan's ears. He knew that the little girl would go to the primary class to look for her younger brother first. He was impatient and couldn't wait any longer, so he pretended to patrol the academy without even bringing his manservant and went to the primary class's courtyard by himself. The primary class was currently taking a break. When little Shitu's roommates saw Xiaoxiao, they were even more excited than her younger brother, little Shido. With the speed of a 100-meter sprint, they rushed towards Xiaoxiao and surrounded her, chattering incessantly. "Older sister, what tasty food did you bring for Shido today?" There were 4 people in little Shitu's dorm. The person who spoke was a dumpy child around the age of 8 or 9, whose real name was Sun Runs. He was from the prefectural city and was the youngest son of the prefectural magistrate's secretary. Little Shido tried his best to push him aside, rolled his eyes at him, and said, "Little fatty son, you're 2 months older than my second sister Ah. Aren't you ashamed to call her, older sister?" Sun Runs was obviously a good-tempered person. He didn't get angry even after being called little fatty. He wrapped his strong arm around little Shitu's neck, as if they were very close brothers, and grinned, "We're as close as real brothers, so your second sister is naturally also my second sister." "Second sister, what delicious food did you make this time? I'm about to drool just from smelling it." Lu Jinye, who was the oldest in the dorm, was the only son of the boss of the largest silk and satin store in the prefectural city. He had a rather gentle personality, and just stood on the side with a gentle smile. Satu Ching, who was not that much older than little Shido, jumped over like a monkey, blinked his eyes, and stared at the food box in Xiaoxiao's hands with a salivating expression on his face. The little fellow's grandfather was a third-rank official in court Ah. Thanks to Xiaoxiao's delicacy attack, her younger brother, who was born from a poor fishing family, never experienced the agony of being discriminated. Though Rongshuan Academy didn't care about one's identity and just cared about talent, there was still a darker side in private. It was said that a student of poor origin had left the academy regrettably because of being ostracized by his roommates, which caused his grades to plummet sharply. Fortunately, little Shitu's roommates were mostly simple and kind children. Even their slight arrogance had been thrown beyond the clouds by the delicacies that Xiaoxiao brought over from time to time. Xiaoxiao touched Satu Ching's hair, which was very neatly combed, and said with a gentle smile, "The shop is busy today, so I didn't have time to personally cook." When the three of them heard that it wasn't food personally made by Xiaoxiao, they're instantly dimmed. However, their eyes swiftly brightened up again. "So I packed roasted chicken and osmanthus duck from Junsho restaurant. I don't know if you guys will like them." Seeing the constant change in their expressions, Yu Xiaoxiao snickered incessantly within her heart. Satu Ching instantly jumped up, turned around excitedly, and shouted, "Like! Of course, we like them. Last time, when my mother and older brother came to visit me, they took me to Junsho restaurant for a meal. Roasted chicken was among the dishes, and it was very, very, very delicious. But I didn't get to eat osmanthus duck. Wow, second sister is so amazing. You'll have to make a reservation 3 days in advance in order to eat the roasted chicken and osmanthus duck of Junsho restaurant. You actually got both of them at the same time. I have so much admiration for you all." The little fatty's eyes were glowing, and there was an unknown liquid on the corner of his mouth. Even the oldest Lu Jinye couldn't stay calm and had an even wider smile on his face as he said, "Today, thanks to little Shido, we can taste the 2 most famous dishes of Junsho restaurant. Thank you very much, Miss Yu. You guys, why are you huddling around here?" Headmaster Yuan's voice sounded from outside the door of the courtyard. The kids, like a mouse seeing a cat, had to disregard the delicacy in front of them and dejectedly ran back to the classroom. As he ran, little fatty's son turned his head and said, "Second sister, remember to bring the food back to our dorm Ah. We'll get some rice and go back after class." With a smile on his face, Yuan Sinian looked at the energetic appearance of the children of the primary class and said with a chuckle, "These boys, they may look like a group of monkeys right now, but in a decade or so later, they might become one of the 3 most important officials in court. In his childhood, my son, who is the current prime minister, did a lot of those things like climbing trees to get eggs and catching fish and shrimp in the river. Lord Headmaster, was it really all right for you to expose the prime minister like this?" Yu Xiaoxiao took out 2 oil paper bags from inside the basket. Headmaster Yuan gently sniffled and laughed, "Only you, this little lass, can get Junsho restaurant's roasted chicken and osmanthus duck whenever you want. That little brat of the Zhou family is seriously too stingy. I have talked to him several times already, but he still didn't give me this privilege." End of chapter 1.